Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became the next wielder of Omnitrix? Part 1. MHA x Ben 10. This story is Deku, the next wielder of the Omnitrix, by Rabbitsu 2. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. The night sky was beautiful over the city of Hosu tonight. The city bustling with life as its citizens either were going home or going out with their companions, heroes patrolling the blocks for villains, occasionally greeting the citizens and taking pictures with them. It was as if all was right in the world. People were on their phones watching footage of the most recent villain attack and admiring their heroes in action. The most common talk of the night were that of Kamui Woods, Mount Lady, and of course the #1 hero, All Might. Hey, look at this! A schoolgirl exclaimed, holding her phone out to her friends, who looked in curiosity. Dr. Onimo was caught just now trying to rob a bank a few miles from here. This guy's super gross. His quirk is to mutate animals and change them into monsters, isn't it? The girl's friend asked. If I were a hero, I wouldn't go anywhere near him, not even if I had a 6-foot pole to beat him with. Just thinking about even having to cuff him gives me hives. Who stopped him this time? The third friend asked. Looks like All Might again. Kinda almost seems like that's the only hero the news ever reports on nowadays. What do you expect? The guy's the #1 hero Japan. Though, I don't think Onima was worth All Might's time. Didn't he get caught a few months ago by Endeavor? Yeah, but only because he kept crying about how Endeavor was burning his animals. My pets, oh my precious creations. Can you even call them animals? If you stare long enough, they almost look like aliens, don't they? Come on, there's no way aliens exist. Have you been watching Star Wars again? The three girls laugh at the comment and continue to walk towards the train station. What they don't realize is aliens that truly do exist, that they are not alone in the universe. The proof that some may ask for such a claim? Simply look into the night sky of Hosu City. There, a strange red creature had just entered Earth's atmosphere and flew over the ocean, creating a small splitting double wave as it did. Soon, it stops and hovers over the glowing city. So, this is Earth, huh? Sensei's home world, and the home world of the human race. The strange creature said to itself as it observed the city. A lot brighter than I thought it would be, but so far, nothing impressive. The tech they're using when compared to that of the rest of the galaxy is almost laughable. But considering they haven't gone extinct yet, they have to be doing something right, I suppose. Guess I'll go down and take a look. The creature then flew down and landed on a beach piled with trash. A bright green flash lights up the area momentarily as it died, revealing a man with gray hair and a green jacket, paired with brown cargo pants and black combat boots. Now that the blending in part won't be a problem anymore, the young man said as he turned to face the city, smirking at the bright lights of the city ahead of him. Time to see what Earth has in store for Ren 10,000. Ren Zark age, 26 codename. Ren 10,000 occupation. Wandering hero, plumber, on an extended sabbatical. Plumber rank. Magister birth planet. Vilgoden birthday, December 31st. Blood type. O-negative former gang leader of the Red Hunters. Reformed criminal active delinquent second generation wielder of the Omnitrix. Successor of Ben 10,000. Ren runs up the stairs and immediately bumps into a skeletal man wearing a plain t-shirt and green jeans. They both fall down onto their backs. Ren immediately gets up and offers the man his hand. Sorry about that, I'm kind of new to the area, Ren said playfully. It's quite alright, young man. You really shouldn't be out this late though. Don't you have school or a college lecture in the morning? The man lectured as he grabbed Ren's hand and stood. I don't really know what that is, but it's safe to assume that I don't, Ren replied confusingly. Alright then. Say, you wouldn't happen to know the time, do you? My phone died a couple of minutes ago, so I sort of lost track of it, the old man asked. Your guess is as good as mine. I just got here a few minutes ago, Ren replied. Just got here? But, there's nowhere else to enter from, the man thought to himself. But, you have a watch, don't you? The man asked. Huh? Ren asked curiously. The man points to Ren's wrist. Oh, that. It doesn't exactly tell the time. Hee. Ren replied nervously. A bit ironic, isn't it? To wear a watch that doesn't tell time? The man asked. Believe me, I am well aware of the paradox here. Well, I'll be heading out now. See ya later, old-timer, Ren said, running off. Suddenly, Ren stops dead in his tracks and turns to the man again. Hey, wait, I almost forgot, Ren called out as he jogged in place. The skeletal man turns to face him. Your name? I never got your name, Ren yelled out. You can just call me Toshinori, the man yelled out. Nice meeting ya, Toshinori, I'm Ren. Catch ya later, Ren said as he began running afterward. Toshinori watches Ren take off with a bit of curiosity. Ren, huh? Toshinori thought. After a few minutes of confused walking, Ren finally made it to the center of Hosu, where it was still full of life. Food stands were still open as people line up to get a taste. Ren stared in awe of just how many people there were and the amazing smells that surrounded him. Wow, from up top this place didn't seem like much, but now that I'm down and about. There you are, old man, a man's voice yelled, catching Ren's attention. Ren looks to his right and sees three thugs approaching a small ramen stand. A middle-aged man stands behind the stand, visibly frightened as the leader pulls him in by his collar. Heard you snitched to the police about what happened the other day, the leader thug yelled. No. The police and heroes just came by for questioning and I just told them what I saw, that was it, I swear, the owner of the stand yelled. Well, because of that flapping mouth of yours, one of our buddies ended up getting put in the slammer, the second thug yelled as he knocked over the pot of broth. All of you leeches, get the hell out of here, the third thug yelled as he kicked over the table. Go on, scram, or else you'll get mauled to death and sent home in a body bag. Please stop, I didn't do anything, please don't destroy my stand, the owner pleaded as the leader pulls him over the counter. The owner of the stand is thrown across the street, rolling before finally hitting the railings of the crosswalk and stopping. He groans in pain as the leader thug begins to approach him. Oh, don't worry, once we're through with you, you won't be doing much of anything anymore, the first thug said as he activated his quirk. His hand began to glow a bright yellow and red as drips of molten lava fall down onto the concrete. Please, I beg you, the owner yelled out in fear. Should have kept your mouth shut then. Hey, Ren called out to the thugs. All three of them looked behind him to see Ren staring at them. Leave him alone, does it seriously take three muscle heads to threaten one person? Ren yelled. Are all the criminals around here as pathetic as you are? Shaking down one old man. The leader thug turns and faces Ren. Ren glances over to the owner and signals him with his hand to run. The owner quickly stands up and runs towards the crowd, looking back at Ren and the leader thug. You know, if you're gonna shake someone down, maybe don't do it in such a public space. You know, where, literally everyone is, and can call for help. Particularly, a cop's help. Ren said to the thug. Why, you know, the fact that I have to explain this to you is, well, I would say surprising, but seeing the fashion choices you made before stepping out of the house says a lot about you in general. You really should shut that mouth of yours, kid, you don't want a piece of any of us. The first thug said as he walked towards Ren. Oh yeah, Ren replied as he took a step closer to the thug and looked at him in the eye. And what if I do want a piece? You gonna cut me one shit for brains? The balls on this punk. We know what we do to people like you. The second thug said as he revealed his hand, transforming into a large blade. We chop people up into tiny bits of flesh. Ren whistles in amusement at the large blade hand, chuckling to himself. Not the only thing you chopped up. Have you seen that hairline of yours? Is this some fashion statement or does it just naturally look like it got blown back all the way to Kansas? Ren asked. Word of advice, man, leave the hair cutting to the professionals because clearly, some people just shouldn't be trusted with a razor. Like you. You better watch that mouth of yours. Because from what I can see, there's three of us. And only one of you. The third thug said as his teeth suddenly turned into metal spikes, his jaw enlarging itself. Don't start a fight you can't finish, pretty boy. I'll chew you up and spit you out into nothing but mush. Yeah. What am I supposed to be scared of exactly? The ugly one, the dumb one, or the one that should have been an example as to why wearing condoms are important? Ren replied. If anything, I'm more worried that you three, as a collective group, have a total of 2 brain cells and both of them are competing for third place. Now that's scary to think about. This one's got quite the lip on him. The third thug as he drooled. Oh, I like to think I know my way around a good quip or two. Ren said as he steps towards the group and readies himself, clenching his fist tightly. But I suppose comedy is subjective these days. There is a long stare between the two figures, with Ren grinning the entire time. The civilians witnessing this remain silent while some run off to find the authorities. Finally, the leader thug chuckles in amusement. Look kid, I'm a nice guy, beating up youngsters with an attitude problem ain't really my forte. So how about this? Just because I respect the pair on you for standing up to us like this. I let you walk away, you pretend you never saw this and I don't melt you like ice cream. The leader thug asked, we got a deal, this ain't your fight, don't try to be something you're not. Don't be a hero. Ren takes a moment of silence, then finally, he answers. You know what, on second thought, you're right. This isn't my fight at all. Ren replied. That's what I thought. Now scram before you really get what's coming to. To the thug's surprise, he is met with a swift kick to the side of his head as Ren's foot slams him down onto the ground, shocking everyone around him. Ren sets his foot down and exhales deeply as he placed his foot onto the unconscious thug's back. Oh look, now it's suddenly my fight. How convenient, Ren said to the other thugs with a confident smirk. So, who wants a piece of me first? Because if you wanna get to that guy over there, you're gonna have to go through me. Be boss, boss, the second thug yelled. No way, he took him down with just one kick. The third thug yelled. The crowd surrounding them began to murmur and whisper among themselves as they took out their phones, beginning to record the situation. So boys, wanna hear the specials for today? Me personally, I recommend the triple knuckle sandwich served with a side of our original 1-2 combo breaker, topped with a garnish of this foot up your ass and decorated with a spread of our very famous trip to jail puree. Ren said as he steps over the body of the leader thug. Very good for the soul. Granted you don't drop the soap behind bars, that is. Trust me, happens a lot more than you think it would. The thug looked at Ren, whose eyes and composure were brimming with confidence. The thugs take a step back away from the approaching Ren, who begins cracking his knuckles and neck as he maintained eye contact with the group. There's no way you're that strong on your own. Was that your quirk? The third thug yelled. Some kind of one-shot kick. A nuclear kick quirk, the second thug added. Quirk, the hell is a quirk? Ren asked. And just so you know, I do have steel toe boots on, so that's a contributing factor as to why your boss went down so. Well, disappointingly fast. You messing with us. The boss is the strongest out of all of us, he doesn't go down that easily. The second thug yelled. Ren turns around and lightly taps the leader thug's body with his foot, making him groan slightly. Yeah, he is out like a light. Ren replied. Say, if this was your leader and he went down in like, I don't know, 1.5 seconds. I wonder how long you clowns would last against me. The thugs take another step back, making Ren chuckle as he turned to face them once more. Oh, what's wrong? Suddenly feeling nervous, Ren asked as he took another step towards the two thugs, making them step back. Flames begin to leak out from beneath Ren's foot, the wildfire swirl around Ren's body before the rush of heat suddenly blast past the thugs. Heat, the second thug asked. What the hell is this? The third thug asked. The crowd of spectators continue to stare at Ren in awe and shock as he continues to walk up to the two remaining thugs. What happened to all of that big talk from earlier? Weren't you gonna chop me up? Chew me into mush and spit me out? You still have the advantage in numbers, right? Ren asked as he continued to approach them. Come on then, let's see if you have what it takes. Take your best shot, but I should warn you. The flames completely engulf Ren as a giant wolf emerges from the flames, snarling and glaring at the remaining thugs, filling them with fear. You'd better not miss. The wolf's deep voice snarled to the two thugs. Wolf, the thugs asked as they stared up at the giant wolf before them. My legs, they can't move, the second thug added. The leader behind Ren begins to slowly awaken as he gets up, his arms glowing bright like molten lava as he growled with anger. The leader begins to charge towards Ren, taking a huge right swing with his arm dripping with lava. Like I didn't see that coming from a mile away. Ren thought as he spins and kicks the thug's arm into the air, sending the stream of molten magma bits into the sky. What? The leader thug yelled as he's suddenly met with a gut punch from Ren, making him vomit his saliva out and fall back down onto his knees. Why you bastard? Ren grabs the leader thug's head and strikes against the thug's nose using his knee, breaking it and causing the leader to writhe in pain as he held his nose. Boss, the second thug yelled as he charged in towards Ren. You're dead meat. And you're eager to get what your boss got. I like the enthusiasm, Ren said as he jerks back, dodging the swing of the second thug's blade arm. Ren lands an uppercut onto the thug's jaw, forcing his head to jerk upwards before striking his side, followed by a spin kick that sends him flying back into a nearby parked car. The thug gets up and roars angrily before charging back towards Ren. The second thug begins to swing his bladed arms wildly, to which Ren easily dodges all of the slashes and ducks underneath the last swing. With a swift motion from his kick, he sweeps the thug's legs out, causing him to fall onto his back. The second thug tries to thrust his blade arm up towards Ren. Ren turns his body to the side and kicks the thug's arm aside, quickly kneeling down and striking him in his face. You know, you should really look into a career change because this whole common thug thing is not working out so well for you, man. Ren asked as the third thug roars loudly with his metal teeth and charges in towards Ren, baring his extended fangs. Oh dude, you guys are making this too easy for me. Ren however just stood in place and clenched his fist tightly. Pulling his fist and arm back, he swings his fist towards the thug's teeth precisely, shattering all of his teeth with a single punch and making the thug bleed. My teeth. You broke all of my teeth. The third thug said through his blood-filled mouth and bloody lip. How did you? Oof, buddy, either you're gonna get rich from the tooth fairy tonight or you're gonna need a really good dentist. Because I'm not gonna lie man, no law is ever gonna fix them dentures. Ren said before grabbing the thug by his collar and throwing him over his shoulder, slamming him down onto the ground. The leader thug slowly begins to get up, his body secreting with heat as his arms turn into molten lava. Ren turns around and looks over to the now awake leader, smirking before dusting off his shoulder. Alright then boys, you've shown me enough of your tricks, it's only fair that you see some of mine. Ren said as he held up the watch on his wrist. Keep those eyes wide open, blink, and you might just miss it. A watch? You making fun of me, kid? The leader asked. The hell are you gonna do with a watch? Kick your ass into next week of course. Ren said as he held up his right arm. It's HERO. To Ren's surprise, a long wooden arm suddenly extends past him, pinning the leader against the wall of a nearby building. That's enough, both of you. A man behind Ren says. Have some respect for the people around you. Kamui Woods. The leader asked as a man with large fists and a blonde-haired woman with a purple eye mask joined them. Death Arms, Mount Lady. Kamui exclaimed. We heard there was a disturbance over here. Death Arms yelled. Everyone, please stand, Mount Lady said as she looked at the two unconscious thugs on the ground, with Ren standing in between them. Back. What the? Death Arms asked as he looked at the two unconscious thugs on the ground, turning his attention over to Ren, who put his arm back down. What in the world? Guess this is Earth's law enforcement. The hell is with those tacky costumes? Ren asked. And here I thought the plumbers' uniforms were tacky. This is like a weird mesh of whatever you could find at the clown clearance sale. Ren thought as he looked at Death Arms and Mount Lady. They're already down for the count. Mount Lady said as she looked over to Ren, twirling her hair around her finger and fidgeting in place. Hello handsome. Death Arms, Mount Lady, status on the other thugs? Kamui asked. All clear her, Death Arms said as he noticed the leader thug glowing red. Kamui, your arm, look out. The bindings Kamui had on the thug then begin to light on fire. The thug then bursts out of the bindings of Kamui Woods and charges at him. I ain't going back to the slammer, you hear me? The leader thug yelled. Shit, I have to do something. Ren thought to himself as he prepared to slam down on his watch yet again. Just before he could, however, a powerful torrent of water strikes the thug, cooling him down while pushing him back. How about we all just cool down? The man in the fire jacket said. Kamui looks behind him to see another hero, one dressed as a firefighter with hoses for arms. Backdraft. Kamui yelled. Once the torrent of water stops, the thug's skin then begins to harden, rendering him immobile. He struggles furiously against his newly created obsidian straitjacket. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The leader thug yelled in anger. Kamui takes a breath and gives a thumbs up to Backdraft. Thanks, you really saved me there. Kamui said to Backdraft. Don't worry about it, we're fellow pros, right? Backdraft replied as he rubs the back of his head embarrassingly. Kamui, if you don't mind, Death Arms said to Kamui as he held up the other two thugs. Kamui then binds them up with his quirk. Ren looked at the heroes in both confusion and in surprise. Death Arms then looks in Ren's direction, their gazes meet. Hey, you there, Death Arms said to Ren. Were you the one who took these guys down? What, me? No, Ren replied sarcastically. See, they were here when I got here. You know, I just thought it was weird for them to take a nap here of all places, but hey, who am I to judge? I've slept in the underbelly of a plane's landing gear once, so compared to that, this is heaven. I'm not in the mood for sarcasm. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Death Arms asked. I don't know, you're the one dressed like some weird cosplay of a construction zone, so you tell me. Ren replied. Wanna know what I think? I think from where I saw it, it looked like you were in a fight with these three. You were instigating and even engaged in the fight too. Death Arms replied angrily. You wanna know what's that called? Quote. Doing your job, Ren asked. You know, I got half a mind to take you into custody for that attitude alone. Death Arms said to Ren. Huh, for what? What did I do? Ren replied. Death Arms approaches Ren, who barely flinches at his yelling. From the looks of things, you were the one instigating the fight. What's worse, you even started physical fight in a public space. Do you have any idea what you were doing? People could have gotten seriously hurt. Death Arms yelled. Are you kidding me? I didn't do anything. They were harassing this guy and no one else was around at the time. What? I was just supposed to sit around and let them wreck this guy's shop. Ren yelled back. What kind of dumbass logic is that? Is that headband reducing blood flow to your brain or something? You are aware that for a civilian like you to involve yourself in matters like this, I could arrest you under the vigilante laws that we have in place in order to prevent untrained people like you from doing things like this, right? Death Arms asked. There's a reason we're called pro heroes, you know, it's because we're the ones properly trained to deal with situations like these. You could have made things worse for everyone around you acting the way you did. Oh, I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. The next time I see a gang of thugs harassing an innocent bystander, I'll be sure to just stay out of it and record it instead. Ren replied sarcastically. Maybe if your response time to danger wasn't absolute dog shit, I wouldn't have had to do your damned job for you. You little punk, that's it. You're coming down to the station with me and... Yes, sir. Wait, please. He's telling the truth, the owner said as he stood up. They were wrecking my stand and harassing me because I gave an eyewitness statement against one of their friends a couple of days ago. Had it not been for this young man, the damage to my shop would have been much greater. Death Arms looks at the owner with a look of shock on his face, then he looks back at Ren. Even if they did try anything, I could have handled myself. Ren added, I wasn't just gonna stand by and watch when I can do something here and now. I was here, I helped. You were late to the party. Sounds like this is more of a you problem than it is mine. Death Arms grunts in frustration and leaves. Don't do nothing like that again, you hear me, brat? Death Arms yelled out. I won't be so easy on you next time. Yeah, don't slip on your own drool there, Slackjaw McGee. Ren yelled back. Mount Lady looks back at Ren, their eyes meet for a moment as Mount Lady smiles and winks at Ren. I swear, the punks we have to deal with these days get bolder and bolder. Death Arms grumbled. Kids these days have no respect for their superiors. Let it go, Death Arms, let's just focus on booking these thugs and call it a day for now. Kamui Woods replied. Who does he think he is, talking to pro heroes like that? Death Arms growled. That smug look on his face, he's lucky I didn't take him in on the account of that mouth alone. I don't know, I think he's kind of cute. Smoking hot actually. That whole bad boy vibe he's got going on really suits him well. Mount Lady added as she twirled her hair. Let's just give him a pass this one time. Oh, he seems like a bundle of joy. Ren thought to himself as he looked at the three heroes leave with the thugs. Gee, thank you young man for helping me, the owner said to Ren. Ren turns to face the owner. Don't worry about it, couldn't just stand by and watch when they were about to seriously put the hurt on you. Ren replied as he dusted the owner's shoulder off. Sorry about your shop though, they roughed it up a bit before I got to them. Nonsense, had you not stalled them long enough for the pros to arrive, my shop would have been as good as dust. I can easily make the repairs on this humble stand of mine when I get back home, and it's all thanks to you. So once again, thank you young man for your courage, thank you. The owner said as he shook Ren's hands up and down. Please, let me repay you with a bowl of my famous ramen. The owner walks back behind his stand and grabs another pot. Ramen, what's that? Ren asked. A Japanese delicacy. Please, sit, it's on the house, the owner said excitedly. Ren simply shrugged and sat down at the counter, watching the man prepare him a bowl of ramen. Unfortunately, they knocked over my last good pot of broth, so I'll have to reheat a cold batch. No worries, take your time. As Ren watches the owner prepare the ingredients, he thinks over about what Death Arms said to him. From the looks of things, you were the one instigating the fight. What's worse, you were even about to start a physical fight in a public space. Do you have any idea what you were doing? People could have gotten seriously hurt. Hey, what do I call you? Ren asked. You can just call me Chef, the owner said. All right then, Chef. What is it? Those three guys back then, were they heroes or something? The owner stops in his tracks and looks over his shoulder at Ren with a curious look. Chef waits for Ren to retract his question, hoping it was just a joke in poor taste. Ren continues to stare with a blank look. You're not joking, are you? They're the pro heroes Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and Backdraft. They're actually pretty famous around this area, Kamui Woods especially, been hearing a lot of good things about him. He's been getting pretty popular on the charts too. It wouldn't surprise me if he was in the top 10 by next year. The owner said to Ren. Top 10? Ren asked curiously. I'm more surprised you haven't heard of them before. It must be nice, to have a quirk that you can use to help people. The owner asked. Yeah, what are quirks exactly? Ren asked curiously. You saw Kamui wrap up those thugs and Backdraft cool down that one guy, didn't you? That's their quirks. Some amazing ones, I'd say. So, quirks are basically just like their abilities. Like, if I can shoot blasts from my hand, that would be my quirk. I suppose, yeah, but that's if you can shoot blasts from your hand. So that tree guy had a wood quirk and that yellow jacket guy had like a water quirk. More or less. It looks like humans managed to evolve to the point where they get special abilities. I don't remember Sensei ever mentioning that part about Earth. I wonder. Hey Chef, does everyone have a quirk? Ren asked. Not exactly, Chef said as he shakes the water off of the noodles. Almost everyone in the world has one these days, some small, some big, but it's almost safe to say that the entire world is filled with quirks. Almost. There are some people who are quirkless, as in people who don't have a quirk at all, despite both of their parents possibly having quirks. Chef pours the broth into the bowl of noodles, all while carefully adding in the meat, egg, and squid. I hear that people who are quirkless have harder lives. Because these days, being quirkless is more or less treated as a bad thing. It's almost like a death sentence. They're often looked down upon in society and treated as a lesser being. It's heartbreaking to witness, honestly. Ren listened silently to Chef's words, letting it all sink in as he thinks over what he just heard. He puts his head down and reminisces about his childhood. An image of a child crying in the mirror flashes in his mind, only for a split second. I guess no matter where you are in the universe, if you're different, you'll be treated like so. Ren whispered to himself. Say young man, where are you from exactly? Chef asked. Why do you ask? Ren replied. Well, you're asking all these questions about the pro heroes' quirks. It's almost as if you've never seen someone with a quirk before. I was just curious is all. Where I'm from, Ren trailed off. Never thought humans could have abilities like that. Ren whispered to himself. Ren then looks up to Chef, who was putting on the garnishes of the ramen. Do you have a quirk, Chef? Ren asked. Chef pauses for a moment, then he smiles. Quirkless or not, it doesn't matter to me in the slightest. I won't let something as small as that stop me from doing what makes me happy the most. Chef replied as he put the bowl of ramen in front of Ren. Enjoy. Ren looks at the bowl of ramen with awe and anticipations. He took one whiff of the aroma emanating from the bowl and smiled. How'd I Ren asked as he looked around for utensils. Chef smiled and grabbed a pair of disposable chopsticks for Ren. Break them apart, Chef said to Ren. Ren does as he says and breaks the two chopsticks apart. He picks up a heaping strand of noodles and blows on it to cool it down. As he took his first ever bite of ramen, the flavors of the broth and the softness of the noodles sends him into shock as he feels the secrets of the universe suddenly being revealed to him. How Ren feels right now. Ren, is everything? Chef asked as Ren suddenly slurped all of the noodles instantly in one go, moving on to the beef and boiled egg. Ren burps loudly and exhales with complete satisfaction in his voice. That was amazing. The flavor, the toppings, everything. Right down to the seasoning and the soup, it was. Oh my god, Ren said in shock. What is this? The result of over 30 years of serving ramen to folks just like you. Chef replied. Practice makes perfect after all. I've been serving ramen in this very stand ever since I was 13. It's how I met my late wife. This is literally the best thing I have ever tasted, Ren yelled. This is the food of the gods themselves. Please Ren, you're exaggerating. Chef, coming from someone who's literally had to survive off of roasting rats and leftover rotting meat from the dumpster behind bars for more than half of his life, this to me is like a meal only the celestial sapiens could make. Ren replied. The balance of spices, the delicate toppings that soak in the flavor of the broth, combined with the silky smooth texture of these noodles. Perfection. What is a celestial sapien? Chef asked. A story for another time. Say, could I possibly get another bowl of ramen? Was it? Ren asked. Had kind of a long journey here, so I'm kind of famished. Your ramen really hit the spot. Coming right up, Chef exclaimed as he prepared another bowl. Ren looks down at the lingering broth in his bowl and begins to drink it completely. Something tells me I'm gonna like it here on Earth, Ren thought as he finishes drinking the broth, right as Chef places down another bowl. Especially if Chef here keeps slinging this awesome ramen of his. The past. That's mean Kachan, a young child with green hair and red shoes said as he stood in front of a crying boy. Can't you see he's crying? This isn't right, if you keep going. The young boy readies his fists and stand in between the crying boy and a young blonde child. I'll never forgive you, the young boy said to the blonde child. The blonde child only smirks viciously as his two friends behind him activates their quirk. Even thought you're just a quirkless bug, the blonde boy said as his hands exploded with small explosions. You're still trying to pretend to be a hero. Deku. The three boys all charge towards the green-haired boy with malicious intent written on their faces. The green-haired boy fearfully roars as he tries to stand up against them. A few moments later, the young green-haired boy lays on the ground, covered in bruises and scratches as he stared at the sky above him. All men are not created equal. This was the reality I learned about society at the young age of 4. And that was my first and last setback. Present time. 2 weeks after Ren's arrival on Earth. A teenager in a middle school uniform with green hair and red shoes sprints down the street, running through a puddle of water with a smile on his face as sounds of a fight could be heard in the distance. My name is Izuku Midoriya. At this point in my life, I'm currently 15 years old and attending Aldera Junior High. For as long as I can remember, I've always had the dream of becoming an amazing hero and saving everyone with a smile on my face. I've always been surrounded by so many heroes almost my entire life, seeing them do so many amazing things and saving everyone around them. It's hard not to want to be a hero, you know. Izuku continues to run down the street, looking up towards the distance ahead of himself, seeing a large villain standing on the train tracks as he roars into the sky. That villain's huge, Izuku exclaimed as he stops in front of the large crowd of spectators. Everyone, Please stand back. Backdraft announced as he created a safety line with his quirk. That hero. That's the rescue specialist hero, Backdraft. Izuku exclaimed excitedly. I can't believe he's actually here. Man, that villain looks insanely strong. Having a quirk that turns you into a giant monster like that is amazing though. A man commented. You stay away from me, you freak. You hear me? The giant villain yelled into the sky. If I even see your freaky face anywhere near me, I'll crush this entire station with everyone inside. It all began in China, in Qingqing City about 100 years ago. There was news that a baby who shined brightly like a light was born. Ever since then, superpowers were suddenly being discovered all over the world. No one ever discovered the cause of this phenomenon, even after all of these years. What's the situation, officer? Backdraft asked. Apparently he was in the middle of a purse snatching and someone cornered him. That's when he panicked and used his quirk. The officer yelled. There's still people inside of that station. We have to evacuate everyone out before he does anything rash. The officer replied. Can we get any other pro-heroes here? Kamui Woods, Death Arms and Mount Lady are en route. Until they come, we have to do everything we can to try and get everyone inside out of there. Backdraft replied. We can't go anywhere near that guy without risking him doing something. The officer yelled. To Izuku's surprise, a man in a suit suddenly appears in front of him as a blue blur passes by him. Whoa, what the? Izuku asked as another man suddenly appears next to him, a blue blur passing by once more. The officers all look back and see a quick flash of a multiple blue blurs bring people out of the train station and joining the crowd. The crowd continues to grow larger and larger as everyone in the station begins to be evacuated by the speeding blue blur. The people inside of the station, they're being evacuated. The officer exclaimed. But who's doing this? Backdraft asked. So fast, Ingenium, is that you? Izuku looks around in amazement as he tries to catch a glimpse of the blue blur. Just as he turns around, he sees a blue feline creature passing by him, the two catching each other's attention. The blue feline winks at Izuku, giving him a wave and a salute before dashing off once more back towards the giant villain. Who in the world was that? Izuku asked excitedly as he looked back over to the large villain. Before we knew it, the supernatural became normal and a world of superpowered heroes was born. As of right now, roughly about 80% of the world's population now has some kind of special powers. Quirks is what we call these unique traits. Wow, I'm outside. We're all outside, a woman exclaimed. How? I just blinked and suddenly I was out here. I didn't even see what happened. It all just happened so fast. The blue feline speedster runs up onto the tracks, standing right behind the giant villain as he shakes his hands. All right, everyone's a safe distance away, still a lot of residential buildings around, can't risk compromising the structural integrity of the nearby skyscrapers. Gonna have to try and keep the damage reduced to just the station alone. The blue feline speedster said to himself as he smirked. Time for phase 2. I'm warning you, freak, just stay the hell out of my way. The giant villain yelled as a bright green flash catches his attention, making him turn around. To the large villain's surprise, a large figure with a tail charges towards him, pushing him back along the train tracks as he lands a punch onto the villain's gut. The villain slams back into the station's hub, causing multiple power lines to fall as the train tracks are covered with a cloud of smoke. There it is, a hero's here. The man next to Izuku exclaimed, making him turn around. I wonder who it's going to be. Izuku asked excitedly as he clenched his fists excitedly. It's. Izuku holds his breath and stares into the cloud of smoke, seeing a large silhouette within the smoke as he began to rise. As the smoke cleared, the sunlight revealed a large dinosaur-like hero standing over the giant villain. In this world of swirling chaos, the profession that everyone once dreamed about and admired was now the centerpiece that our society has come to rely on. That profession being. Didn't think you'd get away that easily, did you? We were having so much fun earlier. It'd be a shame to end it so quickly like that. The dinosaur hero asked. Is that a dinosaur? The man next to Izuku asked. Who is that? He looks so cool, Izuku exclaimed excitedly. Who the hell are you? What happened to that speedster guy? The villain yelled. You mean Fast Track? Yeah, he clocked out for the day. But don't worry, Humongasaur will be more than glad to take care of your daily dose of ass whoopings. Humongasaur replied as he charged towards the villain, shoulder tackling him back away from the crowd before landing multiple punches onto the villain. The giant villain growls with anger as he picks up a large piece of the station, ripping it off of the structure and throws it towards Humongasaur. Humongasaur catches the rubble and throws it back towards the giant villain, striking him and sending him crashing back along the tracks. Humongasaur, is he a new hero? Izuku exclaimed. I've never seen that hero before. Is he some kind of dinosaur? What a cool quirk. I have to get a closer look. Izuku begins to worm and squeeze his way through the crowd, making his way towards the front as the fight continues to unfold. Excuse me, pardon me, sorry about that, Izuku said to the people he passes as he makes his way to the front of the crowd. The large villain roars angrily and smashes through the metal support beams nearby, grabbing onto them and using it as a blunt weapon. Humongasaur however blocks with his arm, shattering the metal support beams easily before grabbing the collar of the villain and headbutting him, giving him a nosebleed as he stumbles backwards. You bastard, the large villain said to the dinosaur hero. You'll pay for that. Yeah, how do you expect me to pay? Be like you and snatch some old lady's purse. Listen man, I don't know how down bad you are in life, but risking your entire freedom for chump change is about the dumbest thing anyone can do out here. Humongasaur asked as he dusted off his shoulder. You seem like you have a lot of repressed anger too. You ever thought about taking up yoga? I heard it's very spiritual. Just back the hell off. The giant villain said as he threw a punch towards the dinosaur hero. Dinosaur bastard. Guess not, Humongasaur said before blocking the punch and countering with an uppercut to the giant villain's jaw. The giant villain's head jerks upwards as Humongasaur grabs onto his collar, proceeding to flip him over his shoulder and slam him down onto the ground. Within the large crowd, Izuku finally makes his way towards the front, seeing Humongasaur and the giant villain continuing to fight. Wow, it's even better up close. Front row view really does change the dynamic of everything, Izuku said as he took out his notebook. I've never seen this hero before, I gotta sketch down what I can. Let's see, large frame, muscular build, dinosaur-like appearance, roughly 15 feet tall, exhibiting superhuman levels of strength, adequate speed overall. Humongasaur kicks the villain back away from himself, spinning around and striking the villain with his tail. The giant villain stumbles back as Humongasaur's tail wraps around his neck, pulling him back in as Humongasaur lands another direct punch onto his face. You know, for someone your size, I would have said that actually hurt. But I guess you're living proof that size really doesn't matter, the dinosaur hero said to the villain before continuing to trade blows with the villain. Has a long tail that can be used for multiple scenarios, creating openings and pulling in opponents. Izuku muttered to himself as he continued to write down in his notebook. But with the size and length of that tail, wouldn't its actual practicality just be limited by the environment he finds himself in? In a residential area like this means that he would need a much larger space in order to. Hey youngster, you're taking notes during this epic fight. You looking to become a hero or something? A man asked Izuku. Oh, sorry, yes, I am, Izuku replied. That's a great goal you have, do your best. The man replied. Alright, thanks, Izuku replied. With a second spin, Humongasaur knocks the giant villain down with a strike from his tail. The giant villain groans in pain as Humongasaur stands over him. So are you supposed to be a shark or a kangaroo or what? I really can't tell, that face structure of yours is really throwing me off right now. Humongasaur asked the villain. You're pissing me off, the large villain said as he quickly got back up and grabbed onto Humongasaur. Take this. The large villain tries to lift Humongasaur off of the ground, only to struggle with the sheer weight of Humongasaur's size. Why do the short ones always go for the grappling maneuver when fighting someone bigger than them? That literally just puts you at a disadvantage, Humongasaur asked as he began to slowly increase his size, pushing the giant villain back as he struggled to lift him. You look like you're struggling down there. Everything okay? Need me to spot you? Remember, lift with the knees, not the back. Come on, you gotta want it. Get those reps in, you can do it. I'm Gonna, the giant villain said as Humongasaur continued to walk forward, easily pushing him. Kill, you. Guess no matter the planet, some things just stay the same huh? Humongasaur asked as he easily pushes the villain back. Don't mess with me, the giant villain said as he has continued to be pushed back as Humongasaur walked forward. Listen man, as much as I love this oh so witty banter between us, I've got a hot date named Ramen, and she does not like to wait. So let's wrap this up before our friends in overly bright colored and flashy costumes show up and annoy me again. Humongasaur said as he picks the giant villain up by his waist, slamming him down onto the tracks and knocking him out completely. And that, as they say, is that. Maybe next time if you're gonna go for the purse snatch, don't dress like a purse snatcher man. Dead giveaway. Not only does he possess incredible strength, but he's also able to increase the size of his entire body. When this happens, scales begin to form, starting from his spine all the way down to his tail. I wonder, can those scales be used as some kind of extender for possibly more power in overall attack power? Izuku mumbled as he quickly wrote in his notebook. Do your thing officers, he's out cold, but I'd slap on some cuffs quick before he. Freeze. The officers yelled to Humongasaur. Don't move, another officer added as he aimed his pistol at Humongasaur. On there it is. You know, for once, I'd like to have a conversation with you all without the prospect of a gun being aimed at, Humongasaur said as an officer suddenly fired at him, the bullet bouncing off of his head. Me, okay. First of all, dude, not cool. Second of all, probably shouldn't fire that thing with so many people around. You know, possible ricochet and all that. Don't they train you guys to do that? Not to fire willy-nilly with civilians around. Identify yourself. Hero name and hero ID number. The officer yelled to Humongasaur. Let's see. Hero name, that's an easy one, Humongasaur. As for hero ID number, 8,008,135. Humongasaur replied. Hee, get it, because those numbers when you put them into a calculator, it spells. Hero IDs are 9 digits long. The officer yelled. Well excuse me drill sergeant sir, I must have left the other 2 digits in my other pants. Mind calling your mother and asking if I can stop by and pick them up in a few minutes? I swear, I'll come right back. Humongasaur replied with a chuckle. You think this is some kind of game? The officer yelled. Just as I thought, you really are one of those vigilantes. Vigilante? Izuku asked curiously. You been living under a rock or something young man? Lately in the past 2 weeks around here, there's been a bunch of reported sightings of vigilantes running around here and taking on crimes like it was some kind of battle royal. The man replied. Apparently real weird looking ones too. Weird how? Izuku asked. Well, from what the news said, some people reported seeing a stingray guy flying through the sky, a purple crystal guy, muscular cat man, a giant green grasshopper, a blue moth guy, a giant crab with a huge head, a spider monkey looking one, a guy that looks like a walking planet, a white dwarf with speakers on his body and apparently, one made out of Legos. The man replied. Legos. Izuku asked. You seriously haven't heard about this? Look it up on the internet. There isn't a single news outlet online that isn't talking about these new sightings. Real talk of the town they are. There's rumors that they're all a part of some kind of connected vigilante group. That's how they're able to be everywhere and nowhere at once. But again, those are just rumors. The man explained. So, this, Humongasaur, he's a vigilante then, someone who's working outside of the law in order to enforce it. Izuku said as he looks down at his notebook, seeing the sketch of Humongasaur inside of his notebook. If there really is a whole network of vigilantes out there, then was that blue cat guy one of them too? Stand down vigilante. Death Arms yelled to Humongasaur. That's Death Arms, Izuku exclaimed as a figure swings over Izuku's head. That's Kya, you can do it Kamui. A group of fangirls exclaimed as Kamui Woods rushed towards Humongasaur. The young and talented rising star, Kamui Woods. Izuku exclaimed. Kamui, that dinosaur guy is a vigilante. Don't let him escape, Backdraft yelled. I don't intend to, Kamui replied before extending his wooden limbs towards Humongasaur's wrist. By my authority, I'm placing you under arrest vigilante. Should have brought some stronger cuffs than Pinocchio. Humongasaur said before he swings his wrist around, sending Kamui flying away. Kamui grabs onto a still-standing metal beam and lands on top of a station stop, looking up at Humongasaur. Illegal use of your powers to repeatedly interfere with a professional hero's work is often regarded as extreme vigilantism, bordering the line of being considered as a villain. .. Quote. Kamui Woods said to Humongasaur as he slowly stood up. You believe that you are helping people with your quirk, but your actions are no different from that of the man you just defeated. You vigilantes are just like the villains you claim to fight against. You and all of your vigilante allies will soon face the wrath of true justice. Quote. Is this how you normally talk? Please tell me this is just for show and not how you actually talk. Because listen, I don't know who's your dialogue coach here, but they need to be fired immediately because that was just preemptive, binding, lacquered chain prison, Kamui Woods declared as he wrapped his extended wooden limbs around Humongasaur. Terrible, Humongasaur said as he sighed deeply. There it is, Kamui Woods' special move, the preemptive binding, lacquered chain prison, Izuku exclaimed. The crowd begins to cheer for Kamui as his binds begin to tighten around Humongasaur. Now we're finally going to bring you in. And when we do, you're going to tell us where the rest of your vigilante friends are. Death Arms yelled. It's over, this is the end of the line. You're not going anywhere this time, vigilante. This is my ultimate move. The very essence of my soul, the move that will. To Kamui's surprise, Humongasaur begins to grow in size. His muscles and body begin to stretch and break his wooden bindings as they shatter into tiny pieces. Kamui Woods stares in shock at Humongasaur as Humongasaur stretches his body out. Ultimate move, huh? Might wanna look into improving it a bit. Wood is a lot more brittle than one may think it is. Maybe instead of the entire body, for bigger enemies, go for the limbs instead. Humongasaur said as he dusts the wood chips off of his shoulder. How did you? Kamui asked in shock. Yeah guys, listen. It's not that I don't enjoy our lovely conversations, but it's just. Well, I don't quite frankly, and I'm super hungry right now. Humongasaur replied. Listen, bad guys over there, he's knocked out cold. I don't have any handcuffs on me and I have a purse to return, so. Deal with this for me and I'll catch you guys later. Mount Lady, stop him. Death Arms yelled. On it. Kamui, clear the way. Mount Lady yelled, making Humongasaur look to his left. Mount Lady charges towards him as she grows in size, leaping into the air and aiming her foot out towards Humongasaur. Special move, Canyon Cannon, Mount Lady declared as she tried to land a kick onto Humongasaur. Until next time fellas, happy to do your job for you anytime, Humongasaur said as he saluted Mount Lady. A sudden bright green flash blinds her and the entire crowd around them. When the large crowd opens their eyes, Humongasaur had disappeared without a trace, making everyone murmur among themselves. He's gone, Izuku muttered in shock. Where did he go? Hey, where'd he go? Death Arms yelled as he looked around the area. Mount Lady looks around her surroundings as she got up, brushing her hair to the side as she stands up. No way, he got away. I'm not seeing any kind of trace from him. He's gone, Mount Lady replied. Damn it. That's the 8th time this week. Death Arms yelled as he smashed a piece of nearby rubble. Getting sick of this, how are these damned vigilantes always at the scene of the crime before us? And of course, we're left to clean up their mess. Kamui added as his arms grew back. I'm more curious as to how these vigilantes always manage to slip away from our grasp. Hey, officers, order a search party and patrol the surrounding area immediately. Death Arms yelled. Don't let that vigilante escape. Death Arms, let's get an ambulance down here first and check on the civilians involved, make sure there's no one injured. Kamui replied as he joined Death Arms down onto the ground. Our first priority should be the innocents first, you know that. But if we let one of those vigilantes escape again, how do you think it'd make us look to the public? If we can't even stop one of these vigilantes from breaking the law, how can we promise the people that they're safe with our protection? Death Arms angrily yelled. Listen, I get it, but right now, there's nothing we can do about that vigilante. Keep your composure in front of the people. Heroes are responsible for keeping the public calm and assured to, so just calm down. Kamui Woods whispered to Death Arms. Oh come on guys, it's not all bad. I mean, the bad guy's incapacitated and since we're the only pro heroes around, we still get the credit for taking this guy down, right? May as well just stay and smile for the cameras. Mount Lady said as she began to pick up the giant villain, posing for the cameras. After all, this is a good time to get some exposure to increase our popularity as a team. Mount Lady looks back as she smiled softly for the cameras. My name's Mount Lady. I apologize for the lateness of my arrival, it's a pleasure to meet your acquaintance. Mount Lady said to the reporters. There it is, there it is, there it is. A wave of photographers said in unison as they began to take pictures of Mount Lady. Guess that's it then, Izuku thought as he began to put his notebook into his book bag. Vigilantes. A whole bunch of them roaming around here. Moreover, sightings go back from 2 weeks ago. Izuku begins to remember the fight with Humongasaur and the giant villain, remembering how easily Humongasaur overpowered him. I don't get it. If that guy had that strong of a quirk, why would he become a vigilante of all things instead of a pro hero? That kind of strength is enough to put anyone in the top 10 charts within the first month of their debut, so why? Izuku thought. Everyone, please back away from the crime scene. For anyone who is injured, please make your way over to this storefront over here. An ambulance is on its way to help you tend to your injuries. Backdraft announced. Guess I'll have to look more into it later. But right now, I have to get to class. Izuku thought as he began to run towards his school. Of course, along with the superpowers came an explosive increase in crime. As the country was stuck in the slow progress of drastic law reforms, courageous people started performing heroic acts from out of comic books. Guarding against superpowered villains and defending the innocent from the forces of evil. Thank you. It was nothing. Always glad to help, Mount Lady said as she waved to the crowd in front of her. As long as they have pictures of my good side, that's all the reward I'll need. Heroes were soon accepted by the public and it was established as an official occupation. Based on their performance and the number of crimes they stop on average, they are paid by the Heroes Public Safety Committee and gain fame among the masses. Almost everyone these days dream of becoming a hero, just like their idols, including me. What's my quirk, you may be asking? Well, that is a complicated question. See, at this point in my life. Aldera Junior High. Alright students, since you're all third years now, it's time for you all to seriously start thinking about your futures. Your hopes, your dreams and your aspirations. All of these things should be considered when deciding your next move. The homeroom teacher said to his students as he stood in front of the podium. Izuku sits in the back of his class, writing in his notebook and not concentrated on classes at all. I'd pass out the handouts for your future plans now, but... The homeroom teacher said as he began to smile, his students beginning to activate their quirks. You're all. The teacher throws the handout sheets into the air as the students all began to show their quirks. Pretty much planning to go into the hero course, right? The homeroom teacher asked. Yes sir. The class all cheered. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks at your disposal. But please, tone it down. Using your powers at school is against the rules. The homeroom teacher announced. Hey teach, don't lump me in with the rest of these losers. A spiky blonde-haired boy said to the teacher as he kicked his feet up onto his desk. I'm not gonna be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these rejects. That was uncalled for, Katsuki. Yeah, what's your problem, man? How about you all shut up like the extras you know you are? Katsuki yelled back. Oh, if I remember correctly, you wanted to go to UA High School, right Bakugo? The homeroom teacher asked. UA High, that national school, it was in the top 0.2% this year, you know. Their acceptance rate's always really low too. Izuku hears the whispers of his classmates and keeps his head down low, avoiding eye contact. That's exactly why you guys are just extras. Katsuki yelled as he stood on top of his desk. I aced the mock test. I'm the only one at this school who could possibly get into UA. It's my destiny to surpass All Might and become the top hero in the country. That #1 spot on the hero ranking is my birthright. My name will be inscribed on the list of top heroes and go down in history as one of the greatest heroes who's ever lived. Oh yeah, Midoriya wanted to go to UA too, right? The homeroom teacher asked. Izuku flinches at the sound of his name being mentioned as Katsuki stands frozen in shock. Izuku slowly looks up and sees his entire class staring at him with looks of skepticism and disbelief before suddenly bursting into laughter. Huh, Midoriya, no way, as if someone like him would ever get into UA. You can't get into the hero course just by studying, you know. Guess dreamers are just gonna keep on dreaming, huh? Gee, they got rid of that ruling last year. Izuku exclaimed. Now anyone can. Katsuki roars with rage as he releases an explosion onto Izuku's desk, knocking him back towards the end of the classroom. Hey Deku, you know you're below the rejects. You're quirkless, you damned nerd. Studying is about the only thing you can do because you're so damned useless. Katsuki yelled angrily. You think someone as weak and quirkless like you could ever possibly hope to match me? Stop trying to make me laugh, Deku. And no, Kachan, I'm not trying to compete with you. It's just, well, I, at least wanted to try to. Izuku stuttered. Try to what? You're quirkless, Deku, or did you forget that when you were daydreaming about having a quirk? The spiky blonde yelled. Even so, Izuku whispered as the sound of his classmates laughing filled the room. I wanted to. Are you making fun of me? Are you taking this test for fun? What could you ever possibly hope to do, huh? Katsuki yelled. You're quirkless. Get that through that stupid skull of yours. You were born quirkless, you'll always be quirkless, and you'll die quirkless too. Got it. Izuku looks down in shame as his classmates continue to laugh at him. Even so, I want to at least try. Izuku thought as he tried to block out the sound of his classmates, looking down and avoiding eye contact with anyone else. Heroes are people who make the impossible possible, so if I can do this, then doesn't that mean that I can be a hero too? At the end of the school day, the school bell rang throughout the middle school, signifying the end of class and the day. Izuku looked at the news on his phone. One article in particular caught his eye. The new vigilance of Hosu City. Threat or menace? Vigilantes. Izuku whispered as he clicked on the news article and a video plays. This is it, the report about the vigilantes. Appearing just roughly a week ago, there have been multiple eyewitness reports stating that there are a string of new vigilantes that have been inferring with pro-heroes' work, taking down villains and many gangs in the area. Taking the law into their own hands and capturing said villains without the proper permit. The photos provided from the citizens of Hosu of the vigilantes indicate that these people may be part of a gang or an underground organization that intends to defy the Hero Association laws put in place. Currently, the vigilantes as a collective have managed to stop on average 60 villain attacks per day. The current number in their group, however, remains a mystery. The vigilantes have encountered heroes on multiple occasions, managing to escape each and every time without putting up any kind of physical resistance whatsoever. Although the online majority praise these vigilantes for their actions and the people they saved, the other party have different opinions. The video cuts to an interview of a citizen. We have quirk laws put in place to keep the peace. These vigilantes are everything that's wrong with the world. If anyone was free to use their quirks at any time, who knows the amount of chaos and damage it could do the world. I'm telling you right now, these guys are gonna cause more problems than they solve. Selfish use of your quirk will only bring misfortune to others. You all should just let the trained professionals handle these situations. Look, I'm just saying that despite the good they're doing, vigilantism is still a crime. And like all crimes, you have to turn yourself in and pay the price. They stink, and I don't like them. When asking the representatives of the Hero Association about what the vigilantes, here's the statement they had to give. I assure you all, we will catch all of these vigilantes and put them all in bars. We have the best top heroes on the lookout for any one of these, however many there may be. I promise you, citizens of Hosu City, your safety is in good hands. No way, a group of vigilantes. Izuku said. They sounds dangerous, but Izuku couldn't help but stare at the strange people on his phone, the scrolled up and down multiple times, as if trying to get a better angle on them. Whoa, these are the vigilantes that have been showing up lately. Izuku asked himself as he scrolled down the feed, seeing the pictures of the vigilantes. As if by instinct, he begins to sketch the vigilantes in his notebook, detailing their features as he quickly sketches them all down. Even the vigilante from this morning is on here. They look so amazing. I wonder what their quirks are. There's so many of them, even if they are vigilantes, but they can't be all bad if they're saving people, right? Izuku thought to himself excitedly. Wait, is that a planet? Izuku put his phone in his pocket and began packing up his belongings. He took one last look at his hero analysis notebook. I should hurry up and go home so I can look them up more, learn more about their quirks and abilities for my hero analysis book. Izuku thought as he smiled, beginning put it back in his bag only for it to be snatched away by Katsuki and his entourage. What? We're not done talking yet, Deku, Katsuki said as he looked down on Izuku. Kachan, Izuku muttered. Hey Katsuki, what's that you're holding? One of Katsuki's friends asked. Katsuki holds out Izuku's notebook towards his entourage to read. Hero analysis for the future, Katsuki's friend asked before laughing. What kind of lame thing is that? Midoriya, come on, wake up to reality already, man. It's sad to see you be this delusional, Katsuki's second friend asked. It's fine, isn't it? See, could you please give it back now? Izuku asked. Without a moment's hesitation, Katsuki uses his quirk and explodes the notebook right in front of Izuku, causing him to scream in terror. Adding salt to the wound, he tosses it out the window, causing Izuku even more grief. No, my notebook, Izuku yelled in distress. Why would you do that? The best heroes out there all have one thing in common, Deku, and it's that they had always shown signs of greatness, even as students. That's why I'm going to be the only one to get into UA from this crappy public school, the first one to ever get the honor of going to UA in this school's history and the only one who will ever have that honor, Katsuki proclaims as he grabbed Deku's shoulder and begins to use his quirk. That's why, if you even think about getting into UA, you're dead meat, Deku. Are we clear? The look of killer intent in Katsuki's eyes pierces Deku's soul, rendering him even unable to move or speak. Katsuki releases Deku's shoulder and shoulder bumps him aside. Izuku just looks down at the ground as he shakes uncontrollably. GCH, so lame. You could at least try to say something instead of just standing there, Katsuki's first friend said to the shaking Izuku. Did you expect anything less? He's pathetic. Just look, he can't even face reality even if he tried. Katsuki's second friend added. Look at him, just standing there. Like someone like him would ever become a hero. Hey Deku, I just got a great idea. If you really wanna be a hero so much, why don't you take a swan dive off the school's roof, and pray for a quirk in your next life? Katsuki yelled out just before leaving. Izuku was all alone in the classroom, standing in the same spot as he had been when he was threatened by Katsuki. His heart racing and his fear rising, it was almost as if he was drowning in despair. Finally, he managed to compose himself and began to head out of the school. He walked around behind the school to retrieve the thrown-out notebook. He finds the notebook in a small fish pond. He picks it up reluctantly and stares at the damaged and wet notebook. Holding the damaged notebook to his chest, he walks home, fighting back the tears as best as he could. Katsuki's words replayed over and over in Izuku's mind, unable to stop himself from thinking about it. You're quirkless. Get that through that stupid skull of yours. You were born quirkless, you'll always be quirkless and you'll die quirkless too. Got it? Did you expect anything less? He's pathetic. Just look, he can't even face reality even if he tried. Hey, I just got a great idea. If you really wanna be a hero so much, why don't you take a swan dive off the school's roof, and pray for a quirk in your next life? Izuku stares at his burnt and wet notebook for a moment, hearing the echoing words of Katsuki and his group of followers. Without another word, he begins to walk off of the school grounds, making his way home in silence as he looked down at the ground. A few minutes later, Izuku continues to walk through the streets, making his way towards an underpass of a bridge, still holding his burnt notebook in his hand. Can I really become a hero? He thought in his mind. No, don't think about that. With enough hard work, I can make it. I know I can, I know. He stops in front of the underpass of the bridge and looks at the notebook once more. No, you decided back then, didn't you? That you'd be a hero, no matter what it took, right? Izuku thought as he shook his head. That's right. Don't worry about what other people think. Hold your head up high and plunge forward with a smile on your face, just like All Might does. Izuku then enters the underpass of the bridge, holding his fist up high and laughing wholeheartedly like All Might. His voice echoes throughout the small passageway as a dark green sludge suddenly begins to emerge from a nearby manhole behind him. The sludge begins to take the form of a large sludge man, making Izuku turn around and seeing a pair of eyes and mouth emerge from the sludge figure. "AAA villain," Izuku yelled. "A medium-sized invisible cloak." The goo exclaimed with excitement. "Perfect timing, kid." Izuku tries to run away from the villain, only to be caught by the villain's goo and dragged back. "I need to borrow your body, kid. It's bad enough I got All Might on my tail, but now I got one of those vigilantes chasing me as well. Stop struggling and let me have your body." The goo yelled as he began to enter Izuku's body. "Don't worry, it'll only hurt for about 45 seconds. You'll feel better soon." "Can't breathe," Izuku thought to himself as he clawed at the goo. Izuku begins to suffocate and panic. He flails his arms and legs, clawing at the slimy goo on his body, but it was no use. "Sorry kid, nothing to grab onto. I'm 98% fluid," the goo said as he continued to enter Izuku's body. "Thanks for your help, you're my hero, kid. Just let go. The pain will fade away soon enough. My body, there's no strength," Izuku thought as his hand dropped to his side. "I'm dying. Am I really dying?" Izuku glances down at his dropped notebook, seeing his sketch of his hero costume. "I'm dying. Somebody, please," Izuku thought as tears streamed down his face. "Please, save me." Then, from the same sewer hole, a bright green goo emerges and sees what the villain is doing. The villain looks behind him and sees the green goo vigilante reforming. "Don't think so ugly. Let the kid go," the green vigilante yelled out. "You again. Back off or the kid gets it," the villain yelled. "Hold on kid, I got you," the green vigilante yelled to Izuku as he flies over to the green sludge villain using the device hovering over his head to rush the villain with impeccable speed. With the same device, he uses it to pull both his gooey body and the villain off of Izuku and out of his body. What the hell?" the villain exclaimed as the green goo pulls him out of Izuku's body. "Your body chemistry isn't all that different of Goop's own, it's just more dense. But the best thing about this guy, I can change my own density to match yours, and when I do, I can pull this off," Goop yelled out. Goop then changed his body form into a ball that contained the sludge villain who desperately tried to break out. Using the device above him, Goop began to spin rapidly with the villain still inside his ball. What are you doing?" the villain yelled. "Tell me sludge man, you prone to motion sickness," Goop yelled as he began to spin faster and faster. Goop then deforms the ball, sending the sludge villain crashing against the wall and splattering everywhere. Izuku opens his eyes weakly to see what Goop had done. Goop's device then reforms his body, he dusts of his own hands. "And that is what they say," Goop said before a bright green light flashes and revealing Ren 10,000 in Goop's place. As that, Izuku begins to black out again. Just before he does, he sees Ren look at Izuku and rushes over to his aid. "Hey," a voice said quietly. "Hey," the same voice said louder. "Come on kid, don't die on me now," the voice said more clear this time. Izuku awakens slowly to see Ren 10,000 slapping his cheek lightly. "Oh thank God you're alive. For a second there, I thought you already crossed over," Ren said cheeringly. "If you didn't wake up, well, that would have been a really awkward conversation with the police." Izuku sits up and looks at Ren. Who are you?" Izuku asked. "I could be asking you the same thing kid. My name's Ren." "You?" Ren replied. Izuku Midoriya," Izuku replied. "Well, great to meet ya Izuku," Ren said as he looked over to the remains of the sludge villain. "Just wished that it could have been under better circumstances. You remember anything about what happened?" Izuku looks over at the remains as well, then he suddenly remembers what had happened. Wait, the villain, the sludge villain, then the green guy, and then wait. Izuku looks at Ren again and remembers seeing him transform back from goop. Why you? Izuku said quietly. Me. What about me? Ren replied. Why, you're one of those vigilantes, aren't you? I saw you use your quirk. It was the same as one of those vigilantes from the news. Izuku said frighteningly. Please don't hurt me. I promise I won't tell anyone. Kid, relax. I ain't gonna do anything. Ren assured. Izuku put down his arms and looked at Ren, who was crouching to meet Izuku's eye level. Really? Izuku asked. Course not. What kinda monster do you think I am? Honestly, I'm a bit offended that you would lump into the same type of category as that villain. I'm deeply sorry, Izuku yelled out, bowing as he did. It was just a joke, kid. Ren explained. Ren looks to his feet as sees a notebook. What's this? Ren asked, reaching down to the notebook. No, wait, Izuku pleaded, but it was too late. Ren opened the notebook and began reading the contents. He flips through the pages, reading each page intently and thoroughly. Hey Izuku, Ren said to Izuku as he pointed to the kanji on the cover of the notebook. What does this say? It says, Hero Analysis for the Future. That's the 13th edition of my Hero Analysis. Izuku replied. Hero Analysis, Ren asked as he flipped through the pages. Wow, there's a lot of stuff in here about a lot of heroes. Wish I could read whatever these symbols are. Do you mean kanji? Izuku asked. Kanji, that's what these things are. Ren asked. Weird, but kinda cool too. Does he not know how to read kanji? Izuku thought as Ren turned to face him. Can I? Do you wanna become a hero? Ren asked Izuku. Izuku said, puzzled by Ren's question. This notebook is yours, right? These notes on heroes seem really detailed and thorough. You've even got something on Kamui Woods. Ren said as he flipped through the pages. Ren continued to flip through the pages until he reached the section where Izuku had sketched the vigilantes won the news. He got to Humongasaur's page and smiled. Well, yes, I do want to be one, but... Izuku paused. But what? Ren asked. You see, I don't have a quirk. So, a lot of people have been telling me that I shouldn't even try. Lately, I've been thinking that they're right. Izuku said depressingly. A part of me wants to at least try, but there's another part that says it's hopeless. Lately, I've been thinking that this other part is right. That it might be time to get realistic. That even if I get into the best hero school in Japan, UA, I'd probably only be in the general studies course rather than a hero course, but... Ren closes the notebook and uses it to lightly tap Izuku's head. Izuku is a bit startled by this and looks at Ren, who has a wide smile on his face. It's your dream, isn't it? Ren asked. To become a hero. That's what you want more than anything, right? It's your everything, your very reason for living. Why yes, my dream. It's always been my dream. Izuku replied. Then that's the only confirmation you need. Ren said proudly. Who cares what others might think? A quirk isn't what makes someone a hero, you know. It's what they do with the things they're given that makes them so. If it's your dream to become a hero, then you should do what you can to try and achieve it. You really think I can do it? Izuku asked. It ain't a matter of whether or not you can. It's all just a matter of whether or not you have the courage to move forward with it. Ren said. If you don't at least try, you'll never know the limits of your own potential. If other people don't believe you can do it, well, that's just gonna be their problem to deal with when you prove them all wrong. Izuku's eyes begin to light up with hope and shine with tears. Now tell me, does Izuku Midoriya have that courage? Ren said with a smile as he handed Izuku back his notebook. To bet on himself and take a chance to make it all the way. Izuku takes back his notebook as he stared up at Ren, who began to nuzzle Izuku's hair gently with a smile on his face. Well, I'll see you around, Izuku. I should probably get out of here before the big guy shows up. Ren begins to run off. Remember kid, quirk or no quirk, it's your heart that counts. Izuku watches Ren run off into the distance. He smiles brightly and hugs his notebook even tighter. Wait, what big guy? Izuku thought to himself. Then behind him, bursts a muscular man from the sewers in a white t-shirt and green cargo pants. It's all right now. Why? Because, the muscular man said as he emerged from the manhole. I am here. Izuku couldn't believe his own eyes. All Might, the #1 hero and his idol had just appeared before his eyes. He almost passed out again just from the sight of All Might. All Might, Izuku yelled with excitement. Hello young man, you wouldn't happen to have seen a sludge villain pass through here would you? All Might asked Izuku. Izuku stuttered as he pointed to the bits of sludge all over the bridge. He's there, and over there, and a bit up there. All Might couldn't believe his eyes. Did this boy really defeat a villain all by himself? Why, he must have a powerful quirk. Impressive. What's your name young man? All Might asked. It's Izuku Midoriya sir. Izuku responded. Well then, young Midoriya, I must ask. Did you do this? All Might asked. Oh, no, not at all, it was one of the vigilantes. Why you know, from the news. Izuku tried to explain. The green goo guy. I see, did you see where he went? Well, Izuku stuttered as he remembered Ren's kind smile, his words of affirmation echoing within his mind. It ain't a matter of whether or not you can. It's all just a matter of whether or not you have the courage to move forward with it. If you don't at least try, you'll never know the limits of your own potential. If other people don't believe you can do it, well, that's just gonna be their problem to deal with when you prove them all wrong. I was attacked by the villain you see, and I ended up passing out. I think the green goo guy saved me though. Izuku replied. All Might listened to Izuku Midoriya's explanation with a blank smile on his face. Well, what's done is done. At least there will be one less criminal on the streets. Though I must admit, these ragtag group of vigilantes are quite the slippery ones. All Might replied. Say, would you mind helping me scoop this guy up into this bottle young Midoriya? Why yeah, sure, Izuku replied. They both worked on picking up the remains of the sludge villain in awkward silence. I can't believe I just lied to All Might, the All Might. Does this make me an accomplice? Am I going to jail? Is my dream already over before it even began? Izuku thought to himself frantically. All Might noticed Izuku's shaking as he picked up the rest of the sludge villain. Midoriya put the last of the sludge villain's remains into the empty soda bottle and All Might put the cap back on. Thank you for your help young Midoriya. Now then, duty calls. All Might said. Wait, Izuku yelled out. See, can I ask you something All Might? All Might looked at Izuku questioningly when he noticed the notebook in his hand. Of course, he must want an autograph but was too nervous to ask for one. I understand, not a problem. All Might said before grabbing the notebook from Izuku. All Might quickly signs the book and returns it to Midoriya, who looks at the signed book in awe. All Might really signed my book. Izuku whispered. Now then, stay safe young Midoriya. All Might said as he was about to take off. No wait, that isn't what I wanted to ask. Izuku shouted before grabbing All Might's leg. All Might was not gliding through the air when he felt a strange weight on his leg. When he looked to see what it was none other than Izuku Midoriya holding on for dear life. I have a lot of things I want to ask you directly, Izuku shouted against the wind. Young Midoriya, I understand that you're a fan of mine but this is going a bit far. Please let go, All Might said. All Might begins to try and push Izuku off of his leg. Izuku however, continued to hold on desperately for his life. But if I let go now, I'll fall and die. Izuku yelled back. Oh, yes, I suppose that is a fair point. All Might replied. Please All Might, I just want to ask you some things. It won't take long, you're my all-time favorite hero so please. Izuku pleaded. All Might begins to cough as he held a smile, blood leaking through the seams of his teeth. Shit, I don't have much time left in this form. All Might thought as he looked down at Izuku. All right, I understand young Midoriya. Just close your eyes and mouth. A few minutes later, Izuku finally releases All Might's leg and falls backward, wheezing and trying to catch his breath, almost in shock of what just happened. I thought I was going to die, Izuku said in a raspy voice as he fell to his knees. I'm sure that someone will let you down if you keep knocking on that door. Please, young Midoriya, do not try something that dangerous again, All Might said as he walked towards the edge of the roof. I seriously am out of time unfortunately, so I must go. Farewell, young Midoriya. Wait, my question. Izuku pleaded. No, I cannot wait any longer. All Might replied. I just wanna ask you one thing. Izuku yelled as he stood back up, making a fist with both of his hands and squeezes them as tightly as possible. Izuku's fists begin to shake as he musters up every bit of courage that he could possibly find and releases all of it through a single question. Do you think that I can become a hero? Even without a quirk? Izuku shouted at the top of his lungs. There is a pause, followed by a moment of silence accompanied by the wind. All Might stands at the edge motionless, a bit taken aback by Izuku's question. Can even someone without a quirk be a great hero like you? Izuku asked All Might. All looks back at Izuku, who was standing as tall as he could, stiff as a board with his eyes closed and head down. A hero, without a quirk, All Might repeated. You see, I'm just a kid with no special powers. I've always saw how heroes risk their lives to save anyone they can from villains. I suppose that's why I always thought that saving people is the coolest thing someone could ever do. Izuku said to All Might. Recently, I met a stranger who told me that it was possible. His answer gave me hope, that's why I wanted to ask you personally. I want to become a hero like you. Someone who always is saving people with a fearless smile. With the loud poof interrupting, Izuku could finish his sentence. Shock and confusion comes over him as he analyzed the large puff of smoke in front of him and a skeletal man in All Might's place. Ah, you're not All Might. Who are you, an imposter? Izuku frantically shouted. I assure you, I am All Might before blood comes gushing out of his mouth, causing Izuku to scream even more. No way. How did? I don't. What happened to you? Izuku yelled in a panic. You know how guys at the pool are constantly flexing and posturing to hide their belly fat? All Might asked as he wiped the blood off of his mouth. It's kind of like that. That literally explains nothing, Izuku exclaimed. I don't understand. All Might is fearless. He saves everyone with a smile. He's the greatest hero in Japan. Izuku muttered, making All Might sigh. A fearless smile, huh? Well, since it's gotten to this point, I should at least explain this to you. All Might said to Izuku as he sat down against the railings of the roof. Young Midoriya, what I'm about to tell you is to remain between us and only us. I am trusting you to never write, speak or even mention about what you've seen or heard here today online or to anyone. Can you promise me that? Izuku gulps out of fear, but nods his head as he approaches All Might. Let me explain, All Might said as he lifted up his shirt, revealing the wound on his chest. What is that? Izuku asked as he stared at the wound on All Might's body. This is an injury I got from an enemy's attack 5 years ago. Half of my respiratory organs were destroyed and I ended up losing my whole stomach. All Might explained. I became emaciated from repeated surgeries and the after effects. Now because of this wound, I can only do hero work for about 3 hours a day. Izuku could only look at All Might's wound in horror and in shock. 5 years ago, was that when you fought Toxic Chainsaw? Izuku asked. I see you're well informed. But don't underestimate me, a punk like that couldn't defeat me. All Might replied. However, that fight was not made public to the world. I asked that it not be made public. This information is strictly classified and is only known by a select few in the hero world. If this information ever got out to the public, there will surely be unimaginable chaos and villainy following it. I trust you not to speak of any of this anywhere to anyone. Why yes, of course, All Might, sir. Izuku yelped. Thank you, young Midoriya. Now then, All Might replied as he stood up. As for your question. Izuku immediately stood upright, stiff as a board. The symbol of peace must be someone of peerless character, one who will never be daunted by evil and always save people with a smile. The reason I smile is to distract myself from the overwhelming pressure that comes at times and to put everyone at ease. A hero is someone who is willing to risk their lives to save others, with that in mind. I'm sorry, young man, but no. Without a quirk, I just don't think it's possible for you to become a hero. And just like that, all the tension Izuku had been holding within himself shatters, the weight of All Might's words echoing over and over within his mind on an endless loop. Without a quirk, I just don't think it's possible for you to become a hero. Without a quirk, I just don't think it's possible for you to become a hero. Without a quirk, I just don't think it's possible for you to become a hero. Without a quirk, I just don't think it's possible for you to become a hero. Without a quirk, I just don't think it's possible for you to become a hero. Without a quirk, I just don't think it's possible for you to become a hero. All Might stands and begins to make his way towards the exit of the rooftop, leaving a distraught Izuku behind, alone on the roof. It's not wrong to dream, young Midoriya, it's admirable that you want to help people. But there are different ways you can make a difference. You could always join the police force. People often mock them, but it's because of their work that we're able to put villains behind bars. Try to be realistic and think about it, okay? And just like that, All Might takes his leave. Izuku, on the other hand, remains on his knees. All Might's words weren't registering with him, only one phrase he managed to take in before blacking out. Without a quirk, I just don't think it's possible for you to become a hero. Is it really not possible? But then why? Izuku thought to himself before remembering Ren's words to him. A quirk isn't what makes someone a hero, you know. It's what they do with the things they're given that makes them so. Maybe he just said that to make me feel better. Maybe, in the end, it doesn't matter what I do. Izuku said to himself. With All Might begins to walk out of the building, still thinking about Izuku on the roof. He couldn't help but feel guilty over his words, but what was he supposed to say? If he had said yes, then the boy might have rushed into a situation that could get himself killed. But it isn't as if he didn't know where the boy was coming from. In any case, time to get you down to the station so you can properly get, All Might said as he tapped the side of his pocket, only to feel it empty. Damn it, I must have lost him when Midoriya latched onto my leg. I have to find him quickly. As All Might finishes the thought, an explosion can be heard from a far-off distance, just a few blocks away. Oh no, please don't be what I think it is, All Might said just before running down the stairs. In a certain alleyway, a few minutes earlier. What happened? The bottled sludge villain said, slowly opening his eyes. What the hell? Where am I? I can't move. The last thing I remember was. The sludge villain remember his fight with Goop, the vigilante that made headline news. That copycat goo fucker. He must have did this to me. I swear, if I ever see him again, the sludge villain shouted in anger. Before he continues his rant, however, he hears a group of voices coming from further down the alleyway. Hey Katsuki, isn't Midoriya your childhood friend? A boy with black hair asked. You sure went overboard today, another boy with long hair added. It's his fault for getting in my way, Katsuki replied while kicking the bottle of sludge. The bottle hits a pole and the cap pops off, released the sludge inside. He's an idiot dreaming like a child, Katsuki said, exploding his hands in the process. Just looking at him pisses me off. Then, let's hit the arcade. You in? The boy with black hair asked. Fine, why don't we go to the one in front of the station? There's a lot of prey over there. Are you stupid? If we get caught, it's going on my personal record, Katsuki shouted. The two boys laugh, then their laughing stops when a looming shadow is cast over them. One of the points behind Katsuki. Katsuki turns around and is met with the sludge villain. An invisibility cloak with a great quirk. Just what I needed, the sludge villain yelled. With Izuku. Izuku looks to his left, seeing the smoke from the explosion just a few blocks away. An explosion? Is it a villain attack? I wonder what hero will show up, Izuku said as he ran to the door. Without a quirk, I just don't think it's possible for you to become a hero. Izuku stops in his tracks upon replaying these words in his mind. His momentary smile soon turned into a sad frown as he walked to the door, in no rush to go anywhere. What would be the point? Izuku thought to himself before heading towards the stairs. I can't be a hero without a quirk. At a certain ramen noodle stand. Ren sat at the noodle stand, slurping up a bowl of Chef's prized ramen in delight. "Delicious as always, Chef," Ren exclaimed. "Thanks for cooking me up a bowl. I was starving." "Not at all, you're one of my favorite customers after all. It's on the house anytime you want a bowl," Chef replied. "Say, none of those thugs came back to bother you again, have they? You just have to say the word and I'll make sure they're history," Ren commented. No, nothing yet. It's been pretty calm this past week, so I think I'm in the clear." "Good to hear, I'd hate for your stand to be gone. This is the best ramen I've ever tasted. More like the only ramen you've ever tasted. You know, there are plenty of other famous ramen shops. You ever thought about going to try their stuff?" "No way, if it's not from you, Chef, it just wouldn't be the same. Plus I don't exactly have any earth money," Ren replied. "Earth money?" Chef said questioningly. Before Chef could continue his thought, the news suddenly interrupts the broadcast on the big screen of Hosu City with a live feed of the villain attack. "We interrupt this broadcast to bring you breaking news. An unidentified sludge villain was reported to have started on a rampage of attacking citizens and heroes alike in the market district. To make matters worse, the villain seems to have taken a hostage that has some type of explosion quirk and forcing him to use it to attack the heroes. The damage caused by the villain has started a mass wildfire of city blocks, stretching the heroes' forces thin and hindering the hostage's rescue." Ren watches intently with a large strand of noodles still hanging from his mouth. "Hey Chef, is that area close to here?" Ren asked. Yeah it is. It's just a few blocks south of here. I recognize some of the shops there. I take my daughter there to buy snacks all the time." "Oh, I hope she isn't there now," Chef said looking back at Ren, only to find his seat empty. Ren. Back with Izuku. Izuku walks down the street quietly, flipping through his notebook of heroes. When he gets to All Might's autograph, the words that broke him echoed once more. "Without a quirk, I just don't think it's possible for you to become a hero." "Stop crying," Izuku said to himself. "You knew all along, didn't you? You were just avoiding reality. That's why you were so desperate to prove yourself wrong." Izuku trips over a small crack on the sideway, dropping his notebook in the process. While he manages to catch himself, his notebook bounces on the ground and opens to Goop's page. Izuku stares at the sketch of Goop and remembers Ren's words to him. Now tell me, does Izuku Midoriya have that courage? Izuku stares at the notebook for a short while, he then picks it up and stares at Goop. He grips the book tightly as if not wanting to give up but as being forced to face reality. Small tears form in his eyes as he continues walking. "Thank you for the kind words, Mr. Ren, but I don't think I do," Izuku thought to himself weakly before turning a corner. "Maybe I should take All Might's advice, maybe becoming a police officer won't be that bad." He then sees a large crowd of people around an area that seems to be smoking. "Is that where the explosion happened? Did I subconsciously walk here?" Izuku muttered. He soon joined the crowd to witness the commotion. "Why am I even here? All of my notes are useless now. I should just keep walking." Izuku's eyes widen as he realized what villain was attacking. "That's the villain that attacked me earlier today. But that's not possible. Ren defeated him and All Might captured him in the bottle." Izuku remembers his meeting with All Might on the roof, realizing that All Might's pockets were empty with no bottle in sight. His pockets, they were empty. Izuku thought to himself. Soon the citizens began muttering among themselves. "Hey, why aren't the heroes doing anything? Looks like their quirks aren't suitable for this type of villain, plus they got a hostage." Izuku almost vomits remembering what it felt like to be suffocated by the sludge villain. Hey, isn't that the villain All Might was chasing? Wait, seriously, but there's no way he could lose against this guy. Why isn't he here now to help? Soon from another corner, Ren arrives to see the situation, stopping at the back of the crowd. The news said one hostage and a sludge villain. It's the same villain from earlier. But I thought All Might would have captured him already. Why is he here now? Ren said to himself. Ren takes a look at the other heroes who weren't doing anything at all. He recognizes Death Arms and shakes his fist in anger. Why are you all just standing there? How long will you watch before enough is enough? Is there even one real hero here to handle this? Ren thought to himself. It's my fault. I wasted his energy. He can't power up yet and none of the other heroes have the right quirks. This is all my fault. All my fault. I'm so sorry. Help will come soon. A real hero will save you. I'm sure of it, Izuku thought as he stared at the villain. As Izuku continued to stare in horror of the situation, when he saw the hostage's eyes begging for help, he realized who the hostage was. Kachan, Izuku muttered. Katsuki's eyes begin to widen with terror and fear as he looks around frantically within the crowd, his eyes locking with Izuku's. Izuku's legs began to move on their own, causing him to burst forward into the action. The citizens and heroes could only watch in shock as Izuku ran towards the villain. Ren also notices Izuku running towards the villain. Don't do it, you idiot, you'll get yourself killed. Death Arms yelled. That kid, Izuku, Ren asked himself. Not this brat again, the sludge villain yelled. The sludge villain turns to face Izuku and forces Katsuki to hold out his hand. Get lost, brat, the sludge villain yelled as he forced Katsuki to fire off an explosion. Izuku somehow manages to dodge the explosion and continue running towards the villain. What do I do? What do I do? What would a hero do? Page 25, cut off his eyesight. In panic, Izuku took off his backpack and threw it at the villain, hitting the villain in the eyes and causing the villain to stagger and momentarily release his hold on both him and Katsuki. Izuku continues his futile attempt to dig Katsuki out. He arrives, grabbing Katsuki's arms through the goo and tries desperately to pull Katsuki out. Meanwhile, Ren then runs off somewhere, away from the public eye. What the hell are you doing here, Deku? Katsuki yelled out. I don't know. My legs just started moving on their own and before I knew it, I was here. I couldn't just stand here and watch you die, Izuku said on the verge of tears with snot dripping down his nose. Your eyes, they looked like you were calling for help. You damn brat, I'll end you, the sludge villain said before firing off another one of Katsuki's explosion, blasting Izuku away from him. Before he crash-landed, however, he is caught by bright green goo creature and lands safely. Green goo, Izuku said as he observed the object he landed on. A green head then emerged and faced Izuku. Doing something as reckless as that? I gotta admit, kid, you're either brave or completely cracked, the green goo said to Izuku. Either way, I'm all for it. Izuku looks up and immediately recognized who had just saved him. Ren-san, Izuku exclaimed. The name's Goop if you don't mind. Goop replied. It's one of the vigilantes. Death Arms yelled. Stop, we don't have time for that, we need to focus on getting those kids out of there. Another hero yelled. My friend, Kachan. He's still trapped in there, Izuku said pointing to Katsuki. Please, you need to save him. Goop takes a moment to look at the villain. You again? Don't think the same trick will work again, you copycat fuck. The sludge villain yelled. Izuku, did you notice anything where you were that close? Goop asked. His eyes, Izuku quickly replied. When he tried to attack me, I threw my bag at his eyes. It seemed to have hurt him a bit. His eyes, Izuku, I have a plan. But I'm going to need your help. Goop said to Izuku. What? Me? But, there's no time to argue, you're the only one here. The other heroes are too scared to do anything. You want to save your friend, don't you? Goop asked. If you want to save your friend, we have to make a move now and make it fast. What do I need to do? Izuku asked. Goop then stretches himself, forming a slingshot-like device along the walls of the buildings of the district. I'm going to launch you. With enough force, you should be able to grab your friend right through the goo. Goop explained. But he'll see that coming, won't he? Izuku yelled. I got that covered. Just trust me, Izuku, we got this. Goop replied. Izuku looked at Katsuki again, who was still struggling against the villain. But what if I miss? What if I can't grab him? If I mess up, then he'll. Izuku thought to himself. A green hand suddenly grabs his shoulder. Izuku, your friend needs you. You can do this. I believe in you. You came this far, don't stop now. Goop assured Izuku. Izuku jumps over Goop's body and begins to walk backwards into Goop's slingshot, getting enough runaway for a launch. What does he think he's doing? All Might said to himself. When Goop's body could no longer stretch any further, Izuku braces for launch. Ready, fire! Both Izuku and Goop launch themselves towards the villain at almost neck-breaking speed, with Izuku screaming at the top of his lungs, arms open wide. What an obvious plan. Hope you two are ready to die. The sludge villain yelled, preparing to attack Izuku. From behind Izuku, however, Goop flies past Izuku and splatters himself onto the villain's eyes. Using the device above his head, he stretches himself upward, pulling the sludge villain's head with him and blocking his eyes. Damn it, I can't see, the sludge villain yelled. Like before, the villain releases his grip on Katsuki to try and rip off Goop from his head. Kachan! Izuku yelled, still flying towards Katsuki. Izuku manages to break through the villain's sludge and pushes Katsuki out of the villain's grasp. Katsuki was unconscious. It was probably a good thing, however. I did it, Izuku said to himself. Goop lands behind them and creates a bed for them to safely land on. You sure did, kid. Get him out of here, Izuku. I'll handle him. Goop said to Izuku. Alright, Izuku said, carrying Katsuki over his shoulder and running away. Just before running past the villain and towards the heroes, he looks back at Goop, who was assuming a fighting position. Damn it, that really hurt, you know, the sludge villain said as he managed to finally rip the gunk shots off. I'll make you pay for that. Oh really? Here's hoping you'll finally be able to do something right. Goop said mockingly. The sludge villain attacks Goop, who dodges by flying past him using the floating device above his head. Don't think for 1 second that same trick will work twice. He continues to dodge the villain's onslaught. Come on man, this is getting boring. Can you please just turn yourself in already? I got somewhere to be. Goop replied. Shut your mouth, the sludge villain yelled as he began picking up objects around him. Eat this. The sludge villain tosses some debris at Goop. Good idea, Goop said as he flies towards the debris. A green flash blinds the villain and the rest of the spectators as it revealed a new form. Upchuck, the new form yelled. What the hell? The villain yelled out. Did he just change forms? A spectator yelled out. No way, what an awesome quirk. Is he really a vigilante? He can change forms. Izuku said to himself. Wait, then does that mean? Upchuck eats the debris with ease and fires back at the sludge villain, causing pieces of his body to splatter across the district and get smaller. Upchuck lands on the ground and faces the villain. He continues to eat more debris and fires more shots while running around the villain, this time, at the villain's eyes again. You bastard, stop doing that, the villain yelled out. If you say so, Upchuck replied. Another bright green flash envelopes the district as it revealed yet another new form. Spitter, the new form yelled. Spitter fires a gush of yellow ooze on the villain, causing him to be drenched in it and splatter small parts of the sludge's body across the plaza. The villain tries to reform his body, but the yellow ooze was too slippery to let him. What is this? The sludge villain exclaimed. Oh, you'll find out. Once more, another flash of green light reveals another new form. Shock Squatch. Get ready for this shocking experience. Shock Squatch proclaimed as his fist began to surge with electricity. He slams down on the stream of ooze left by Spitter. The ooze conducts instantly with Shock Squatch's electricity and shocks the sludge villain relentlessly, making him scream in pain until he splatters across the entire district. Sleep tight, Goo man. Now for another problem, Shock Squatch said as he looked at the fires around the district. Another bright green light flashes and reveals another new form. Water Hazard. Water Hazard begins to fire a torrent of water from his palms in order to put out the fires around him. Once all the fires were put out, he does a big stretch. And that is that. The simmering of embers was soon followed by cheering of the civilians. That guy's awesome. He managed to defeat that villain and save those kids. Who is this guy? With a quirk like that, he could have easily gone pro. Well, I suppose I should be thankful that he showed up, even if he's a vigilante. But now, All Might said to himself while looking at Izuku. I have some wrongs I need to make right. Ren looks back at the crowd who was cheering for him. Mr. Ren, you're amazing. Izuku said out loud while gazing at Ren. You won't get away this time. Death Arms said as he ran towards Ren. You're under arrest for vigilantism and endangerment of a child. Death Arms punches Ren, who dodges with ease and fires a torrent of water to push Death Arms into a food stand. I just did 80% of your job and this is the thanks I get. Ren said sarcastically. Endangerment of a child, police. Like standing by and watching him die was any better. Unfortunately, big guy, I don't have time for this. I have some business to attend to. A bright green light flashes once more and reveals a new form. Jetray, maybe next time, you'll wear a diaper underneath that tacky costume so people won't see just how bad you were pissing yourself. With that said, it looks like you have a villain to pick up. Jetray said as he then flew off into the sky, unable for anyone to catch him. Later. Damn it, he got away again. Death Arms yelled as he got up drenched in water. Let's just focus on getting his villain in jail. Another hero said. But first. The heroes looked to Izuku who was still gazing at Jetray flying. You idiot, the heroes yelled towards Izuku. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? You could have gotten yourself killed. Izuku flinches at their shouting and begins bowing furiously. He looks over at Bakugo who was receiving medical attention and praise from the other heroes. But somehow, he didn't feel jealous or sad. He smiled, knowing that he had helped save his friend. A few hours later, after a long scolding, Izuku finally starts heading home under the bright glow of the sunset. He thinks about the feeling he got when he managed to grab Katsuki through the villain's goo. Izuku smiles and grips his backpack straps even tighter. I wish I could have gotten to thank Ren for back then. Izuku thought to himself. His words, they gave me the strength to save Katsuki, even though he knew I was quirkless, he believed in me. Oh well, guess it's too late for that now. Deku, a voice called out to him from behind. It was Katsuki. Kachan, Izuku said quietly. A running Katsuki comes charging at Izuku, then stopping to catch his breath. Listen to me, I would never ask someone like you to help me. Don't you dare look down on me, not for 1 second. You got that, I was fine on my own. You're just a quirkless loser who wouldn't even cut it as a rent-a-cop. You didn't help me, you did nothing, got that? Katsuki shouted before angrily turning away. Damned nerd. What was that about? Izuku said to himself. Well, he's right. With no quirk, I don't have a chance of becoming a hero. I guess it's time to choose a different future. Just as Izuku turned away and began walking home, a black and blue feline-like man appeared in front of him, bringing with him a strong gust of wind. There you are, I've been looking everywhere for you. The blue speedster said to Izuku. Wah, Izuku yelled, taken aback slightly by the stranger's approach. Who are you? Kid, relax, it's me, Ren. The blue speedster explained. Izuku stares a bit longer before replying. Ren-san, is that really you? Izuku asked. Well, right now I'm Fast Track, but I can change that. Fast Track said before a bright green flash blinds Izuku. When Izuku opens his eyes, Ren is there standing in front of him where Fast Track had been standing. There, better, Ren asked. Mr. Ren, it really is you, Izuku exclaimed. Well, I told you it was. Like I said, I've been looking everywhere for you. Ren replied. Huh, you were looking for me? Izuku asked. The one and only Izuku Midoriya. Ren replied as he smiles and put his hands in his pocket. I wanted to ask you an important question, Izuku. One that could change your life forever. You got some time? Izuku nods his head yes. Ren walks past him and looks at the ocean view. Remember when we met earlier today, under that bridge with the sludge villain? Ren asked. Oh, of course I do. Izuku asked. And do you remember what you told me? That you wanted to become a hero, despite having no quirk? Ren asked. Why yes. Izuku replied skeptically. You wanna know what I thought about that when you first told me that? I thought, this kid's either the craziest kid I've ever met, or bravest hero in the world. Ren replied. I still believe that quirks aren't everything. In fact, they're not even necessary to become a hero. Sure they help, but it's not what really matters. What matters? As the heart. Izuku finishing Ren's sentence. It's what you told me. When we first met. Ren looks back at Izuku with a smile. Right, a lot of people think heroes are like some kind of gods. Like, people who have never once faced a shred of fear in their life. People always see them as invincible, unstoppable and fearless. But if you ask me, a hero who knows no fear is a damned fool. Ren continued. Being brave, and having courage, isn't about having no fear. It's about acknowledging what you're afraid of, and having the balls to face it head on, to force yourself to move towards that fear and keep facing the future. Izuku's eyes lit up like a sparkle as tears formed in his eyes. Ren takes a step towards Izuku. Today, when the sludge villain took that kid hostage, while all the other heroes were hesitating and the kid was suffering, the one with the biggest heart of them all rushed into action, with no hesitation. That guy was the coolest hero I've ever seen in my life. That guy was you, Izuku. Not Death Arms, not Mount Lady, not even Kamui Woods. You, Ren said to Izuku. Ren-san, Izuku muttered. Izuku, would you believe me if I told you that I'm actually quirkless as well? Ren asked. Huh, Izuku muttered. But, I saw you use your quirk. You changed into those things. You changed into 5 of those things at once. Yes, I did, but not because I have a quirk, but because I have this. Ren said as he showed Izuku his watch. It's called the Omnitrix. Long story short, it's what lets me transforms into the creatures you saw today. Also, they're not creatures. They're actually aliens from different worlds. Their DNA is all stored in this device right here. A device that lets someone transform into a creature that has a quirk. Not just creatures, but aliens. So aliens really do exist. I mean, there's been theories dating back to more than a century ago, but is that even possible? I've never heard of anything like that before. That must be a piece of advanced technology. I've only ever heard of people using support items that lets them utilize their quirks before, but something that essentially gives you a quirk is just. Izuku muttered to himself quickly, trying to understand how it works. You nerd out pretty easily, huh? But yeah, in other words, I'm exactly like you. Quirkless through and through, Ren said after chopping Izuku's head to snap him out of his muttering. Stop that. From a distance, All Might in his skeletal form was about to turn the corner, looking for Izuku when he saw him talking to Ren. He began to listen in on their conversation. That young man, haven't I met him before? All Might asked himself. Thanks for trying to make me feel better, Ren-san, but I'm nothing like you. You were awesome when you were fighting that villain. You were confident and brave, but I just... Izuku explained. There is a moment of silence shared between the two. But you were the one who saved your friend, wasn't it? Ren asked. Izuku looked up with surprise in his face. Sure, I may have been the one to launch you, but you were the one who caught him. I couldn't have done it without your help, Izuku. You did that, not me. Ren said to Izuku. That kid alone looked danger in the face, shouted and fought against it with all of his courage and heart. If that doesn't make someone a hero, then I don't know what does, in all honesty. I may be from a different world, but I know a hero when I see one, Izuku. Wait, is he the one who fought that villain earlier? The vigilante, All Might thought to himself. The courage that you showed back at the shopping district. When all of the other heroes just stood by and watched, you were the only one who summoned the courage needed in order to save a friend in need. The strength you showed when facing the same villain that nearly took your life before is the very strength that defines a hero. And the conviction you had when you went along with my plan, despite not knowing much about me and having no reason to trust me. You did, for the sake of your friend. Ren said to Izuku. It was nothing. He looked like he was in so much pain. And I knew just how much it hurt, since it happened to me before. So when I saw him in the same position as I was back then, Izuku replied, I just couldn't sit around and do nothing. My legs just moved on their own before I even knew what was happening. In just a few short moments, I saw you shine brighter than anyone else there at the time. Strength, courage and conviction. Could you believe that? A scrawny little kid with no powers or skills, just wanting to try and save someone who needed help. Rushing into danger without any hesitation. That kid had the makings of a hero inside of him. Ren said to Izuku. And that's why I'm here today. Izuku Midoriya, I want you to become my successor. What? Why your successor? What do you mean by? I want to offer you a chance, Izuku. The same chance that was offered to me years ago, one that changed my life forever. This chance was once offered to me by the man who taught me everything I know. And now I'm giving you that same chance. Ren said as he held out his hand. This torch that I wear on my wrist now was entrusted to me by my teacher, and now I want to pass it down to you. There is greatness living inside of your heart, Izuku. Even without any powers, you had the heart of a true hero. No matter what anyone may think, I know it in my heart. You can become a hero. Izuku, upon hearing Ren's offer, could no longer maintain his composure and dropped down to his knees in tears. Clutching his heart as the emotions he was feeling was too much. All his life, he just wanted someone to believe in him. His mother, his teachers, his so-called friends, they all told him the same thing over and over again. For the first time in his life, he felt as if his dreams were possible. They were all finally possible, through this man. Ren 10,000. Izuku Midoriya, I want you to be the third-generation wielder of the Omnitrix. Ren said to Izuku. What do you say, kid? Izuku looked up at Ren, who was glowing with the sunset behind him like a ray of hope. With a smile covered in tears, Izuku gives his answer. Yes, thank you, Mr. Ren. Izuku said through his tears. Ren smiles and kneels down, placing his hand on Izuku's shoulder to comfort him. From now on, it's Sensei. Ren said to Izuku. Hope you're ready as to what's to come. Your training has officially begun. All Might stares at the two in curiosity, Ren especially. Ren, just what are you up to? All Might asked. The morning sun shines through Izuku Midoriya's window and onto his face, awakening him from his sleep. He winces at the light before sitting up in his bed. He looks out his window and smiles, for today is a very special day for him. The day he starts his training with Ren 10,000. Yesterday, Izuku is slowly wiping away his tears as Ren tries to comfort him. No offense, kid, but I've never seen some cry as much as you just did. Ren commented. Izuku sniffles with a chuckle at Ren's comment. Sorry, it was just. I know, kid, I know. So I have to ask. What did you mean by accepting your gift, exactly? And your successor, what's all that about? I can't really explain it all at once right now. It's a long story, one that requires a lot of time. So how about this, are you free tomorrow? Yes, I have a day off from school tomorrow. Awesome. Then meet me here tomorrow morning and I'll explain everything. We'll even start your training. My training? Sorry, Ren, I mean Sensei. What type of training? You said you wanted to be a hero, right? I'll whip you into shape so that you really can become one. So tomorrow, crack of dawn. Deal. Why yes, I'll see you then, Sensei. Izuku said before he ran home. Oh, don't forget your sweats and some water. Ren watched as Izuku ran off. Once he was out of sight, he looked towards the sky. Now then, Ren said to himself. Once Izuku passed him, All Might peeked around the corner once more only to be blinded by a flash of a bright green light. Jetre, the creature from the green light shouted. Where am I gonna sleep for the night? Jetre asked himself before flying off. All Might comes out from the shadows and looks at Jetre in the sky. So it's true, he really is one of the vigilantes. Or rather, is he all of them? The creatures he transformed into during the sludge villain fight, they all had the same symbol on their chests. Could it be that all of these supposed individuals are really the same person? If that's true, young Midoriya might be in more trouble than I thought, especially if Ren is with him. All Might said to himself before looking in the direction that Izuku ran towards. All Might remembers the day he met Ren, about a week ago from today. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who'd hurt an innocent person. When I first met him, I didn't feel any kind of harmful intent from him. Ren, if you really are all those vigilantes and you've been saving all those people, I don't understand, why become a vigilante when you could have gone pro? Top 5 easily. As a pro hero, it's my job to catch vigilantes like you and turn them in. All Might then remembers his words to Midoriya on the roof and how distraught he looked when hearing those words. But do I really have a right to stop him? I crushed Midoriya's dream. Ren's doing what I was going to do, offer Midoriya a chance at becoming a hero. What if he's not with him? What if he genuinely wants to help Midoriya? I'll keep an eye on both of them for now, I suppose, but Ren. If you ever cause Midoriya any pain or distress, I swear on my master's grave that I'll turn you in myself. Present day, Izuku grabbed the singular piece of toast from his small oven in the kitchen and ran out the door. He began running towards the beach, where his new sensei was waiting, eating his piece of toast along the way. I'm so excited right now I can barely contain myself. It all feels so surreal, Izuku thought to himself as he continued running. At the beach, Ren was leaning against the railings, watching the tides go back and forth onto the beach and listening to the sound of seagulls fly over him and feeling the wind blow in his hair. Next to his right leg was a bag, clearly with something in it. You know, despite being a bit of a backwater planet, there's just something about Earth that seems so peaceful. Ren thought to himself, I could almost see myself staying here forever, almost. Beautiful view, isn't it? A voice next to Ren asked. Ren looks to his right, a familiar face smiled at him and he returned the gesture. Oh hey, Toshinori, right, how've you been? Ren asked delightfully. I've been fine, what about yourself Ren? All Might responded. Been doing well for the most part. What brings you out this early in the morning? Oh just routine and nostalgia for the most part. When I was young I used to come here for a bit of training and exercise. Really, never would have imagined you were the type to exercise. Did the beach always look like this? Not always, there would sometimes be a bit of trash here and there, but not this bad. In my day, the coastline was still visible. I've been meaning to do something about it for a while now, but I just can't seem to find the time these days. Ah, but enough about me. What brings you out this early? Usually young folk like you tend to sleep in. Well, usually I would be. But today, let's just say I have an appointment with someone. Huh, what do you mean? I was actually planning on moving all this trash as a sort of training regimen. Not for me, but for this kid I met yesterday. Ren leans in forward on the railing, looking at the sunrise once more. He's a pretty interesting kid. He's a bit rough around the edges, but he's got a heart of gold. I think like most kids around his age, he wants to become a hero. But he's always made fun of at school because of it. He's a bit soft and I'm willing to bet he's never won an actual fight against anybody before either. Yet he believes so desperately in that dream of his. He must be talking about young Midoriya. This is the perfect opportunity to survey him from afar. All Might thought to himself. Why go through all the effort then? It almost sounds like he's reckless. Why would you risk helping someone like that? Well, I guess it's because I see a bit of myself in him. I know what it's like to be different from everyone else. But unlike him, I had to toughen up on my own. Because where I'm from, it was either toughen up or get eaten up. But then, I met my sensei. Despite me being the little shitbag kid I was, he still chose to help me. He changed my life forever. I don't want him to go through anything like that on his own. The thing about him that I admire the most was that no matter how bad the situation gets, you can always guarantee that he'll never run. He's willing to sacrifice everything if it meant just saving one life. I want to give him this training in order to have him survive long enough to save more than just one life. I see, he sounds like a splendid young man. From how you'd describe him, I'd be proud to call him a hero someday. Well, I hope it all goes well. I'll be heading out now. Someone as old as me would only get in the way. Tell him I said good luck for me. All Might said as he began to leave. Later Toshinori. Ren replied back, giving a wave. As Toshinori leaves, he turns a corner and once he's sure there's no one else around, he changes into his buff form and jumps onto a nearby roof. One that wouldn't be too far but close enough to watch the two. Now then, Ren, time to see what you're really about. All Might thought to himself. A few minutes pass before Ren hears yet another familiar voice. Sensei. Izuku shouted. Sensei. Good morning. Yo Izuku, you made it. Ren replied. Izuku stops in front of Ren trying to catch his breath. Ren holds out his fist to Izuku. You excited? Ren asked. Of course, Izuku said returning the fist bump. So Sensei, what's the first thing we're doing today? Well first, we gotta get you situated with the proper gear first. Ren replied as he took a strange capsule from the bag near his feet. What's that? Some kind of capsule? Izuku asked as he looked at the capsule. We'll get to that, but Izuku, before I give you this, I have to warn you about something. Ren said to Izuku. Izuku looks up at Ren, prepared to listen intently. This gift I'm giving you, the device inside of this capsule. The responsibilities it entails, it isn't something to be taken lightly. In this capsule is the key to your future, as it was mine once upon a time. It was my master's before me, now I have the honor of passing this on to my own student. What lies in this capsule is one of the most powerful devices in the galaxy, even in my time and my master's time. There have been multiple attempts from villains that wanted to use this power for their own selfish purposes. By accepting this, you'll be accepting the responsibility needed to protect this device as well as all the pain and sorrow it may bring. You will need to sacrifice everything you want for the sake of others' well-being. Even your hopes and dreams. Because wearing this doesn't mean you'll just become a hero on Earth, but you must become a hero of the entire galaxy. Now, knowing all of this, will you still accept? Ren asked. Wow, a hero of the entire galaxy. Izuku asked. That's a lot to unload on me at once, sensei. Yeah, I know, but it's not a choice, it's a responsibility. Because when you wear this, you represent the entire galaxy, as you are one of the people who will connect every life form in the universe and become a symbol of unity and hope. I need to know if you're ready to accept that, Ren explained. Izuku looks at the capsule with a bit of fear in his eyes. He stares at his reflection in the glistening shine of the metal. So, if I wear this, I need to save everyone, not just on Earth, but in the universe. Izuku said to himself. Izuku then remembered the look of Katsuki's face when he was held captive by the sludge villain, how Katsuki was on the verge of tears from suffocating. Sensei, Izuku said, there are other people on different worlds that are suffering as well, right? Just like how ours does. Of course, no planet exists without suffering some form of pain. When I remember how Kachan's face looked when that villain was attacking him, I couldn't help but feel like I had to do something at that moment. At the time, I didn't understand why, now looking back on it. It was because I knew what that pain felt like, what the fear felt like, and I didn't want anyone to go through that. So, if accepting this means that I can save a lot more people in the galaxy like that, then I won't give a second thought more. I'll save them no matter what. I accept these conditions, sensei. Ren's face broke into a smile, one of pride and joy as he looked at the driven boy in front of him. I knew I liked you from the start, Izuku. All right then, what are you waiting for? Your gift is waiting, Ren exclaimed. Izuku stepped forward and merely touched the top of the capsule, which opens and reveals a glowing green device. Sensei, is this? Izuku asked. Yup, your very own Omnitrix. What are you waiting for, kid? Ren asked. Izuku reached his left hand out to grab it. In a split second, the Omnitrix jumped from the capsule and attached itself to Izuku's wrist, causing him to scream in fright. Ah, it just jumped on its own. Get it off, get it off, get it off, Izuku shouted. Ren started laughing uncontrollably, kneeling to the floor with his stomach in pain. From the rooftop nearby, All Might could see and hear Izuku shouting in fear as Ren was on the ground laughing. What exactly is happening down there? All Might thought. Oh man, you should see the look on your face right now, Izuku. Get it off, get it off, get it off, priceless. Ren said, laughing in between tears. Izuku begins to calm down, trying to catch his breath as he stared at the Omnitrix that latched onto his hand. Oh man, now I get why Ben laughed his ass off as well, that was too funny. Ren said, standing up. Wait, that's completely normal? Izuku asked. For the most part, yeah. It did that to me when I first wore it too. I apologize for that, kid, couldn't resist. Well, Izuku, congratulations on getting your first Omnitrix and taking the first step to becoming a hero. Ren exclaimed. Izuku's eyes widen with glee and he smiles, staring at the shining metal on the Omnitrix. Alright, now we can get started. Why don't try it out for a spin? Ren asked. What alien should I try out first? Goop, or that upchuck guy, maybe Spitter, oh, maybe that cool yellow guy you turned into yesterday, Shock Squatch. Izuku asked. Slow down, kid, with that Omnitrix, you can change into aliens, yeah, but not the ones I used. I gave you my original 10 aliens just to start with. Just pick one and we'll start your training with that one. Ren explained. Just out of curiosity sensei, how many aliens can you change into sensei? Izuku asked. Good question, I sorta lost count around. 1,900,000. Ren asked. Almost 2 million, and I only get 10. That doesn't seem fair at all. Izuku yelled. Well, I can always just take it back if you don't like it. Ren grumbled. No, but can't I just can't more than 10? Izuku asked. You'll get more in the future, I promise kid, but if I started with 10, so can you. Besides, I'm considered a vigilante, if you started using my aliens, it would only cause problems for you. Ren replied, and besides, not every alien in the Omnitrix is suited for combat. So if anything, the number of aliens that I can use for hero stuff is like around 10,582. Well, I suppose that's fair then. Izuku replied before sighing. I was really looking forward to using Upchuck too. Look, I promise that you'll get more in the future. But right now, this is just training so you can learn how to use the Omnitrix and the aliens' abilities. Now come on, change into something already. We're burning daylight out here. Ren said to Izuku. Right. Izuku replied eagerly. Izuku closed his eyes, took a breath, and relaxed his entire body. Ren stood there in confusion, wondering what Izuku was doing. What are you doing, kid? Ren asked. Well, I've seen you transform before. Doesn't it just happen? Like, if you think about it in your mind or something? Izuku asked. Okay, you know what, that one's on me. Ren said as he approached Izuku. What, am I doing something wrong? Izuku asked. I'm able to do that because I have the master control, but since you're not exactly ready for that yet, you gotta hit this button right here. Ren explained as he pushed the button on the side of Izuku's Omnitrix. The dial then pops up, showing a silhouette of a figure in the center of the dial. Whoa, so cool, Izuku said to himself. We're nowhere near the cool part yet. By turning the dial left or right, you can browse through the selection of aliens available in your Omnitrix. Ren explained. Izuku began to turn the dial of the Omnitrix. As he does, the silhouette in the center changes. Then when you land on an alien you want, you just hit the dial down and bam. Ren replied. Izuku gulps when he finally lands on an alien that looks interesting. Alright, here goes nothing. Izuku said to himself. Izuku slams the dial down and the transformation begins. A bright green flash shines the entire beach as it slowly revealed an alien made of magma and fire. He takes a look at his hands, they were a bright yellow and red. He begins to panic and he looks at his reflection on the nearby glass on the buildings. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. Izuku yelled out frantically. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. Sensei, help me, the transformed Izuku yelled. Oh boy, this going to be a long training session. Ren thought to himself. Calm down, you're not actually burning, you know. Izuku doesn't hear this under the midst of his own screaming, however, continuing to tap his head repeatedly to put out the fire consuming his head. Oh, for God's sake, Ren said before transforming. Water hazard. Water hazard blasts Izuku with a torrent of water, causing him to fall back and scream in pain. The water, it burns. It burns, Izuku shouted. Water hazard stops firing his torrent and walks towards Izuku. You calmed down yet? Like I said, you're not burning. Well, you are, but not in a way that could hurt you. Water hazard said. Izuku, panting, slowly gets up and catches his breath. When he does, the fire on his head reignites and he regains his color. Izuku looks at his hands once more, then his reflection in the glass next to him. He touches his head and the fire engulfing it, he truly wasn't getting hurt at all. Is this really me? I'm an alien, Izuku asked. Water hazard then transforms back into his human form and walks closer to Izuku. Yup, that's you all right. Only you could possibly make that high pitch of a scream, even in alien form. This alien here is a Pyronite, an alien from the star Pyros. I call him Heat Blast, for simplicity's sake. Heat Blast, so cool, Heat Blast said as he looked at his hands. Their species can generate and manipulate intense heat and flames from their bodies and even fire them off in a variety of different forms, like a ball or a torrent of flames. They can also enhance the flames on their bodies so that their physical attacks do more damage to their opponent. So cool. Heat Blast is just like the number 2 hero, Endeavor. No, not just cool. I'm hot. Hehehehe. Heat Blast said jokingly. Ren splashes a bit of the leftover water from Water Hazard on the ground onto Heat Blast, much to his dismay. Focus. Come on, let's head down to the beach and try practicing with Heat Blast. Yes, sensei. Heat Blast excitedly yelled as he followed Ren. From a nearby rooftop, All Might could not believe what he had just seen. Not only was his suspicions about Ren being all of the vigilantes, but he also witnessed young Midoriya transform into his own creature as well. Gee, that's unbelievable. He transformed into that thing. All Might said to himself. Ren, just who exactly are you? What are you trying to do with young Midoriya? Back down on the beach, Heat Blast was jumping up and down, trying to warm up for the exercise being given to him by Ren. Alright, now, try firing a fire blast at that pile of trash right there. Ren explained. How do I do that with Heat Blast? Heat Blast asked. A neat function that comes with the Omnitrix is that it downloads the instinct of that alien species when it grabs a sample of its DNA. Think of it as muscle memory or genetic memory specific to that species. Focus, relax and try to fire a blast. Just trust your instinct and do what feels natural. Ren explained. Heat Blast takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and focuses. After about a minute of silence, Heat Blast lifts up his arm and releases a fireball from his hand, exploding the pile of trash into a burst of flames. I did it, sensei. I really did it, Heat Blast said, jumping up and down. You did great, kid, but now, Ren said as he pointed to the burning pile of trash. You gonna do something about that? Heat Blast looked over to the rising flame. What do we do? It's going to spread like wildfire at this rate. Heat Blast exclaimed. Relax, this is a good opportunity anyway. Try absorbing it into your body. Ren said to Heat Blast. Huh? Heat Blast asked. Heat Blast species can also absorb any kind of heat or fire source into their bodies, letting them put out fires in mere seconds while boosting their own flames as well. Just like before, trust your instinct and act. Okay, just trust your instinct. Heat Blast said before taking yet another deep breath and holding out his arms. After few seconds go by, another small explosion happens in the burning trash, followed by a panicking Heat Blast. I can't do it. I can't. Sensei, help. I don't want to be responsible for burning down the entire city. Heat Blast yelled. Yes, you can, Izuku. Calm down. Listen to me. It's just like breathing. You have to feel the fire entering your body like how you feel the oxygen enter yours. You can do this, Izuku. Ren explained. Heat Blast takes his position again and holds out his arms yet again. He takes multiple deep breaths, feeling the fire as it rose. Before long, the flames from the trash begins to enter Heat Blast's body. That's it, keep focusing. Ren said to Heat Blast. Heat Blast continues his breathing, attempting to try and absorb more of the fire. Before he could absorb the rest of the flames, he feels the fire he absorbed building up within him. It felt as if he was trying to hold in a lung full of air and it was ready to burst. Izuku, you okay? Ren shouted out. Before he could answer, the stream created when he was absorbing the fire suddenly bursts apart, causing Heat Blast to collapse onto his knees in exhaustion and created yet another fire. Izuku, Ren shouted before transforming with a bright green flash. Water Hazard. Heat Blast watches as Water Hazard out the fires with ease and looks down in shame. Oh man, that was embarrassing. First I started a fire, then when trying to put it out, created an even bigger fire. Good going, Deku, Heat Blast said to himself. Don't beat yourself up, it was your first time trying out an alien form. For the most part, you did good all things considered. Water Hazard said, trying to comfort Heat Blast. But, I took a long time firing a blast and couldn't absorb all the flames. Heat Blast said, staring at his hands. Should something like this really be in my hands? A small gush of water hits Heat Blast, snapping him out of his moping and coughing up water. A green flash catches his attention as Ren stood in front of the early rising sun. Stop all that moping. Like I said, it was your first time controlling a different form. Do you think it was easy for me when I first used it? Trust me, when I was being trained, I started a way bigger fire than you did. It's like when a baby first learns how to walk, it's difficult at first, but the more you do it, the less you have to think about it. Did you just compare me to a baby? Well, yes, if that baby was about 5 feet 5 inches, on fire and can shoot flames out of its hands. Bottom line, everyone starts somewhere. Nothing's ever perfect on the first try. The fact that you were able to launch a fireball was great for a first time. But, still, can I really be a hero like that? Heat Blast thought to himself. Ren looks at Heat Blast, who was still on his knees, moping at his inability to fully control the form. I got an idea. One that will bring out your potential. A green flash blinds Heat Blast as Ren's shadow was replaced by a much larger figure. A dark green plant creature with what looks like a flame for a head looms over Heat Blast. Swamp Fire. A new transformation. So cool, Heat Blast yelled. Maybe you just need some good old-fashioned combat training to understand what I mean. Swamp Fire asked Heat Blast as he created fireballs in each hand. Wait, I'm not ready, Heat Blast yelled. In a real fight, your opponent doesn't care if you're ready or not. Now show me what you're capable of, Izuku. Swamp Fire yelled before firing a fire blast at Heat Blast, who dodges and runs away. Come on, what's with the running? What kind of hero runs away? All Might, still watching the pair train, was more confused than ever, watching as Swamp Fire blasted and chasing Heat Blast. What exactly are they doing? All Might asked himself. Just, give me a minute. Heat Blast yelled between dodging Swamp Fire's blasts. Minute's over. Now fight back. Swamp Fire yelled, throwing another swarm of fire blasts. He's really not joking, is he? He's really trying to hit me. Isn't this a bit too much for the first day? I can't run forever though, I need to think of something. Heat Blast thought to himself as he continued to dodge. Heat Blast eventually reaches the end of the line as a huge mountain of trash blocks Heat Blast in with nowhere left to run. Swamp Fire slowly approaches Heat Blast, armed with a fireball in each hand. Nowhere left to run, Izuku. Becoming a hero means you'll often face situations where the odds will be stacked against you. You have to learn how to overcome these challenges, whether you're with others or on your own. Heat Blast stares at the impending doom in front of him. His mind begins to wander and panic, thinking of a way to get out of this situation. Now then, will you run again? Or will you finally act like a hero? Because that kid from yesterday, that kid was a real hero. Is he still in there? In that heart of yours, shackled by years of bullying and insecurity? If he is, I would very much like to meet him. Swamp Fire asked Heat Blast. At the last minute, Heat Blast remembers Ren's instruction from earlier today. Think of it as muscle or genetic memory. Just trust your instinct and let it loose. Come, Izuku, show me what you got. Show me that you have what it takes to be a hero. Swamp Fire yelled out. Heat Blast suddenly releases a torrent of flames from his mouth, surprising Swamp Fire, who barely manages to counter it in time with his own torrent. When the stream of flames disappear, a charging Heat Blast forms a large fireball with both of his hands. A direct attack. I don't have time to counter, I have to guard. Swamp Fire thought to himself, guarding with both of his arms in front of his face. When it comes to a direct fight against Sensei, I don't have a chance. But if I manage to catch him off guard, even if it's just for a second, I can win. Heat Blast thought to himself. Please work, please work, please work. Just when it seemed as if Heat Blast was ready to fire the ball at Swamp Fire, he suddenly aimed it down at the ground, turning the ball into a torrent of flame instead that launches him into the sky and over Swamp Fire. Swamp Fire could only watch in awe and shock, seeing the flying Heat Blast. While still in the air, Heat Blast quickly looks back and creates an even larger fireball, which he launches at Swamp Fire. The impact of the fireball sends Swamp Fire flying backwards and into the pile of trash. Heat Blast lands unevenly, falling over onto his back. As he does, he stares at the huge puff of smoke created from his blast. There is a moment of silence accompanied by the simmering of the fires around them. Finally, A shadow of Swampfire emerges from the smoke. Yes, 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 Swampfire said smiling. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go, baby. Heat Blast smiled back at Swampfire before being interrupted by a flash of red from the dial on his chest, followed by a loud beeping noise. A flash of red engulfs them both, and the alien hero Heat Blast was now replaced with one Izuku Midoriya. Izuku was a bit confused at first, looking at his hands and touching his legs and chest. I'm normal again. But why? Izuku asked. Swampfire walks towards Izuku while transforming back into his human form. That would be the limiter function on your Omnitrix. Right now, the time limit that you can spend in each transformation is 10 minutes. Huh, why such a short time? Izuku exclaimed. It's because your body isn't used to the transformations yet. Staying too long in a transformation will have serious side effects on your own DNA. Ren explained. Are you serious? Wait, I won't turn into some kind of mutant, will I? Izuku shouted. Relax, that won't happen. The limiter is there so that doesn't happen to you all while getting your body used to transforming. Soon, we'll be able to take off the limiter and you'll be able to change as freely as I do. But for now, you'll have to learn how to work around it timing out as well as the recharge time. But for the most part, Ren offers his hand out to Izuku. You did good, kid. That was what I wanted to see from you. Izuku grabs Ren's hand and lifts himself up. That feeling when you fired a blast, never forget that feeling. That was all you. Izuku said with tears forming in his eyes. But we really need to work on your self-confidence and motivation though. You doubt yourself too much. But, Izuku, I know you can't help it. I bet being a quirkless kid in this society, everybody always picked on you for being different, right? Told you that you were less than worthless. Izuku goes silent as flashbacks of Katsuki's bullying thaw out the years flooded his mind. That nickname that he hated so much was louder than any of the painful memories he had. Confidence is important in a situation, as it helps stop you from hesitating. In the world of heroes, even a single moment of hesitation will get someone killed. I don't mean to sound all gloom and doom, but it's the truth. So I got an idea for motivation. You mentioned you wanted to go to a hero school, right? Oh, yeah, UA, the best hero school in Japan, where All Might graduated from. Then, how about this? If you manage to beat me in a fight while we're in alien form before the day of the entrance exams, I'll gift you a brand new alien. Really? A new alien? But the entrance exams isn't for another 10 months. Then that's good news for you. You can get 10 months worth of training and have 10 months to beat me even once. What do you say, Izuku? Deal? Why yes, it's a deal, sensei. Come on then, we still got a lot of more training to do today. Until your Omnitrix recharges, let's focus on your hand-to-hand combat skills for when you time out. You ready? Izuku smiles and takes Ren's hand. He stands and looks him in the eye. Yes, sensei, Izuku replied. Atta boy, Ren replied. On the rooftops, All Might continued to watch silently, looking at the smile on Izuku's face. Time skipped to about a month after Izuku received his Omnitrix from Ren. In this time frame, Izuku has managed to at least get used to transforming into the aliens. They have been practicing Izuku's alien abilities as well as his hand-to-hand combat skills, with a bit of free running and parkour in his human form. The beach is also a bit more cleaner than when they first started, as Ren made Izuku clean up the trash in his human form as a way to build up stamina and strength. Sounds of fighting could be heard throughout the early morning as two huge figures on the beach clash with each other. One with red skin and 4 arms as he faces off against Humongasaur. Izuku, Ren. They exchange blow for blow, with the fight clearly being in the dinosaur's favor, as he continues to push the red man back with each attack. Don't rely on just your punches. 4 arms has superhuman strength, use that to its fullest potential. Use every arm, give each of them a purpose. Use anything you can, the dinosaur said as he punched the 4 arms in the chest, sending him flying back into a pile of trash. 4 arms attempts to get back up by rolling over. He then sees a large chunk of metal and grabs it. Using 2 of his 4 hands, he swings the chunk of metal at the dinosaur, causing him block instinctively. With his free hands, 4 arms then punches the dinosaur hard. The dinosaur slides back a significant distance. 4 arms charges at the dinosaur blocks 4 arms attack and they seem to be at a standstill, not giving the other an inch. Good. That's what I'm talking about. You're really coming along, Izuku. The dinosaur said with a smile. It's all thanks to your teaching, sensei. Now, today's the day I finally win. 4 arms yelled with excitement. You remember your promise, right? If I beat you before the day of the entrance exams, you'll give me a new alien. I'm a man of my word, Izuku. And today would be the day you win, if you didn't forget one little detail. The dinosaur then proceeds to grow even larger with the scales along its spine popping out. The dinosaur manages to push 4 arms back and back even further down. Until finally, one shift motion of the dinosaur's tail sweeping 4 arms feet up causes 4 arms to fall backwards, putting him under the dinosaur's palm. Humongasaur's got a tail and ain't afraid to use it, the dinosaur said to 4 arms who was groaning. Humongasaur lifted his hand up and a loud beeping followed by a red flash soon revealed an exhausted Izuku, still rubbing his head as he sat up. He was shirtless but wore sweatpants with track shoes. His upper body had began to show slight signs of muscle from all the trash he cleaned up. Oh man, that makes 45 losses in a row, Izuku groaned. Ren transforms back into his human form as he approached Izuku. Hey, you did good. 4-armed species are physically stronger than Humongasaurs. You used that strength to take advantage of your surroundings and caught me a bit off guard. You're improving, Izuku, Ren said to Izuku. Ren extends his hand to which Izuku takes and lifts himself up with. Ren then walks over to a duffel bag nearby and grabs 2 water bottles out from it, tossing one to Izuku which he fumbles and barely catches. It's only been 3 weeks since we started. You're a fast learner. Just remember, instinct can only take you so far. Learn to think outside of the basics, use your surroundings. Turn your opponent's strengths into weaknesses. Got it, Izuku replied as he opened his water and drank it all down. What do you say we take a break for now, Izuku? I could use a break right now, yeah, Izuku said before turning to the view of the ocean and laying down on the sand. Ren walks to Izuku's side and sits down, admiring the beautiful ocean. Hey sensei, Izuku asked. What's up? Ren asked. When you met me again, after the sludge villain attack, you said that you were from a different world, right? Izuku asked. Right, even though I am human, I wasn't born on Earth. Ren asked. So, what was your home like? Or the planet you lived on? Izuku asked. There is a moment of silence that was only filled with the crashing of waves in the ocean. Compared to Earth, it's a hellhole made for the worst type of people from all across the universe. My time here on Earth is probably the most peaceful planet I've visited by far. Ren replied. Izuku doesn't say a word as he listened intently. The planet I'm from is called Vilgodin, located in the Tidros galaxy about roughly 89 billion light-years from here, give or take. Ren replied. That far away. The most we can see of the universe right now is only 45.6 billion light-years. Izuku exclaimed. There's really still more out there. A lot more than Earth realizes. The universe is ever expanding after all. You guys really didn't think you're all alone in the universe, did you? Ren asked. I mean, I always liked to think that there were aliens out there, the rest of the world though. Not so much, Izuku replied. But Vilgodin wasn't so much of a planet, more of a pit stop for criminals across the universe. A central hub where criminals, villains, lowlives and mob bosses come to either do business, catch some gigs with a high reward or even lay low. And that was the planet I spent 14 years of my life on. Ren replied as he pulled out his plumber's badge. Ren hands his plumber's badge over to Izuku, showing him a holographic image of a large skyscraper glowing brightly in the center of the city. See this building? This building is placed in the exact center of the entire planet. There's only one continent on Vilgodin and everyone wanted to try their luck to take over everything. This building is where the most powerful and influential gang leaders stayed in. Ren said. Everyone called this place, the Tops. The Tops, Izuku asked. It looks amazing. Anyone who was anyone had a suite in this place. The more powerful and rich you were, the more influence and authority you had inside. I'm talking about luxury meals, Sweets. Begin able to shower with warm water and drink crystal clean water instead of having to filter it 100 different times before you can take a sip without dying from the radiated poison in the sewers. Warm comfy beds, nicely air-conditioned rooms, the works. Ren explained. Basically, everything that you get to experience on a daily basis, we had to fight for on this planet. And since this was a planet with no concrete laws or heroes, crime was ever rampant with no hope of it ever going down. That sounds a lot like what the world went through back when quirks were still being discovered. There was a period of never-ending chaos all across the world as the world's leaders tried to figure out how to stop all of the fighting. Izuku replied. Yeah, well, imagine that, but amp it up to 11. This place was like a utopia for criminals where the ones with the biggest gangs ruled. Ren continued. But, even though this is my home planet, I wasn't born here. Huh? Izuku asked. I was found by a headmistress of a nearby orphanage. A woman named Carlia found me as a baby. She said I was in some kind of escape pod and landed just outside of the city's borders. Apparently, I was crying so loud that I drew in a couple of loose vulpimancers towards me. Ren explained. Vulpimancers? Izuku asked. Wild mutt species. Tomorrow's training session by the way, so look forward to that. A lot of exotic alien animals tend to come through Vilgoden sometimes. Guess they must have gotten loose somewhere and saw me as a small snack. But Carla fought them off for me. She ended up losing her hand but she protected me, Ren replied. When she looked into my pod, all she saw was this. Ren takes out a dog tag that had the appearance of and holds it out towards sunlight. This is a plumber's dog tag. When you scan them using any kind of ID system, it tells you all of the information stored about the agent that it belonged to. And this one belonged to my mom. Ren replied. Your mother? Izuku asked. A woman named Sarana Zark. Ren replied. She was a part of an intergalactic police force known as the Plumbers. She was one of the best agents on the base, went on countless missions, all of them a rousing success every time. Known for being both strong, clever, and the biggest shit talker on the base. Until she just disappeared from HQ and was never heard from again. Ren flips the dog tag over, revealing the backside of it to Izuku. And this is how I got my name, Ren said as he handed Izuku his mother's tag. Izuku looks at the backside of the dog tag, seeing the name, Ren, roughly carved into it, as if with a knife or a sharp object. Ren, she carved your name onto it, Izuku replied. This was all Carlia found when she saved me. No message, no video recordings, nothing. Just her tag and my name carved on the back of it. Ren continued. Does it still work? Izuku asked. Nah, it's been damaged. Everything on that tag is gone and lost to time, nothing but a memory now. Ren replied. Only reason why I know it belonged to my mom was because of the serial number on the back here. Ren puts away the dog tag and sighs deeply. And as for my old man. Well, turns out, he was some kind of bounty hunter mercenary. Went by the nickname, the Raven. Carried around a huge-ass sniper and never misses a shot. Apparently, he and my mom had some kind of fling for a while when their missions crossed each other's paths and well, out popped me then they proceeded to fuck off somewhere. Ren replied. They were both humans, so unfortunately, that meant no special powers for me. Are they still alive? Izuku asked. Dunno. They've both been Mia for the past 26 years, so I would say probably not. Ren replied. Anyway, from that point on, I lived at the orphanage for almost 10 years. Until we had to leave and fend for ourselves, that is. Ren replied. Leave? What happened to Carlia? Izuku asked. Ren said as he closed his eyes, staying silent for a moment before clearing his throat. She died, protecting us from some gang goons that burned down the orphanage. She fended them off to buy us time to escape. And I'm sorry. I didn't. Don't worry, you didn't know. It's all good. I'm just glad that out of all the orphanages I could have been thrown into, it was hers. To me, she was my mother. She taught us all the skills we needed to survive on Vilgoden. Ren replied. Most orphanages on the planet were mostly used by the other gangs to buy kids and turn them into gang members for their own forces. The males tended to mostly be sold into slavery or became dog fighters for a gang, the females. Well, they usually end up with a less than ideal occupations involving their bodies. Oh, Izuku muttered, but Carlia, she was different. She took care of all the kids in her orphanage. She never once even tried to sell us for any amount of money. Oh man, I wish you could have met her kid. The way she used to kick the gangsters' asses every time they showed up and tried to take one of us. Total badass. She protected all of us, right to the very end. Ren replied. When she died, me, Leah and Farka left and started our own gang, the Black Feathers. With me as the leader. Why you were a gang leader, sensei? Izuku yelled. Is it really that surprising? Ren asked. And no, it's just, I can't imagine you as a gang leader. Even when I first met you, you were kind and empathetic, so it's just a bit of a surprise is all. Izuku replied. Hey, must be losing my edge I guess. Ren said as he chuckled. We vowed to be the best gang in the entire world and take over the entire continent before we all turned into adults. To put the skills that Carlia taught us to good use, to make it to the very top of the Tops building and see the view from way up high. Ren takes off his gloves and look at the scars on his hands. Izuku stares at the multiple cuts on Ren's hand as well. See this scar in the center of my palm. Me and my friends back in my childhood, Leah and Farka. We cut ourselves and made a blood pact when we formed our gang. Ren said as he touched the scar. It was our creed, to always stand up for each other, to risk our lives for each other. To never run from a challenge and to always keep on fighting, no matter what may happen to any of us, just as Carlia always taught us to. What happened to them? Leah and Farka I mean. Izuku asked. They didn't make it, and by the time I got to the Tops and saw the view all three of us once vowed to see together. It only made me realize just how lonely I was by the end of it all. It really is lonely at the top, Izuku. Being the best doesn't mean a damn thing if you're all alone up there, with no one by your side who gives even a single damn about you. Ren replied. Sorry. I kind of got off track with this whole thing, huh? Sorry if I bored you. Ren nuzzles the top of Izuku's head as he laughed heartedly. Anyway, growing up human on an alien planet is almost as bad as being quirkless on Earth. I didn't have any special abilities compared to all the other alien kids at the orphanages, so I was often bullied, at the very start. Ren explained. Izuku's eyes widened slightly, staring at his sensei's bright smiling face as he recalled his own experience with bullying. How did you deal with it all? Izuku asked. Oh, I fought back one day of course. Beat them all to a bloody pulp. Got tired of being pushed around and my friends began picked on, so I decided to do something about it one day. Ren said holding his fist up. They didn't expect a thing. From that day on, they gave me the nickname the Red Maw. Izuku scoots away from his sensei a bit out of fear. After that, I just never stopped fighting. Whether someone challenged me directly or if someone looked at me wrong, I'd always choose to answer with my fists rather than my words. That was just how I've always done things. It was the only thing that people on Vilgoden respected. Strength. Ren replied. But you know, I probably would have continued spiraling down that dark path, if it wasn't for him. Who? Izuku asked. My master, Ben 10,000. Ren replied as he stared at the sunset. The hero of heroes. The greatest hero I've ever known. Ben 10,000. Hero of heroes. Izuku whispered as his eyes lit up brightly. Yeah, and like us, he was a quirkless human too. He got the Omnitrix when he was only 10 years old during a summer vacation trip across the galaxy with his grandpa Max and cousin Gwen. Since then, he had been using it to save and help people all over the universe. So young, 10 years old, so then, he's been fighting villains and risking his life ever since he was 10 years old. Izuku asked. And saved the universe like twice during that age, a whole bunch of more times during his teenage years. Even more when he was an adult. He was to me what All Might is to you. Everyone admired him. People from across the galaxy would always gossip about his achievements and how he used the Omnitrix to protect the galaxy from villains. Ren replied. Just wish he was still around so I could introduce you to him. He would have liked you. So, how did you meet your sensei then? Izuku asked. If you were a gang leader before you two met, then. Well, it was when I was your age actually. My old gang fell apart and I took over another one. When I met Ben, I was the leader of my second gang, the Red Hunters. We had just taken a huge score from an intergalactic transport carrying some high-level tech. Ren began to explain. -11 years ago, the TOPS building on planet Vilgohdon. On the very top of the TOPS building, multiple flashing neon lights illuminated from the windows as loud rave music shook the building. Within the top floor, there was a plethora of aliens all dressed in red leather jackets playing around with high-level blasters and weapons and celebrating their big score. The waitresses within the building walk around the wild part with multiple drinks on their trays, to which the aliens all take eagerly before toasting and drinking them. Look at this beauty. You definitely wouldn't find that anywhere else on this rock. We're frickin' rollin' in all this tech. And it's all thanks to our boss. They all look at their leader. A 14-year-old Ren was sitting by himself in an isolated corner. A cigarette burns in his mouth as he wiped the blood off of his face and arms. His hands shake subtly as Ren takes in a puff of smoke, calming down his shaking before putting his gloves back on. Ren Zark. Age: 14. Code name: Red Ma. Occupation: gang leader of the Red Hunters. Birth planet: Vilgohdon. Birthday: December 31st. Blood type: O negative. Hey boss, come on down here and celebrate with us. Ren only looks down at his gang, blowing out smoke before ignoring them. He looks out of the window next to him. As dark and brooding as ever I see. Still don't know how I feel about taking orders from a brat. One that's over 20 years younger than me, that is. Don't forget that brat is the one who took down Raghava for his position as leader. If he heard you, he would have snapped your neck or shot you dead. Yeah, trust me, it's not something I'll forget easily. Who would thought a kid like him would have been capable of that kind of brutality? Raghava's face is nothing but a pile of mush and guts now. And he did that with his bare hands. That kid has some serious issues. Honestly, just looking at him gives me shivers. I've seen some fucked up people back in my day, but what that kid did. Well, it almost made me a believer in religion. Yeah, if there's ever a real live devil walking among us, it'd be the boss up there. You're telling me? I've never seen anyone fight like he does. Raw, brutal and shockingly strong. You heard what people have been calling our boss, right? Apart from the Red Maw, some people have been taking a liking to the devil among devils. Considering just how many people he's zeroed by now, I think it's a fitting title. What's his body count up to now? Who knows? I lost track around 150 after the bombing on the night of 1,000 Screams. Oh man, I almost forgot that day. How could you forget? All of the people screaming as they burned to death. That stay still gives me shivers. I don't know if I would have had the guts to make that call. That entire city block, just, poof, done and gone in the blink of an eye. So glad I got my tubes tied. Imagine if I had a kid just as fucked up as he is. Total nightmare. What did you expect? Raghava kept him as a dog fighter in that underground ring for 3 years. He's had to literally fight for his life every hour of every day in order to live. And in the end, Raghava died by the very hands of his so-called greatest pawn. A bit ironic, Raghava forging a weapon that would become his doom. That's how life goes. But hey, at least with his leadership, we finally made it into the tops. Raghava could only ever dream of eating the things we are right now. And it's all because of that guy up there. Hey, as long as we keep hitting scores like this and making bank, I'll follow anyone to anywhere. As Ren sat by himself, still staring at the moons beyond, he shakes his leg up and down before taking another puff of his cigarette. He sighs deeply, releasing the large intake of smoke as a large humanoid fish-like alien approaches Ren. You know, I'd say a kid your age shouldn't be smoking. But something tells me even if I did, you wouldn't care either way. The humanoid fish said to Ren as he blew out smoke. That was your third pack of the day. Trying to head for an early grave, are we? Drexel Mullet. Age: 39. Code name: Bone Ripper. Occupation: second in command of the Red Hunters. Birth planet: Planet Zerlus. Birthday: Earth calendar metrics: April 3rd. What do you want, Drexel? I'm busy. Ren said as he continued to smoke his cigarette. Clearly, aren't you gonna go join the rest of our gang down there in the party? Drexel said, a leader should at the very least learn to mingle with his followers. I hate parties, Ren replied bluntly. You know that. Yeah, I do, Drexel said before handing Ren drink. Figured you'd just like some company, that's all. Tequila old-fashioned, topped off with beer and sprinkled in with some chili. Just the way you like it. Ren stares at the glass for a moment before taking it and chugging it instantly. Still get the shakes after all this time? Drexel asked. You know, the more you smoke, the more you'll get used to the buzz, right? Look, as long as you don't go back on Black X again, I don't care what kind of drugs you take to help with the nerves. Ren finishes the drink and takes a deep breath, shaking his head as he catches his breath. Yeah, after dealing with the withdrawal of that shit, trust me, I won't be relapsing anytime soon. Damn thing is fucking poison for the soul, no wonder this crap sells so well. Ren replied before smashing the glass against the wall. Jesus Ren, the hell was that for? Drexel asked, noticing Ren's still shaking leg and hands. Ren, it's just business. If you didn't kill them, they would have killed us. We had a job to do and we did just that. It's kill or be killed out here, you know that. That ghost convoy had all kinds of tech on it. We knew going in that the other gangs would try and claim the weapons on there for themselves. You did what you had to do. You really think they would be shaking like you or if you were the one that got flatlined? Quote. Yeah, I know, alright, I know, it's just. Ren replied as he finishes the last of his cigarette. Ren, this was a good haul. This mission was a complete success and it's all because of you. Take a look around Ren, we made it. We're in the tops, wasn't that your dream? To finally be somebody on this planet. Your very existence in this building alone proves that you were always meant to be somebody. Drexel said to Ren. Drexel stands up and approaches Ren, looking down on him. And that somebody is the leader of the Red Hunters, the Red Maw. The most fearsome gang leader the universe has and will ever know. The devil among devils, a wolf thirsting for blood, ready to hunt his prey anytime and anywhere. Drexel said to Ren, that is your legacy, kid, that is how people will remember you after you die. So while you're still alive, better live up to that legend and show people why you're not one to be messed with. Ren remains silent, he leaps off of the railing and walks closer towards the glass. He places his hand over the two moons and stared at the stars. Something on your mind? Drexel asked. Drexel, something stinks about this whole thing. Ren mutters. What are you talking about? Drexel asked. That whole heist, didn't it seem too easy? I keep getting that feeling again. That feeling in my gut. Ren said to Drexel. That feeling like we're being played. You're thinking too much about it, this is the score of a lifetime. We have enough to keep for ourselves and make a huge profit at the same time. With these weapons, we'll be able to take over the entire area. Then the world. Then after that, there won't be anyone left to stop us. Drexel replied. The Jagged Claw gang from the 34th district gave us more resistance than that transport did, and the Jagged Claw were composed of literal morons. No, the plumbers aren't that careless. Ren argued. This transport was carrying 4 tons of level 10 tech and it was just conveniently flying over Vilgoden with no crew aboard, millions of light years away from the nearest plumber's base. Ren, come on, I think the SIGs and tabloids have finally scrambled your brain. Just relax and enjoy the party for once. Drexel said to Ren. No, with all of that tech on board, there was no way the plumbers would ever let a transport ship like that go rouge. They may as well have put it out on a steal one, get one free deal out in public. Unless, Ren said to himself as his eyes widen with realization. No. Ren quickly turns around to his alien comrade and takes the blaster from his hands. Hey, Drexel yelled. Ren, what are you? Ren breaks the blaster over his knee and rips off the plating on the side, revealing a red blinking tracker underneath. What is that? Drexel asked in shock. They tracked us here. Ren yelled as a plumber's battleship suddenly appears in front of him, their turrets locking onto Ren and everyone inside. Ren quick turns to his crew and leans over the railing. Battle stations. Now. Ren yelled moments before the ship is attacked by missiles. The missiles blast open the window behind Ren and Drexel, sending them flying over the railing along with the rest of their gang. The battleship outside then shines a spotlight into the building, blinding all of the gang members inside, including Ren and Drexel. From the top of the building, sparks and lasers pierce through the metal, making a circle. The circle metal drops from the top and squads of plumbers began to enter. Freeze. Don't move. By the authority of the plumbers, you all are under arrest. Shit, the plumbers are here. How did they find us? From the cut hole on top, one man in particular drops down and takes a look around the ship. He wore a white shirt with a black streak down the middle, green cargo pants and a brightly glowing Omnitrix. No way. The grunts whisper. Secure the ship and round up all the tech boys. I want to have a word with this Red Ma. The man said. Red Ma, show yourself. We have this entire building surrounded, there's nowhere to run. So we can do this the easy way. Or we can do this the hard way. The choice is yours. Ben 10,000. Ren growled in anger as he slowly got up. After all this time, you finally decided to show your face. Ren and Ben lock eyes as Ren glared at him, eyes filled with hatred and anger. A kid, Ben thought to himself as he looked at Ren. What's a kid doing with a group like this? I've waited a long time to finally say these words to you. Ren growled angrily as his gloves began to glow a bright red. Ben 10,000, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I've waited a long time to finally say these words to you. Ren growled angrily as his gloves began to glow a bright red. Ben 10,000, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Multiple spotlights from outside begin to shine into the building, illuminating the entire floor as Ren looked around. I wouldn't try that if I were you, Gwendolyn said to Ren as she flew down next to Ben. We have this place surrounded, you're outnumbered and outgunned and quite frankly, outmatched. Gwendolyn Levin, the gang muttered in fear, seeing the glowing pink aura around Gwendolyn. The Sorceress Supreme. She's even more beautiful in person. And Kevin Levin gets to tap that every night. Lucky bastard. Are you guys stupid or something? She could cast a spell and wipe you out of existence or, I don't know, have a kraken rip you in half. She could rip me in half any day. You men are all the same. Listen, if I'm gonna die anyway, I'm gonna die with my fantasies, alright? Stand down and obey our orders and no one will get hurt. Gwendolyn said to the gang. You're all under arrest for attacking a plumber convoy and illegal possession of level 10 technology. Yeah, a grunt from Ren's gang hiding on the balcony yelled as he pulled out his weapon, aiming it at Gwendolyn. We'll see about that. Let's light them up, boys. The grunts on the balcony all pull out their weapons and try to fire at the plumbers, only for the weapons to suddenly glow red. What the? Our weapons aren't working, a grunt yelled. The hell is going on? Stupid piece of... A grunt said. The doors behind them suddenly burst open, knocking all but one grunt off of the balcony. Who is? The grunt suddenly begins to choke and gasp for air as a metal hand suddenly picks him up by the throat. Big mistake. A man's voice growled angrily as he emerged from the shadows. Gee, that scar. Kevin Levin. The grunt whimpered as Kevin throws the first grunt off of the balcony. Don't you ever aim that gun at my wife ever again. Kevin yelled to the fallen grunt. That goes for all of you. I'll bash your heads together if you even think about it. All three of them are here. The legendary Team Alien Force, the strongest heroes in the world. What kind of bullshit did we get ourselves into? What do we do now? Drexel looks around, seeing his gang surrounded by the plumbers slowly closing in. We're surrounded. If we even think about making a move, they'll open fire instantly and fry us. Drexel thought as he looked over to Ren. Ren, what's going on in that head of yours? Drexel looks down and sees Ren's hand, seeing Ren perform a subtle hand signal. So, we're going with that plan, huh? You always were smarter than you looked. Guess I should be thankful for that, all things considered. Drexel thought. Ren makes Kevin jumps down from the balcony and joins Ben and Gwendolyn. You okay, babe? Kevin asked as he kissed Gwendolyn. I am. And what did I tell you? We're on the job, no kisses until we finish it. Gwendolyn said to Kevin before tapping him on his chest. Hey, I gotta let everyone know that you're mine one way or another. Kevin said to Gwendolyn. Don't try anything funny, guys. Trust me, it won't end well for any of you or your leader. Ben asked. Speaking of, where is this famed Red Maw? Heard he took over an entire continent of gang-infested areas. He's the reason why you were able to manage a heist of this capacity, right? Yeah, last I checked, a guy named Raghava was in charge, but they were under a different name at the time. Crimson something, Kevin added. The Crimson Renegades. Leader, Raghava of Corridor, who as I hear, is suddenly no longer in charge and his gang has gone under some drastic changes. Gwendolyn added. You guys sure picked up a lot of infamy in your short time as the Red Hunters. Heck, even I'm impressed at some of the gigs you guys did. Crazy stuff for sure. I mean, navigating through a black hole in order to escape the space raiders from stealing your score. Ben said to the Red Hunters. Using the power of a supernova to kickstart your engine's ship in the middle of a dogfight in the dead of space. It was something out of the movies for sure. Is this really the time to be praising them? Gwendolyn asked. I mean, babe, the supernova thing was kind of cool. Maybe I should install energy absorbers into my own ride. Kevin said to Gwendolyn. I mean, you guys really are something else. But behind every great empire is an even greater leader. So tell me, who is the Red Maw? Ben asked. You're looking at him, Drexel replied. That kid there, he's the Red Maw of the Red Hunters. Ben looks over to Ren, who stood tall against the three, glaring at them with anger. This some kind of joke? Kevin asked. He's just a kid, Gwendolyn commented. Come on, be serious. A kid is how you guys pulled off all those gigs. Ben asked as he looked at Ren. Kid, it's okay. Whatever they're making you do, taking the fall for the real leader or something like that, you're okay now. I promise, you're. Don't you dare talk down to me, bastard. Ren yelled as a plumber aimed his gun at him. I've been waiting a long time for this. I'm going to enjoy feeling my fist bash against that face of yours. Don't move, kid, the plumber said to Ren, who glanced over to the soldier. On your knees and hands behind your head, now. Ren glances around at his surroundings, seeing the plumbers surrounding his gang and the ships aiming their weapons outside. 4 ships, one on each side of the building. Shitload of agents, 3 magisters, Team Alien Force of all people. ... They disabled our weapons before coming in here. This really was a trap from the inside. I should have seen this coming. Ren thought to himself as he glanced back at Team Alien Force. The agents on their own aren't anything to worry about. It's these 3 that are the main problem. If these 3 are in the picture, there's a 0% chance we can escape from this. Come on, knuckleheads, stop messing around. Where's your leader? Kevin asked in annoyance as he cracked his knuckles. Or am I going to need to give you some motivation to crack? Our ship is on the roof of the tops. But these ships outside will open fire on us the moment we try to make a break for it. Need a way to keep these 3 out of the way, get out of the line of sight of these ships and take care of all these other agents. Ren thought as he locked eyes with Ben. We just need a single second to ourselves. A single moment where we can move. And the only way to do all 3 at once is. Honey, I don't think he's lying. Gwendolyn said as her eyes glowed a bright pink. I assure you, all of our achievements, our success, our reputation and our infamy has all been because of him. Our leader, the Red Maw. Drexel said to Gwendolyn. We have no reason to lie. We are proud to have someone like him as our leader. Truly, there isn't anyone on this planet who is more ruthless and cold as him. It's the truth. This kid really is their leader. Gwendolyn said as she looked over to Ren. The leader of the Red Hunters is just a kid, Ben asked as he looked at Ren. Seriously, we've been getting pushed around by a kid whose balls haven't even dropped. Kevin yelled angrily. You're one to talk, Levin, considering that camel toe of yours. I would have though you were just the manliest looking woman I've ever seen. Ren replied. Gotta keep their focus on me, get all eyes on me and not them. What did you say, you little punk? Kevin growled. Kid, don't try anything stupid. This doesn't have to get ugly. We don't want to hurt you. Ben said to Ren. Oh, but I do. Ren growled as his gloves glowed brighter. Kevin, buddy, why are his hands glowing? Ben asked Kevin as he readied himself. Psionic energy gloves. They take the mana of a person's emotions and turns it into energy-based constructs. Like Gwendolyn does, but on a lesser and lamer scale. He can only make constructs around his body. Kevin replied. The strength of the constructs that he makes are based on the intensity of his emotions, blue being calmness, green for willpower, yellow for fear, and red for anger. Gwendolyn interrupted. Baby, you okay? Kevin asked. I've never felt anything like this. There's so much anger inside of him. So much rage, hatred. It's practically oozing out of his entire body. I've never seen a child hold so much anger like this before. Gwendolyn replied. Guys, with this much anger, there's no telling how strong his constructs may be. It may even be stronger than mine. Then let's not hold anything back. This kid's known for killing a lot of people. His body count was enough to even make me shiver a bit. We need to take this monster down before he hurts anyone else. Kevin said to Ben. Ben, time to pull out the big guns. Ben, remaining silent, walks in front of the group and stands before Ren. Ben stares into Ren's eyes, seeing the rage burning deep within. You have no idea how long I've waited for this moment, Ben 10,000. Ren growled as he readied himself. I'm glad you finally decided to come out and show yourself. I'm almost honored that I'll get to be the one who kills you. Almost. Quote. Is that so? Well, get in line, kid. That line stretches out the door and around the block. Ben replied as he looked at Ren. Don't start something you can't finish, kid. I'm not keen of fighting children, much less hurting them. That's fine by me. Makes this easier. I'm gonna mount that Omnitrix on my wall like a fucking trophy. Ren replied. Did you hear me? On your knees and hands behind you, a plumber said as he stepped closer to Ren with his weapon. Ren grabs the barrel of the plumber's gun and pulls it out of his hands, smashing it against the soldier's helmet and breaking half of it. Ren then flips the gun around and aims the barrel at the soldier's head. No, Gwendolyn yelled as she pulls the gun in Ren's hand upwards just as he fired the shot. You were really going to kill him? Ben muttered in shock. Like you said, the red maw, Ren growled as he looked back at Ben, revealing his glowing red eyes. Is nothing but a monster. Ren grabs onto Gwendolyn's lasso and pulls her in towards himself. Gwendolyn, Kevin yelled as he absorbed a nearby piece of metal, coating his entire body with it. Shots fired, shots fired. The plumbers all yelled as they aimed their weapons at Ren. Everyone, now, grab their weapons. They shut down ours, but not theirs. Ren yelled to his gang. Even if it means death, fight to your last breath. Lay down your lives and drag these plumber bastards down to hell with you. The Red Hunters all immediately roar as they charge towards the plumber agents, tackling them all to the ground as they begin to rush towards the other agents. The agents open fire on the front row of the gang, killing the members, but they begin to slowly get surrounded. There's too many of them. The plumbers said before being beaten down by the Red Hunters. Grab their weapons, send them all to hell. Make them regret ever challenging the Red Hunters. Drexel yelled as he pulls a gun off of a plumber before shooting and killing him. Death to the plumbers. Death to all plumbers. The gang members yelled as a large gang fight ensues, with the Red Hunters and plumbers all fighting each other over weapons. Got one. Me too. Sweet piece. Mind if I borrow it forever? A large group of Red Hunters stand in front of the charging Kevin, aiming their newly acquired weapons at Kevin. Get out of my way, Kevin yelled as he shoulder tackles 20 people in a row, pushing through them and punching them to the side as he sprints for Gwendolyn. As Gwendolyn is pulled in towards Ren, she crashes against Ben and the two come flying closer to Ren, who begins to form an energy claw and he lunges his hand towards Ben. Ben quickly transforms with a bright green flash as a red hand catches Ren's claw and Gwendolyn at the same time. Now that was a very big mistake. Forearms said to Ren as he holds Ren's fist back. No, you did exactly what I wanted you to. Ren yelled, his eyes glowed a bright red and two arms began to extend out from behind him. I'm going to make you pay. Die, Ben 10,000. Forearms looks up and is suddenly grabbed by Ren. Ren roars as the extra arms picks Forearms up, just enough to lift his feet off of the ground. Ren begins to run towards the ship hovering outside of the window. Ben, Gwendolyn yelled as she reaches out for the two of them with her mana lasso. I think you have lives to save, hero. Ren yelled as he throws 4 arms towards the ship. Gwendolyn stops Ren with her lasso, but 4 arms crashes through the plumber's ship, causing it to spin out of control as it goes down. The ship is gone. Everyone, to the roofs, now. Drexel commanded the gang. Get on the ship, we're getting the hell out of here. The red hunters all begin to swarm out of the room, leaving behind the bodies of the plumbers they had killed. Gwendolyn looks back and tries to form a barrier around the exits, stopping the remaining red hunters from escaping. You're not going anywhere, Gwendolyn said as she pulled out her plumber's badge. All forces, prepare for. Ren grabs onto Gwendolyn's mana lasso and swings it around, bracing it around her neck and dragging her back down towards him as Ren began to choke her as he pins her to the ground. Go, hurry, Ren yelled to Drexel. Lock the building down, cut off their communications. Drexel nods as the rest of the red hunters begin to leave the room. Drexel runs to a nearby keypad and quickly enters in a code, causing the entire building's alarms to sound off as blast shields cover all of the windows, locking the 3 inside. Gwendolyn drops the barricades as Ren begins to repeated slams her down onto the ground using her own mana lasso. Get your hands off of her, you brat, Kevin yelled as he picks up a large piece of rubble nearby and throws it towards Ren, who quickly releases Gwendolyn's mana lasso and forms a protective armor around his body. Ren braces for impact against the piece of rubble as it shatters against him. Gwendolyn drops her mana lasso and casts a spell beneath Ren, releasing a burst of air that sends him flying towards Kevin. As Ren flies towards Kevin, Kevin leaps towards Ren and grabs him by his ankle, proceeding to slam him down towards the ground. The armor of red energy shatters upon impact as Kevin swings him back over himself, flipping Ren over onto his back. You're lucky you're a kid. Trust me, anyone who lays a hand on my wife has never lived long enough to brag about it, Kevin said to Ren as he begins to swing Ren back over him, planning to slam him down onto the ground once more. If this was a Rooter mission, even if you were a kid, I'd kill you in a heartbeat for hurting my woman. If you ask me, Levin, I was doing her a favor. She could have done better than a freak show like you. Ren yelled as his hands glowed a bright red once more. Go down with me. Ren punches the ground, releasing a red shockwave that shatters the floor completely as they both fall down. Kevin, Gwendolyn yelled as she flew after Kevin, leaping down the hole. All plumbers, quickly, head for the rooftops of the tops. The red hunters are trying to escape. Gwendolyn is met with nothing but static as she tries to contact the other plumbers. Come in, anyone, come in. Ben, do you read me? Gwendolyn yelled to her badge. The lockdown must have cut out all communication signals. I have to stop them from escaping. I'm sorry, Kevin. Gwendolyn begins to open a portal below her leading to the roof. As Ren and Kevin continue to crash down through multiple floors, Ren sees the glow of Gwendolyn's portal. Oh no you don't, Ren whispered before pulling out a thermite charge from his belt. He activates it and throws it up towards Gwendolyn. Just as Gwendolyn flies through the portal, the thermite charges meets her eye level and she quickly puts up a mana shield. The grenade explodes and sends her slamming through to another room, knocking her out completely. How dare you? Kevin yelled as he grabbed Ren by his neck and slams him through more floors before finally stopping in a penthouse apartment. Ren kicks Kevin off with a kick of red energy. Kevin is slammed against the wall before being caught by Ren midair and tackles through another wall. Ren lands on top of Kevin and begins to strike him in his face repeatedly with his red energy fist, beginning to crack Kevin's metal coating on his face. Had enough yet, Levin? Ren yelled as Kevin blocks Ren's punch. My kid hits harder than you ever could, because unlike you. Kevin replied as he throws Ren over him, slamming back into another wall. He doesn't need special gloves to make him strong. We'll see about that when I send him to hell alongside his father. Ren yelled as he clenches his red energy claw against the wall, tearing off a large piece and throwing it towards Kevin. Kevin shatters the thrown wall by bracing himself, using his shoulder to break apart the rubble as Ren punches Kevin back, sending him sliding back. Kevin only dusts off his shoulder and signals for Ren to come at him. Ren forms a large energy sword and swings towards Kevin. Kevin counters immediately by forming a blade on his hand, clashing against Ren's energy blade. The two are locked in a standoff as their blades continue to push each other back. You know, I heard the Red Maw was supposed to be insanely strong. Ruthless and super cutthroat. Kevin said as he grabs a nearby metal support beam, recoating his armor as he approached Ren. Guess the rumor was a bunch of garbage. I barely felt that last one. Ren roars angrily as he begins to swing wildly at Kevin, who counters his attacks. Kevin pushes Ren's blade back and forms a second blade with his free hand. Ren quickly responds by forming a claw with his left hand, grabbing onto Kevin's second blade. You're not the one I want to fight. Ren growled as he pulls Kevin's second blade towards him, flipping Kevin onto his back. Kevin tries to swing his blade towards Ren, only for Ren to block the slash and stab Kevin in his shoulder, piecing through his coat of armor and making him scream. Gonna be hard to swing anything with your shoulder as fucked up like that, huh? Ren yelled as he picks Kevin up and smashes him against the nearby wall. Ren drags Kevin's metal head along the wall and slams him into the nearby blast shields, indenting his face into the metal shields repeatedly before throwing Kevin to the side. You should have just stayed out of my way, Levin. You weren't the one I wanted to fight, Ren said as he formed an energy blade once more. Kevin sees a portal open from behind Ren. He smirks as he looks Ren in the eye. Well, we don't always get what we want in life, right babe? Kevin asked. Ren looks behind him and is immediately pushed back by Gwendolyn's mana lasso. Gwendolyn steps through the portal and slams Ren into the nearby structures before pinning him against the wall. Get your hands off of my husband. Gwendolyn growled as her eyes glowed a bright pink. Have I ever told you how hot you look when you go all anodite like this? Kevin asked. Honey, not the time, Gwendolyn replied before smiling. But thank you. You recovered faster than I thought. Ren said to Gwendolyn. Think some birthday party tricks are gonna scare me. You need to calm down, Gwendolyn said to Ren as she approaches Ren. We don't want to hurt you. But if you keep going like this and you'll force our hand. Then you had better hold on. Ren yelled as he grabbed onto Gwendolyn's lasso, ripping it apart in half into two strands with his gauntlets of red energy. Because I'm going to kill all of you. What? Gwendolyn yelled as Ren pulls her in and spins her around, slamming her through the suit before she crashes through the support pillars of the large penthouse. Ren finally releases the strands of mana and sends Gwendolyn slamming against the chandelier. The glass on the neon lights shatter as she managed to catch herself before slamming onto the ground. You're going down, kid, Kevin yelled before angrily charging at Ren. No, you are, Ren yelled as he punches the floor, releasing another shockwave that shatters the ground below Kevin. Kevin begins to fall down, but is caught by Gwendolyn's lasso mana. Ren looks back and sees Gwendolyn rising from the glass rubble. True love, how cute, Ren commented before grabbing onto Gwendolyn's mana lasso once more. Unfortunately for you, I don't have time for this low-budget drama. Ren pulls Gwendolyn in towards himself, preparing to strike with his claws. Kevin grabs onto the ledge and absorbs the marble material on the tiles. Kevin rips the tiles off of the floor and throwing them towards Ren. The tiles shatter against the back of Ren's head, causing him to release Gwendolyn's mana lasso. Gwendolyn summons a portal and sends it towards Ren, which he falls through. From behind Gwendolyn, the second portal opens, revealing Ren who had just fallen through. Gwendolyn chants a spell and releases a power blast spell onto Ren, pushing him forward back into the glass shelves of the bar in front of him. The glass shelves shatter upon impact, causing all of the alcohol on the shelves to fall as a piece of glass stabs Ren in his side, making him shout in pain. Gwendolyn quickly flies over and helps Kevin climb back up to the floor. You okay, babe? Kevin asked Gwendolyn. I am. Thanks for the save, Gwendolyn said to Kevin as the two see Ren slowly getting up. Please, we don't want to hurt you. Ren grabs a bottle of liquor and rips open the top, gulping down the entire bottle before smashing the bottle onto the ground. But I do. My fight is with Ben 10,000, not his lackeys. So if you're going to get in the way of my revenge. Ren growled as he pulls the glass shard out of his side, roaring in pain before tossing it aside. I'll drag you all down to hell with me. Fine by me, Four Arms' voice replied. You want a fight with me? Ren looks back and is grabbed by Four Arms' hand smashing through the wall. You got one, Four Arms yelled as he pulls Ren through the wall and throws him onto the balcony. Ben, you're okay. Gwendolyn exclaimed. Of course I am. Sorry I was a little late. Had to save the pilots of that ship I crashed into. Four Arms replied. Better late than never. Kevin replied. The rest of the hunters are heading to the roof. Gwendolyn said to Four Arms. You go and stop them. I'll deal with this kid myself. Four Arms said to the two. By the time they get there, it won't matter. Ren thought to himself. Let's make tracks. Kevin said to Gwendolyn as she opened a portal, seeing Drexel boarding the ship. Go. Start the ship. Hurry. Drexel yelled as Kevin and Gwendolyn stepped through. Ren tries to throw another thermite grenade through the portal as it closes, only for Four Arms to catch it and crush it before it explodes. With Kevin and Gwendolyn, the portal closes behind them and Kevin and Gwen both make a break for the ship. I don't think so, pal. Kevin yelled as he grabbed the doorway and ripped it off. Don't shoot. I surrender. Drexel suddenly yelled. Too bad. I was looking forward to roughing you up a little, Kevin said as he tried to reach for Drexel, only for his hand to phase through the hologram. The hell? A hologram? Gwendolyn asked. Surprise, asshole, this wasn't even our ship. You would have known that from the old make and model had you taken the time to examine it properly. Drexel's hologram said to Kevin and Gwendolyn. I guess Ren was right in buying this dummy ship. You heroes, so eager to save the day. It's almost scary how well Ren knows how you heroes think and act. If I were you, I'd be frightened to face him. For someone so young, he's done things even the worst of the worst could never have the stomach for. That kid is a natural-born devil. And one day, he'll be the end of all three of you. The hologram of Drexel disappears as the ship's alarms began to blare loudly. Self-destruct sequence initiated. 5, 4, 3. The ship's system announced. Kevin, the ship is going to explode. Gwendolyn yelled as Kevin dove out of the ship. Baby, portal, now. Kevin yelled to Gwen. Gwendolyn quickly opens a portal to the rust bucket and the two quickly enter through the portal. Gwendolyn quickly closes the portal behind her and Kevin just as the ship exploded. With Ren and Ben, Ren and Four Arms begin to circle each other, neither one breaking eye contact as the explosion on the top of the roof breaks Four Arms' attention. No, Kevin, Gwendolyn, Four Arms yelled. Ben, we're okay, Gwendolyn's voice said to Four Arms in his earpiece. Me and Kevin made it. The ship on the roof was a decoy. That means the Red Hunters escaped somewhere else. Copy. I've still got the kid in my sights. If anyone knows where he is, it's him. Four Arms said before hanging up and glaring at Ren. You nearly killed those pilots. You nearly killed my team. Yeah, that was the idea, Ren replied to Four Arms. In case you didn't realize that the first time around, dumbass. Those pilots had families, friends and lovers. People that care about them. People that are waiting for them to come back home. Four Arms said to Ren. Kevin and Gwendolyn have children together. And you were just going to take away their parents like that. I fail to see the part where that's my problem. Ren said to Four Arms. Was I supposed to care before I killed them, or after? Oh wait, I nearly forgot. I couldn't give less of a shit, even if I tried. I'm not going to lie, I'm impressed by your skills. Gwen and Kevin aren't easy to fight against, you know, especially when we're all together like this. I'm impressed that you're even still standing. If you weren't a criminal, I'd say you had the makings of a hero. Four Arms said to Ren. But endangering lives so carelessly like this. That's something I can't ever forgive. Then you can keep your forgiveness. I couldn't care less for it. Ren replied. I grew up a long time ago, old man. Being a hero is nothing but a bunch of bullshit anyway. They were in the way and I got rid of them, simple as that. People die eventually. What difference does it make if these two die earlier than expected? They chose this life, just as I did. No, I don't think you did. Four Arms replied. You say you chose this life. But your eyes, the emptiness, the pain, the anger, the bags underneath your eyes. They're telling an entirely different story. When was the last time you got some real sleep, kid? Don't act like you know me, you bastard. Ren yelled angrily as he panted. Like you know anything about me. I don't want to fight you, kid. How did a kid like you end up like this? I've read the reports, the things you did. I just find it hard to believe that someone so young had the gall for any of that. Four Arms asked, "Is this really who you want to be? How you want people to remember you?" Ren remained silent as he readied himself, making Four Arms sigh. "I suppose this chat can wait for now. We have other things to worry about. And until this fight ends, we're enemies," Four Arms said as he readied himself. "That's right, all heroes are my enemy, now and forever," Ren growled. "So, where did the rest of your gang go?" Red Maw, Four Arms asked. "For me to answer that," Ren replied as he summoned his red claws. "You're going to have to beat it out of me before I kill you." Ren charges towards Four Arms, dragging his claws along the balcony's floor as he roared loudly. "Fine then, if this is the fight you want, then it's a fight you'll get," Four Arms said as he sighed, pulling all four of his arms back. Four Arms then clapped all four of his arms together, creating a shockwave that sends Ren flying over the ledge. Ren begins to freefall down towards the ground, flipping frantically before he drags his claws along the metal blast shields over the window, slowly stopping his descent. From above, however, he sees a descending Four Arms coming towards him. Ren leaps off of the wall, dodging Four Arms' attack. Four Arms grabs the metal sheets of the blast shields and throws them towards Ren. Ren flips back and summons red energy swords, slicing through the thrown metal sheets as Four Arms tackles him midair. The two crash through into another nearby skyscraper. Four Arms pins Ren against the elevator doors, only for red energy mechanical legs to form around Ren's legs. Ren kicks Four Arms off before creating large red claws and pushes Four Arms through the walls of the building. Four Arms recovers quickly, landing on his feet and throws a punch towards Ren. Ren ducks underneath the punch and swipes upwards with his claw. Four Arms blocks the swipe and throws him back out of the window, sending Ren crashing onto the rooftop of another nearby window. As Ren slowly gets up, multiple plumber ships appear and begin to open fire on Ren. Ren quickly creates his armor of red energy, which blocks the laser shots. Ren continues to hold his ground against the barrage of lasers as a bright green flash catches his attention once more. "Kid, I really think you need to chill out," an alien's voice said to Ren as he lands in front of him. Ren looks up and sees a blue iguana-like alien landing in front of him. Arctic Guana, Farka's favorite alien, Ren thought as Arctic Guana fires a blast of freezing cold towards Ren. The cold blast pushes Ren back as his arms and hands begin to freeze. The red energy on Ren's arms glow brightly as he manages to break free and falls backwards, dodging the ice blast. "So damned annoying," Ren growled with anger. "Three's a crowd, let's tone it down a bit." Ren digs his claws into the ice structures, creating two extra energy arms from his back to life up the ice pillar and throws it towards the other ships. Arctic Guana looks up at the flying ice pillar and quickly transforms once more into a diamond alien. Diamond Head, another classic alien, Ren thought as Diamond Head summons large pillars of diamonds to clash against the ice pillar, shattering it completely. Ren bursts out from the ice and claws against Diamond Head, leaving large scratch marks onto his chest as he cuts off Diamond Head's arm. Ren spins and lands a powerful kick onto Diamond Head with his boot of red energy, pushing Diamond Head back into the wall of a building across the block. Diamond Head regrows his arm back as Ren charged towards him. Diamond Head fires a series of diamond shards at Ren, forcing him to step back and retreat. Diamond Head leaps off of the building and slams down onto the roof, continuing to fire at Ren, who guards his face with his red gauntlet claws. "Just a little longer," Ren thought to himself as he looked at the next building behind him. Ren spins around the flurry of diamond shards and charges towards Diamond Head once more. Diamond Head creates a wall of diamonds in front of him. Ren creates a large energy blade once more, this time using both of his hands to create a singular large sword to slice the shield in half. To Ren's surprise, he sees another green flash appear before him as he's suddenly grabbed by an alien with a mask and a tail. XLR-8, the fastest alien Ben has in his arsenal, and Leah's favorite, Ren thought to himself. "Let's go for a run, kiddo. Burn off all of that excess energy," XLR-8 said to Ren as he began to run all over the neighborhood. XLR-8 slams Ren against a wall, proceeding to kick him rapidly in his chest before grabbing him once more. XLR-8 arrives in a plan field and throws Ren across the field. Ren stops himself by clawing at the ground, but is grabbed by his neck from XLR8's tail and he dashes back towards the tops. XLR8 runs along the wall of the tops, reaching all the way to the rooftops before throwing Ren across it. "It's over, you can't beat me, kid," XLR8 said to Ren before picking him up once more and thrashing him around. "Tell me where your gang is and this can end here and now." Ren slowly gets up, holding his arm in pain as he spits out some blood onto the ground. He, you really wanna know? Then fine, I'll tell you," Ren said to Ben as he began to walk towards the edge of the building. "Kid, what do you think you're doing?" XLR8 asked. "You wanted to know, Ben. So I'm telling you," Ren replied as he continued to step towards the building's edge. "There, right. Kid, don't." "Here," Ren finished as he suddenly leaps off of the building. "No," XLR8 yelled as he tried to dash towards Ren. XLR8 is suddenly pushed back by a large ship's engine as Ren is seen floating in midair, holding onto something. The ship deactivates its camouflage, revealing Ren standing on the edge of a cargo bay door beside Drexel and the remaining Red Hunters. "For the record, Ben, I really did want to kill you today. But I suppose that day will have to come later. It's like you said, I can't beat you. Not yet, but someday, I'll come for you. And when I do," Ren said to XLR8, "I will be the end of you." Drexel, holding a bazooka cannon, fires at XLR8 and blows up the entire roof, sending XLR8 flying off of it. The ship begins to fly away from the tops as Ren stares at the shrinking building. The ship is almost primed, it just needs a bit more time for the hyperdrive to charge. "But once it does, we're home free," Drexel replied before sighing. "I may be getting too old for this. To think." "Yeah," Ren replied as he remembered Ben's words to him. "I'm not going to lie, I'm impressed by your skills. Gwen and Kevin aren't easy to fight against, you know, especially when we're all together like this. I'm impressed that you're even still standing. If you weren't a criminal, I'd say you had the makings of a hero." Ren's fist suddenly twitches as he continues to remember Ben's words. "You say you chose this life. But your eyes, the emptiness, the pain, the anger, the bags underneath your eyes. They're telling an entirely different story. When was the last time you got some real sleep, kid? I don't want to fight you, kid. How did a kid like you end up like this? I've read the reports, the things you did. I just find it hard to believe that someone so young had the gall for any of that. Is this really who you want to be? How you want people to remember you? Heroes really are so annoying." Ren groaned as the alarms in the ship suddenly blare. "Boss, something's closing in on us. Something real fast. Way too fast. What the hell is that thing?" Ren and Drexel look out and see the rust bucket chasing after them alongside Jetray. "You're not getting away that easily," Kevin yelled as he increased his speed. "We can't let them get away, not when we're so close." Gwendolyn yelled. "All forces, converge onto the rust bucket," Jetray commanded. The plumbers' ships begin to converge behind the rust bucket, slowly increasing in number as they chased after Ren's ship. There's so many of them. They really pulled out all stops this time. We knew they would send aircraft units if this situation ever happened. But I didn't think there'd be this many," Drexel said as he and Ren stared at the ships chasing them. "There's too many. With the combined firepower of those ships, they'd be able to take us down once they get close enough." Ren thought as he stared at the ships behind him. "I guess I should have known. With Team Alien Force on our ass, there was no way we were getting out that easily. If that's the case, then, Ren, at this rate, we'll..." "Drexel, I guess this really is goodbye. For real this time," Ren said as he turned to face him. "This is finally it for me. The end of the line." "What, Ren, what are you saying?" Drexel asked Ren. "The Reaper's finally calling my name. And it's time I finally answer him. Death waits for no one after all. Best not to keep a busy man like him waiting," Ren said as he stood at the edge of the open hatch, staring at the chasing rust bucket. "Ben 10,000, Kevin and Gwendolyn Levin. They're the best of the plumbers. They won't give up easily. They're not known for throwing in the towel." "Then what are you thinking?" Drexel asked. "There's an EMP bomb built into this ship," Ren replied. "Use that to shut down the other ships and make your escape." You want to use the EMP. It'll take us out too. Drexel said to Ren. That's why you're going to release it a second after you guys make the hyper jump to the rendezvous. The initial leap should place you just outside of the blast's range while still maintaining the blast radius. As long as you time it right, you'd be able to escape. Ren replied. But what about you? Drexel asked. You're going to activate it when I jump out of the ship. And leave me behind to make your escape. Ren replied. What? No way. You're the leader of the Red Hunters. This gang would fall apart without you. Drexel yelled. There has to be another way. There's no time. With the speed they're going at and the amount of time needed for the hyperdrive to charge, we'll be shot down before we even get the chance. But we don't need to outrun them. We just need someone to lose. To take the fall. Long enough for you guys to get out of here. Ren said to Drexel. Once the EMP goes off and you guys ride into the sunset. This gang, everything within it. It's all yours now. When you guys hit the rendezvous, you will officially be the second-generation leader of the Red Hunters. Ren, Drexel said as Ren took off his coat. It's a little small for an old man like you, but this should be more than enough proof to everyone else that you're the new leader now. Ren said to Drexel, Team Alien Force aren't ever going to give up, not until they save the day. So, for the sake of our gang and everything we have, I'll be the villain of their story that loses. Ren hands Drexel his coat as he walks towards the open cargo bay door. It's been real, Drexel. Take care of them for me. Ren said to Drexel before running out of the ship. Ren, Drexel yelled as Ren jumped out of the ship, activating his red energy claws once more. As the rust bucket continues to fly towards Ren's ship, Team Alien Force sees a red glow in the distance slowly becoming larger. What the hell is that? Kevin asked as Ren suddenly crashes onto windshield of the rust bucket. As that? The red maw, Gwendolyn yelled. What's he doing? Ren struggles against the high winds pushing him back as he claws his way towards the wing of the rust bucket. He releases his hold and flies off for a moment, managing to grab onto the wing of the plane. Here goes nothing, Ren yelled as he summons 2 extra energy arms. The 4 energy arms grab onto the plane's wing as Ren begins to bend the wing of the rust bucket, the red energy beginning to change from red to green. The ship's turning. What's going on out there, Tennyson? Kevin yelled. Jetray flies over to the right wing and sees Ren bending the wing on his own. He's turning the ship on his own. Jetray yelled. This kid is crazy. Kevin yelled. Nobody messes with my ship. I'm rolling the ship, that'll get him. No, don't. If you do, he could fall off and die. Jetray yelled. WHO cares if he dies, Tennyson. Do you know how many lives he's taken already? Nobody would even miss him. Kevin yelled. He's gonna take us all down if we don't do something. The Red Hunters will get away at this rate. Gwendolyn replied. Ben, do something. Drexil, do it now. Ren yelled into his communicator. But Ren, that's an order, damn it. Ren yelled as Gwendolyn tried to pull him off. Do it. Drexel with hesitation, presses the button in his hand, activating the EMP on the ship just before it takes off in a hyper jump and releasing a wave of electromagnetic energy. Goodbye, Ren, Drexel whispered as he closed the open hatch door on his ship. Thank you, your gang, shall be in good hands, I swear it. What was? Kevin yelled as the EMP wave passes by the rust bucket and the ships behind them, shutting them down completely. Shit, all systems are down. The controls, the autopilot, everything. Gwendolyn yelled as the rust bucket and the ships behind them began to fall. Ben, I'll handle the ship. You go after the Red Hunters. The rust bucket begins to spin as it falls to the ground. The spinning motion of the rust bucket flings Ren off of the wing before being smacked across the air by the incoming wing. Gwendolyn's eyes begin to glow a bright pink as she chants a spell, releasing a pink mana wave throughout the area that stops the ships from falling and slowly descend. Jetray looks to the ship taking off into space, then back over to Ren, who was falling through the air. With a second of hesitation, Jetray finally and quickly races after the free-falling Ren. Only one thing left to do now, Ren thought to himself as he begins to close his eyes, still flipping around out of control. Leah, Farka, just wait a bit longer. I'll see you both again soon. Ren began to slowly smile, closing his eyes as he awaited for his seemingly inevitable death. We'll all be together again soon, Ren thought before finally passing out, a single tear falling off of his face. I'm coming home. Jetray passes by Ren, managing to catch him and land safely alongside the slowly descending ships. Jetray transforms back into Ben as the doors to the rust bucket open and Gwendolyn and Kevin step outside. Everyone okay? Kevin asked the other plumbers. We're okay. All good. I just saw my life flash before my eyes. Oh, I think I'm gonna vomit. Ben, are you alright? Gwendolyn asked Ben, who seemed to ignore her. What happened? Did they shoot you down or something, Tennyson? Kevin asked. In silence, Ben stands up, holding a passed-out Ren in his arms, much to Gwendolyn and Kevin's surprise. That's, Gwendolyn muttered in shock. You saved him. I did, Ben replied, sorry for losing the Red Hunters. But, well, what's done is done. I'll be in the rust bucket. I'll put him into our holding cells for now. Are you serious? Kevin yelled. Do you know what he's done to my men? To our forces? Of course I do, but what we saw in his mind. His memories, Ben said as he looked down at Ren. Kevin, he's not the monster we thought he was. You messing with me, Tennyson. This kid goes into the null void and that's final. Kevin growled as he tried to take Ren away from Ben, only for Ben to step away from Kevin and glare at him. Over my dead body, Ben said as he stood off against Kevin. You're not laying a hand on him. Tennyson, Kevin growled as his body began to cackle with electricity. If you don't start explaining yourself right this instant, I'm gonna. Kevin, please, stop, Gwendolyn said as she stood in between Ben and Kevin. I'm sure Ben has his reasons for doing what he did. Some hero you are. What kind of hero lets the bad guy get away? Kevin yelled. You're right, I wasn't the hero today. Ben whispered as he looks down at the exhausted Ren. Not, even in the slightest. That honor belongs to someone else. You better have a damned good reason for saving this little devil. Kevin said as he shoulder shoves past Ben. Can't believe this bullshit. Gwendolyn, can you help me take care of his wounds when you get the chance? Ben asked. Yeah, sure, I'll be there as soon as I can. Gwendolyn replied before walking past Ben. And Ben, your reason for saving him. I get it. I mean, when Kevin was mutated. I really do get it. But, are you really sure this was the best decision? I guess we'll see soon enough. Ben replied. Gwendolyn only sighs as she joins Kevin by his side. Ben looks back down at Ren and shifts him up towards him. You've been through a lot, haven't you, kid? Ben asked as he began to carry Ren towards the rust bucket. His willingness to sacrifice himself. For his entire gang, he was willing to die for people who wouldn't ever do the same for him. Why? As Ben walks past the wave of plumbers, the plumbers surrounding them all glare at Ren with anger and disgust as Ben made his way through the large crowd. Is that him? Yeah, that's him. The Red Maw. He's young. Hopefully not young enough to be thrown into the null void. That little devil killed my brother during a raid. My sister died in that raid too. Hope he gets eaten by the Null Guardians. Fucking animal, that kid. You heard about how he ordered a bombing that killed roughly 1,000 people. Yeah, the night of 1,000 screams. Is that true? It is, and even if it isn't, the legends have to come from somewhere, right? Wish I could just shoot him myself. Why the hell did Ben save this punk after all he did? Should have just let him hit the ground and die. Grandpa Max, I finally found him. It took a while, but I finally found him. The person I want to inherit the Omnitrix. The one has had the trait that I was looking for all this time. Ben thought to himself as he looked down at Ren. The spirit of self-sacrifice. To think that it would be shining so brightly in a kid like this. Ben looks down at Ren once more, seeing him sleep soundly as tears streamed down his face. You're not what people make you out to be, are you? The Red Maw, that's not the real you. Not one bit, Ben asked Ren as he looked at the unconscious Ren in his arms. Sleep as much as you want, kid. Something tells me this is the first time you've actually slept in a long time. You're safe now. In the rust bucket holding cells. Ren sleeps on a mattress within a holding cell on the rust bucket in handcuffs. Ben sits beside the sleeping Ren, staring at his tired expression and the scars on his face. He can't be any older than 14. So many scars all over his body too. The kind of scars you'd get in a life or death fight. Ben thought to himself as he looked at Ren's face. He held his own against both Kevin and Gwendolyn. Even against me, he took one hell of a beat and was still able to stand up. Ben sighs as he brushes aside Ren's hair, revealing the scar over his eye. And to top it off, he was willing to sacrifice himself for his gang. He bought them the time they needed in order to make the jump and escape. Ben continued to think. A 14-year-old kid, risking everything to protect a gang that wouldn't ever do the same for him. The door opens behind Ben and Gwendolyn and Kevin step through. "How's it looking out there?" Ben asked the two. "Everyone's fine for the most part. Kevin and I managed to get the rust bucket's main power back up and we've made contact with HQ." Gwendolyn replied. Kevin steps past Gwendolyn and, "Hey," Ben said to the two before suddenly being punched by Kevin. "Kevin," Gwendolyn yelled as Kevin picked up Ben by his collar. "Start talking, Ben. Why'd you save this punk instead of going after the Red Hunters?" Kevin yelled to Ben. "You were Jetray. You could have easily chased after the Red Hunters when they hyper-jumped and caught them all. But instead you chose to save this. Kevin points over to the unconscious Ren. "This little devil," Kevin yelled. "He's not a devil," Ben yelled as he pushes Kevin off of him. "He's just a kid. He was going to die if I didn't catch him. He was falling at an altitude of nearly 20,000 feet. He wouldn't have had a chance to survive. Unless you forgot, Kevin, a plumber's main priority is to save lives." "Save lives. Out of all the lives to save, you chose his. How many of us has he killed already? How many mothers and fathers has he taken away from the orphans back at base? Brothers and sisters, people we've fought with, people you've fought with. You ever think of that, Tennyson? This kid is..." "Enough," Gwendolyn yelled as she separates Ben and Kevin with her manner. "Honey, you need to calm down. What's done is done. We can't change what happened and yelling isn't helping anyone." Kevin looks into Gwendolyn's eyes. Gwendolyn looks over to Ben. "And Ben, I won't question your decision to save this boy. But, even I have to admit that I'm curious about your choices. I mean, you saw what he could do. He nearly killed that plumber at the start of the fight without hesitation." Gwendolyn said to Ben, "But I know you don't do anything without a reason. So, either it's a really good reason, or I'm gonna have to take my husband's side on this one." Ben adjusts his jaw as Kevin and Gwendolyn glare at him. The room is filled with a deafening silence as Ben sighs and walks over towards Ren. "There's more to him than meets the eye, I can feel it. Something about him is just different," Ben replied as he stops in front of Ben. "When I saw his eyes on that balcony, they were filled with so much anger and hatred. Darkness. Yeah, we got a taste of that. Especially my shoulder," Kevin replied. "But I couldn't help but shake the feeling that... there was something deeper than that. Beyond that anger. There was something else," Ben said as he turned to face them. "Most of the people we've fought before, I've seen the look in their eyes. They're all the same. They were willing to sacrifice anyone they needed to. But this kid, he jumped out of an entire ship and dove onto the wing of ours in order to buy his gang time to escape. That was really a sight to behold. This kid is crazy, but maybe it's the good kind of crazy." "What, you a fan of his now?" Kevin remarked. "I'm just saying, I think the kid's got talent but focused in all the wrong places. He held his own against you two a lot longer than most people would, right? If he had proper training, just imagine how far he could go." Ben replied. "He could very well make a name for himself." "Ben, he's a criminal," Gwen replied. "And he's got a name already. The Red Maw, the most infamous gang leader on Vilgoden and one annoying as shit kid." Kevin replied. "A planet full of the worst possible aliens throughout the galaxy and he's the only one that's a criminal." Ben asked. "Come on guys, I just think there's more than one way to look at this. It doesn't change what he's done." Gwendolyn replied. "He's still a dangerous convict, he's on the plumber's most wanted list. And that was before we knew he was just a kid." "Come on Gwen, If you were born and raised on a planet full of criminal scum and surrounded by all that crime, could you really say you would still be a hero? Ben asked. You've seen that planet, haven't you? That place is a hellhole. What did you expect him to do there? Gwen is about to retort, but stops herself upon thinking about Ben's words. Ben puts his hands in his pockets and stares at the boy. Ben turns to look at Kevin. Kevin, this kid isn't that different from you either, you know. Ben said to Kevin. What? I'm nothing like this kid. Kevin yelled. You making fun of me, Tennyson? Think about it. Surrounded by criminals at a young age, forced to adapt to his surroundings in order to survive. Everyone thought you were nothing but trouble either, but then the plumbers gave you a chance, showed you the right way, surrounded by people who grew to care and depend on you. Now look at you, one of the top commanders of the plumbers. But Ren, he doesn't have anyone, no mom, no dad, no siblings. I doubt he barely even knows the worth of a true friend either. Ben explained. Kevin looks at Ren to see him sit quietly. The smirk on his face is gone and his hair covered his eyes as he looked down at the table. Ben, I understand that you feel pity for him. But it doesn't change what he did, everything he did. Gwen replied. And the lives he took. No amount of redemption will ever bring them back. And I'm not saying that it will. But that's why I saved him. Because I want to understand, why would this supposed monster risk his life to save his gang? Ben replied. Remember when you told me those psionic gloves illuminated color based on emotion? Red for anger. Well, when he was bending the wing of the rust bucket, they turned green. And what does this prove exactly? Kevin asked. That this kid isn't the monster that everyone says he is. Ben said as he turned to look at Ren. And I intend to find out just exactly what it was that bent his life out of shape. Gwen and Kevin look at Ren as well, seeing him still sound asleep. You saw what he did, didn't you? I mean, how many gang leaders do you know that would risk their own life and freedom like that for their gang? What kind of leader would go for self-sacrifice play like that for members that probably wouldn't do the same for him? Ben asked. I know, but what can we do? Gwendolyn asked. We have our orders to bring in the Red Maw, dead or alive, and recover the stolen tech. And we did that. Mission accomplished. But now the situation has changed. Ben replied. Changed how? Kevin asked. Quote. Look what I found in his pocket when I was patting him down. Ben said to Gwendolyn and Kevin as he pulled out a damaged dog tag. A plumber's tag? Gwendolyn asked. Probably swiped it from some poor sucker that came across him. Not an uncommon thing to do. Kevin replied. Yeah, but that's not what makes this interesting. Ben said as he turned the tag around, seeing Ren etched onto the back. Ren, is that his name? Gwendolyn asked. I'm willing to bet my Omnitrix on it. Ben replied. Sure looks old though. The metal on the inside is starting to rust through. Because it is. That standard issue tag there hasn't been used in almost 10 years now. We switched over to a more discreet and easier to conceal one in order to slip past metal detectors. Kevin replied as he took out his tag, which glowed a bright green. Where did he get this then? If we haven't used this in almost 10 years, then? Gwendolyn asked as she looked over at Ren. You're telling me this kid may be a plumber's kid? Kevin asked. The only way he could have gotten something this old is if he killed a real old plumber at the age of 5 or. Think you can work your techie magic on it, Kev? Do your old friend Ben a solid. Just this once. Ben asked. See whose tags these belong to. Quote. I'll take a crack at it. Kevin said to Ben. There's usually a serial number inside of these things in case it ever gets damaged. I can look it up in the system and see who was assigned these tags. Ben hands Kevin. Quote. Thanks, Kev. Really? Ben replied. Don't mention it. Kevin said before kissing Gwendolyn. I'll be back in 5. Kevin leaves the room, leaving only Ben and Gwendolyn behind in the room. What are you going to do with him? Gwendolyn asked Ben. Gwendolyn, mind doing the mind thing? You know, where we explore his memories. Ben asked. I want to know, just who exactly this kid is. Beyond just the reports, beyond the Red Maw. I want to know Ren. All right, but remember, don't interact with anything in the memory corridors. If you try to change something in his memories, he may mentally shut down forever. Gwendolyn said to Ben, who nods in confirmation. All right, ready. Ready, Ben said as he touched Gwendolyn's shoulder. Let's do this. Gwendolyn's eyes begin to glow as a pink mana surrounds her and Ben. Gwendolyn touches Ren's forehead, sending both of their minds into the world of Ren's memories. Ren's mindscape. Ben and Gwendolyn open their eyes and find themselves in a dark and old orphanage. The roofing of the building was collapsing and the windows were boarded up. Where are we? Ben asked. This looks like, Gwendolyn replied as she looked at all the children's drawings hung on the world. Some kind of orphanage. What are you sensing from this place, Gwendolyn? Ben asked. Warmth, love, kindness, and safety, Gwendolyn replied. Ren truly felt happy here. They didn't have much, but it was enough for Ren. Children, I won't be around forever. A woman's voice whispered, catching the two's attention. Ben and Gwen both look over and see a zombie-like woman with white skin and red hair kneeling in front of three small children. Who is this? Gwendolyn asked as she looks past the woman and sees three children sitting in front of her. One day, I won't be here to protect you anymore. When I am gone, I want you all to be strong. I can feel it. I am not long for this world. Every day that passes, I feel myself slipping away into the clutches of death further and further. The woman said softly to the three children. You're too young to understand now. But, I am cursed, children. I am not the person you think I am. Cursed? A young human child asked. 300 years ago, I, Carlia Xylene, made a deal with a god that costed me my soul. I was a different person back then. In exchange, I was granted unimaginable power in order to defeat my enemies and protect those I loved. But it came at the cost of my very being. I've killed many people who were deserving, and many who were not, Carlia explained. And one night, I lost control of my power. In my moment of madness, Carlia begins to cry as she looks away from the children. The three children all look up at Carlia with eyes filled with worry and compassion. Ms. Carlia, why are you crying? The alien boy with blue skin and a glowing blue horn asked. Are you okay? A girl with red skin and white hair asked. And no, I'm sorry. I'm so embarrassed. It's just bad memories washed away by time suddenly all coming back to me. Carlia said to the three children. One day, you are going to have to learn to do things on your own. I am getting older and weaker. I won't be able to protect you from the gangsters that come by every now and then. And when that day comes, I want you all to know that no matter what happens, I will always love you all. Don't worry, Ms. Carlia, we'll protect you from those thugs that keep coming around. The young Ren exclaimed, if they try to hurt you again, I'll beat them all up with my fists of justice, just like Ben 10,000 would. So just leave it to us. You've always protected us, now it's our turn to protect you. Ren Zark, age 10, is that Ren? Ben asked. He can't be any older than 10 here. Ben, look, his wrist, Gwendolyn said as she looked down at Ren's fake Omnitrix. Carlia looks over to Ren's left hand, seeing a makeshift Omnitrix made of scrap metal and spare parts. Oh my, is that an Omnitrix you have there, my little hero? Carlia asked Ren. Sure is, just like the one Ben 10,000 wears. The symbol of justice, arch nemesis of Vilgax. Ren exclaimed as he held up his fake Omnitrix. Ben 10,000 is the greatest hero in the universe. He's the strongest and super awesome. No matter how strong the villain is, he always wins and saves everyone. He's the coolest. You really do love Ben 10,000, don't you, Ren? Carlia asked Ren. He's my favorite hero. I mean, his fight against Maltruant is my favorite story. Holding the Big Bang in your hands and then using it to blast the villain into a time loop is so cool. Ren exclaimed. Right, Farka. Actually, I like Kevin 11 better than Ben 10,000. The boy with the glowing blue horn said nervously. I think he's really strong and cool. He's not scared of anything and he's just, I don't know, he's just cooler to me. Farka, age 10. Nah, Gwendolyn is way stronger and prettier than those bozos. With a single spell, she could turn them both into babies and then bam. Bye bye boy heroes, an alien girl with red skin and white hair added. Because as the saying goes, Girls go to college to get more knowledge, boys go to Lupiter to get more stupider. Leah, age 10. More stupid Leah, not more stupider. Carlia said to Leah, we went over this. Well, the point still stands. Boys drool, girls rule. Leah said with a smug expression. Gwendolyn Levin can handle both of those stupid guys easily. Ben 10,000's gone up against magic villains before. He wouldn't lose to Gwendolyn. Ren argued. Oh yeah, what about when Ben died when Charmcaster wanted to bring back her dad? Boom. Eat it, loser. Leah yelled. Girls rule, boys drool. He came back because her dad didn't want to come back that way. So technically he didn't lose. Ren yelled. Ben 10,000 is the strongest hero in the universe. Nah. Leah yelled. You. Ren yelled as he and Leah pressed their foreheads together and growled. Children, do not fight, Carlia said to the two as she scooted closer to the three. I raised you all as siblings. Your family, do not ever forget that. When my time comes, I want you all to support each other, just as I have supported you. And no matter what happens to me, I need you all to promise me that. But you're a part of our family too. And family always protect each other, no matter what. Ren, Leah and Farka all said to Carlia, making her swell up in tears as she held all of them close to her. We love you, Ms. Carlia. I love you all too. I will always, no matter what may happen. Carlia whispered to the three as she hugged them. Please, no matter what may happen to me, promise me that you'll always protect each other. No matter what, you children have to live. This must have been the woman that raised him. Ben said to Gwendolyn as another memory plays. Another memory, Gwendolyn said as they are now in a dark alleyway. These feelings, fear, anxiety, and sorrow. See children, R. Ren, L. Leah, Farka, Carlia growled in a demonic voice before transforming completely. Run, far, away. What, in the hell, is that? Ben asked in shock as the snake creature chases Ren, Leah and Farka down the alleyway. This is the curse she was talking about. The deal she made with a god. It must have been a demon lord. Gwendolyn said as she sees the snake monster corner the three children. Ms. Carlia, it's us. Your family, Ren yelled to the creature. The creature lunges its head down towards Ren, who dodges the strike as he picks up a metal pipe with a pointed end. The creature tries to attack Ren, but Ren swings the spiked metal pipe to the side, wounding the creature's eye as it screeches in pain. Ms. Carlia, please, Ren yelled as the creature continued to screech. Come back to us. Ms. Carlia. Leah and Farka yelled to the creature. The creature looks ahead and sees Leah and Farka holding each other out of fear. The creature roars and lunges towards the two. No, the young Ren yelled as he drove the metal spike into the creature's neck, pinning it to the wall. Leah and Farka hold each other out of fear as the screeches from the creature slowly began to calm down. Ren pants heavily as he stared at the creature in shock. What did I do? What did I didn't mean to. Ren stuttered with tears flowing down his face. Oh God, I didn't. Ren, the creature whispered as it caressed Ren's cheek. Ren, you did the right thing. Ms. Carlia, Ren asked as he touched Carlia's hand. Don't look at me with such sad eyes. It was always going to end this way. I am just glad I am able to say goodbye to you all. One last time, Carlia said to Ren. Ms. Carlia, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Ren, you did the right thing. You kept your promise. You protected your friends. You fought for them. And you did what you had to. And I'm so proud of you for that. You truly are a hero. Just like Ben 10,000. Carlia said to Ren. Children, your strength are the bonds you have with each other. As long as you're all together and support one another, there is nothing you all aren't capable of achieving. Be strong for each other. Never abandon each other. And remember, the bravest thing anyone can do in this world is be optimistic about the future. To hold out hope, even in the darkest times. Carlia begins to slowly rise, blood still dripping down from her neck as she backs away. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Ms. Carlia, I'm so sorry. The young Ren cried. No, I won't let you blame yourself for this. This. Was always how it was going to end for me, Ren, no matter what you did. Carlia whispered to Ren. When I was young, I made a deal with a god that costed me my soul. I ate my children in my fit of madness. I destroyed what I once vowed to protect. I only hope you'll be better than me. I ate my children in my moment of madness over 300 years ago. I won't let that happen again. I swear, I shall protect you children this time. Carlia then begins to grab the spiked metal pipe still lodged in her throat. In many ways, you all have reminded me of what it's like to be a mother again. You all are my pride and my joy, Carlia said before beginning to drag it across her throat. Protect them for me, Ren. Be their light, be their hero, be strong, stand tall, and face the world with bravery and valor. Karlia. Ren yelled as he ran towards Carlia. I love you all so much. I will always love you all, Carlia said with tears in her eyes as she then cut her own throat open, splattering her blood onto Ren's face and body before dropping to the ground. The young Ren stands in front of Carlia's dead body as Leah and Farka look away in horror. Ren's hands begin to shake as he sees Carlia's blood on his hands and clothes. He drops to his knees as tears flowed down his face. Karlia. Ren cried out as he, Leah and Farka all began to cry furiously. Oh my god, Ren, he was forced to kill her. Gwendolyn muttered as she covered her mouth in shock. I couldn't even imagine the effects that this could have on someone so young. The memory begins to change once more, now showing an older Ren being held down by a man's boot as Leah and Farka are placed in restraints. The field around them is covered in flames and dead bodies of Ren's gang. Gwendolyn, Ben asked as he looked around. Hopelessness, fear, and Gwendolyn replied as they both suddenly hear a man laughing. Desperation. From now on, all you punks are my slaves. My bitches. The black feathers is no more. Now you're all nothing more than my property. The wicked man yelled to Ren as he forced his head down into the puddle of mud, nearly drowning Ren with his foot. You're in for the wildest rides of your life now, you brats. You wanted to play this game for adults, you're going to face the adult consequences that come with it. Ha 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 ha. I can't wait to see how you children break like twigs. That's Raghava, leader of the Crimson Renegades. Gwendolyn muttered. As that understood, you do as I say, and your friends get to live, Raghava said to Ren as he stepped down on his head. Do we have an accord? I'll do anything. Please, just let them live. Ren replied as he cried tears of defeat. Good answer, Raghava yelled as the memory begins to change once more. Ben, be careful, we're getting closer to the source of his trauma. Gwendolyn said to Ben as they're now transported into an underground arena. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. The crowd in the underground arena chanted as a young Ren covered in blood stood in front of a beaten down man. I don't want to. A young Ren covered in blood, holding a bloody pipe said to Raghava. He's beaten, he can't fight anymore. There's no reason to. You him, choose. Raghava yelled as he smacks Ren with his pistol. It's eat or be eaten, slave. Obey your king and choose. Me, please, kill me, kill me. I can't do it. Ren begged Raghava. Can't do it. Raghava growled as he pulls Ren down by his hair and proceeded to kick Ren furiously. My ass, you can't do it. It's easy. Just like how easy it is for me to beat you down like this. You're just a coward, and I hate cowards more than anything. Ren only curls up and covers his face, getting bruises from Raghava's boot as he's continued to be kicked by Raghava. Here, I'll show you how easy it is. Raghava said to Ren as he grabbed Ren's hand and put a laser blaster in his grip. No, stop. Ren said as Raghava stepped behind him and knelt down. Ren struggles against Raghava's grasp as Raghava put Ren's finger in the trigger. See, all you have to do is aim this pistol, and pull back the trigger. Then pop, out goes the sad little flame of his life. Raghava whispered to Ren. Ren looks into the eyes of his opponent, seeing the tears. Please, I have a family, I just needed the money. Please don't kill me, Ren's opponent begged as he cried. Ignore his crying, block it out. He's just a pathetic worm begging for his life. He's worth nothing, Raghava whispered as he aimed the gun in Ren's hand at the opponent. Stop, please, Ren begged as he continued to struggle. I don't want to kill him. I don't wanna die. I don't wanna die. I don't wanna die. I don't wanna die. Please, just let me. And boom baby, Raghava yelled as he forces Ren to pull the trigger, killing the man instantly as the crowd cheered. Pop goes the weasel, are you not entertained? The crowd cheers wildly as Ren stared in horror at the man's body, his hands shaking with shock as he began to hyperventilate. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm so, Ren whispered as he tried to crawl towards the man's body, only to be pulled back by his hair. Disobey your king next time, and you won't live to see another day, Raghava said before kicking Ren in his stomach, making him vomit on the arena floor. Take him back to his cell. Ren was a dog fighter, Gwendolyn muttered as she sees the young Ren being dragged away. He looks older here, maybe about 12 years old. He was forced to kill. For survival, he didn't want to. It was forced upon him. Ben added as the memory changes once more. Farka laid in the middle of the arena, being beaten down by a muscular alien repeatedly, his eyes beginning to go to the back of his head as his teeth are broken and his nose bleeds profusely. The muscular alien continues to beat Farka's head into the concrete floor as he smiles wickedly. That boy, Farka, Ben muttered. Farka, Ren yelled as he tried to enter the area, only to be stopped by Raghava's men. Farka, hold on, I'll save you, just hold on. Oh, I don't think you will, Raghava said to Ren as he sat on his throne. Raghova, please. Don't do this. He has nothing to do with this. I'll take his punishment, just please. Let him live, Ren yelled desperately to Raghava. You costed me a lot of money last time for not killing that bastard when I told you to. When a slave disobeys the king, it's the king's duty to punish his slave. Raghava yelled. Then take it out on me. Not him, Ren yelled. Punish me, kill me instead. Now why would I ever do that? You're my trump card, Ren. The best dog fighter I've had in years. Killing you would just be a waste of potential and talent. Ha 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 ha. No, Raghava yelled as he stood up, holding his arms out to the crowd. You might not care about your own life, but I know you care about your little friend's life. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. The crowd in the underground arena chanted. Farka, Ren called out to Farka. Farka weakly looks over to Ren, his vision slowly clearing as he focuses on Ren, who reached out for him desperately. He smiles weakly as he reaches out towards Ren. Black feathers, forever, Farka said with a weak smile as his head is completely crushed in by the alien's fist, making the crowd cheer. No, Ren yelled as the crowd's cheer drowned out his cries. The memory changes once more, now showing a weak and tired Ren killing two of Raghava's guards with a pistol. This memory, it must have been where Ren made his escape, Ben said as Ren began to loot the guards for a key. Found it, Ren said as he unlocked the door in front of him, revealing a jail cell with Leah sitting in the corner. Leah. He found her, Gwendolyn said as Ren ran past her. Leah, wake up, it's me, Ren said to Leah as he shook her awake. Leah slowly awakens and sees Ren's face. You're, Leah said weakly. Thank God, come on, we gotta get out of here. The guards are gonna, Ren said to Leah as she suddenly clung onto Ren. Are you the one who's going to give me my fix for the day? The Black X, is there anything I can do for some more of that? Leah asked frantically. Please, I just need some to hold me over for the day. Leah, what are you saying? It's me, Ren said to Leah. Please, I'll do anything you want me to. Anything at all, please, just give me some of that Black X. I can't function without it. I just need a little bit and then I can service you. Leah yelled. I promise, I'll do a good job. Leah, it's me, Ren, Ren said softly to Leah. Leah, who's that? Leah asked with a blank smile. Ren looks at Leah's broken state, seeing the multiple needle marks on her body, arms and neck. He looks at her blank smile and lifeless eyes, tears beginning to swell up in his own eyes. Leah, do you remember me? Ren asked. Should I? Leah asked, shocking Ren. Are you a returning customer, or a new one? Ren drops to his knees in shock, holding Leah in his arms and hugging her tightly as he cried. Quote. I did this, Ren whispered as Leah just stared at Ren. This is all my fault. I'm sorry, Leah. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Sir, Leah asked as Ren stood up. Sir, please, I don't know how much longer I can hold out. If I don't get some more black X, I don't know what's going to happen. Ren, in silence, aims his pistol at Leah's head, his hand shaking uncontrollably as he cried. Sir, Leah asked as she looked up at Ren. Quote. Fly as high, and as far away from here as you can, Ren said as his hand continued to shake, tears flowing down his face and dropping onto the ground. If you see Farka on the other side, tell him, I'm sorry. Ren fires the blaster at Leah's head, killing her instantly as her body falls to the ground. Ren is left alone in the dark room. He clenches his weapon and grits his teeth in anger, beginning to pant as his anger rises up from within him. Two guards arrive at the doorway of the room, both of them aiming their weapons at Ren. There's the escaped inmate. Don't move, kid. You're lucky Raghava wants you back alive. Raghava, Ren growled as he looked up and glared at the two guards. Ren roars angrily as he fires two blasts at the guards, killing them as he runs out of the room and down the hall towards the arena. Ragova. Ren's voice echoed as he ran down the hall. This is, Gwendolyn muttered. I don't even have the words. He must have killed Raghava and took over his gang from this point on. Ben said as the memory changes once more, now showing an entire city block on fire as bombs explode in every building. This must be the night of 1,000 screams. The reports of this incident say that Ren ordered the bombing of an entire city block to wipe out a rival gang of theirs. Gwendolyn said to Ben, but, please, wake up, please. Ren's voice desperately cried out. Ben and Gwen both turn around and see Ren perform CPR on the baby. A baby? Gwendolyn asked. Please. Ren yelled to the baby as he tried to make the baby breath via resuscitation. I never meant for this to happen. I didn't want this to happen. Please wake up, please. The baby takes its last breath as its arms suddenly drop down to its side, catching Ren's attention. No, please. Ren frantically said as he tried to perform light chest compressions. Wake up. Ren eventually stops and stares at the dead baby in shock and horror as he began to pant heavily once more. I'm sorry. Ren whispered as another explosion occurred downtown. The screams of people burning and their cries echo around Ren as the entire city block crumbles in a blaze of fiery hell. Ren stares in shock and horror as he sees the rising flames in the distance. I'm so sorry. Ren whispered as he listened to the screams of the people around him. He tried to save that baby. Ben whispered. He did everything he could. Ben stared at the burn marks on Ren's body, as well as the scorch marks on his jacket and clothes. He must have jumped into the burning building in order to try and save it. Ben said to Gwendolyn. But, didn't he order this bombing? Why would he care about who dies if he was the one who ordered it? Gwendolyn asked. Something tells me it wasn't him that made the call. He just took the fall for it. Ben replied as the memory fades away, now leaving the two of them in complete darkness. Where are we now? End of the road, Gwendolyn said as she points to a cracking statue of Ren in front of her. The two approach the cracking statue of Ren. The statue was positioned on its knees and hunched over, holding a glowing ball in its hands as it continued to crack. This is the root of his pain. That ball there, that's the most precious memory he holds dear to his heart. But it's also what's causing his pain, Gwendolyn explained. Ben and Gwendolyn both look inside of the ball, seeing a precious memory being played out before them. From this day forward, a 12-year-old Ren said as he poured Farka and Leah drinks. We're officially the Black Feathers. And soon, we'll be the greatest gang in the entire world. We're gonna go to the very top of the tops and be living legends. A toast to our new beginnings, Farka exclaimed as he picked up his glass and held it high up. To being living legends, Leah added as she held up her cup. To the Black Feathers. The best crew I could ever ask for. Ren finished as they all drank the liquor, only to suddenly spit it back out and cough furiously. Ew. That tasted so bad, Leah yelled as she scraped her tongue clean. My throat is burning, Farka added as he coughed. I couldn't even keep it down. Is this really what adults drink all the time? Ren asked as he poured the rest of his drink out of the window. No wonder they always look so miserable. Never again. Let's just stick to soda or something next time. This is no monster, Ben said to Gwendolyn. This kid is just somebody, anybody, please. Ren's voice echoed softly as they approached the cracking statue holding the ball of light in his arms. Kill me. Broken, lonely, and afraid, Gwendolyn said to Ben as a bright white light suddenly blinds them. Back in reality, Gwendolyn, Kevin yelled as he grabbed Gwendolyn's arm, pulling her and Ben back to reality. Gwendolyn nearly faints and falls back towards Kevin, who catches her as Ben takes a knee. Well, that was something, Ben commented as he stood up. You okay? Kevin asked. I will be. This memory corridor trip was just much more intense than I thought it would have been, Gwendolyn replied. What exactly did you see in this devil's mind? Probably a whole bunch of messed up stuff, huh? Kevin asked. Kevin, we were wrong, Gwendolyn replied. About him, about who he is, everything. What? Kevin asked. Told you Levin, this kid is no monster, Ben replied. Did you manage to get the ID on that tag? I did, but you're not gonna believe who it belongs to, Kevin replied as he pulled up a woman's ID page. As that? Gwendolyn asked. Well, I'll be damned, Ben replied. Yeah, I couldn't believe it either, Kevin added. So, Tennyson, what's our next move? Call Azimuth, tell him to come to the rust bucket. Tell him I've decided, Ben said to Gwendolyn. He'll know what that means. Get him to come here immediately. I'll get Kevin up to speed with, everything we saw. Gwendolyn said to Ben. Honey, could you help me out a bit? I'll make the call for you. You just take it easy, Kevin said as he picked Gwendolyn up into his arms. -20 hours later, Ren slowly begins to open his eyes as he looks upwards at the bright ceiling lights of the room. Where am I? Ren thought as he stared at his energy cuffs on his hands and feet. Energy cuffs, Plumber issued. So, I'm still alive. Hey, Ben said to Ren, finally awake. Ren looks over and sees Ben sitting in a chair next to him with a gray humanoid frog standing on his shoulder. So, this is him then, the gray frog asked as he looks at Ren. This is the one who nearly made off with all of my technology. Is that a frog or some kind of fucked up wrinkly lizard? Ren asked. How dare you? I am Azimuth, the smartest being in 3, presumably 5 galaxies. Creator of the Omnitrix and the first thinker. Azimuth yelled. Show some respect to your elders. Guess someone really got the short end of the stick then. All brains, yet barely even 5 inches tall. Ren replied. You made the Omnitrix but couldn't fix yourself with some more inches. You look like somebody's cum rag. You ignorant little, Azimuth growled. Let it go Azimuth, Ben said to Azimuth. Ren looks at Ben with a blank expression as Ben holds a soft smile on his face. You've been out for almost 20 hours, was beginning you were never going to wake up Sleeping Beauty. The bags under your eyes are still there, but it sure seemed like you haven't slept in forever. Ben replied before handing Ren some water. Thirsty. Sleeping gets you killed. You're at your most vulnerable when you're sleeping. All of your defenses drop and your life could be taken in an instant. Ren replied as he took the cup from Ben and tosses it aside. As well as accepting a drink from your enemies. Well, that was a waste of perfectly good water. Ben replied as he shook his hand clean of the water. Where am I? Ren asked. Right now, you're in the holding cell of the rust bucket. As we speak, we're preparing to make our way back to the plumber's headquarters as soon as Kevin finishes the repairs on his ship. Ben replied. And between you and me, he's real pissed about the damage you did to his wing. I don't give a shit. Ren replied. Watch the mouth, kid. Swearing doesn't make you cooler, Ben said to Ren. Ren spits in Ben's face, surprising him and Azimuth together. How barbaric. Azimuth commented. That's nice, Ben said as he wiped off of the spit on his face. You know, I'm not your enemy, kid. The cuffs begged to differ. Ren replied. Well, that's more for your protection than it is mine. Ben replied. But, let's continue. Ben pulls up the hollow screen showing his profile on Ren. This is quite the representative sheet you have. Hard to believe you committed all these acts at such a young age. Between you and me, I'm a bit impressed. I mean, taking over an entire continent by yourself is no easy feat. You knew how to defeat all of the gangs in the area like it was a game of chess. Ben commented. Don't talk to me like we're friends, old man. You don't know anything about me. Ren countered. Oh, I like to think I do. After all, we know your name, Ren, Ben said to Ren, surprising him. How did you? Do you know what this is? Ben asked as he held out the old rusted tag. A dog tag, Ren replied. Not just any dog tag, this is a plumber-issued dog tag, given to every plumber agent and cadet when they enlist. Ben said as he set it down onto the table. We did a little digging on the tag itself. At first, we thought you might have just swiped it off of some poor sucker you offed. But what we found was much more important than we could have ever imagined. And that being, Ren asked, this tag specifically belonged to a woman named Maria Zark. Ben said as he showed Ren a picture of a woman. Ren, this is the woman who gave birth to you. Meet your mother. My mother, huh? The woman that abandoned and tossed me out like trash. Ren thought as he blankly stares at Maria's photo before glancing back at Ben. That tag there, that was hers. This is a plumber's dog tag, given to every agent when they're enlisted. It's how we identify them in case something happens to them. Ben replied. This tag was a part of your belongings when we patted you down. Now, either you had a run-in with this woman and stole her tags. Or, Ben flips over the dog tag, seeing Ren roughly scratched on the back of it. She gave it to you. Ben said to Ren, meaning, your full name is Ren Zark. So what? You act like this bitch means something to me. Never knew the woman, nor do I ever want to. Ren replied. If you're trying to get a confession out of me using her, then you're wasting your time. If you thought this would work, then maybe you're dumber than I thought you were. You know, your mom was one of the best among us. She was also the biggest shit talker we had too. Always got into all heaps of trouble with that mouth of hers. Something I see that she ended up passing down onto you. Ben said before chuckling. She ghosted us about 14 years ago, just out of the blue, gone forever without a trace. I dare say this tag here may be the only thing left of her now. Well, sorry to disappoint, but she means nothing to me and clearly, I meant nothing to her. Hence, you know, the whole abandoning me on Vilgoden bullshit. So why don't you just save yourself the time and send me to prison already? Ren replied. Kid, we knew Maria. She might have had the mouth of a sailor. But when it came to having a heart, she was more kind than anyone else I knew. She would never abandon anyone in need, much less her own child. Ben said to Ren. Somehow, I doubt that. Ren replied as he shuts off the projection. Considering where I ended up, she must have had her reasons to send you to that planet. Ben replied. Yeah, plain and simple ones. She didn't care and I was lucky enough to be born at all. Ren replied. Didn't care whether I lived or died, so I won't care about if she ever loved me or not. She would have loved you, Ren. More than life itself. She would have done anything for you. Anything at all. Ben said to Ren. I'm just trying to understand you, kid, but you're not making this easy. This the usual bullshit they teach over at the Plumbers Academy, or are you just talking out of your ass now? Ren asked. Ben sighs. Ren remains silent as Ben pulls up another file on the projector. Since we're on the topic of family trees anyway, we did a little digging into your mom's other half. That being your old man. And let's just say, well, Ben said as he pulled up another photo. Let's just hope the similarities end with just the face. Because I won't lie to you, you have your mom's hair, but your dad's face. Ben pulls up an image of a man wearing aviators and slides it over to Ren. Ren looks up and sees the picture, glaring at it with a blank stare. So this is my old man. Ren thought as he stared at the picture. Nice to know smoking runs in the family. Your dad, they called him The Raven. Best sniper assassin in the entire galaxy, infamous for carrying out some of the universe's most devastating assassinations most people would consider to be impossible. I had a few run-ins with him in the past, slippery bastard. He always managed to get away. Honestly, never caught the guy's real name either. I imagine that's something only your mom would know. Ben said to Ren. At some point, she met your father. You know how the story goes after that. They fell for each other, had a kid, then she and your old man just suddenly left without a trace, never to be seen or heard from again, riding off into the great cosmic beyond together. Wow, I'm so touched. A love story, my favorite. Ren said sarcastically as he sat back in his chair. Please just kill me before I choke on my own vomit. This isn't a joke, kid. Unlike your mother, you don't have even a slight chance of getting away from us. Ben explained. With a representative sheet like yours, you won't be heading to prison. We're looking at a null void imprisonment for life. And right now, I'm about the closest thing you've got to a friend. Ren remains silent as he locks eyes with Ben, who then smiles slightly at Ren. But you're a real lucky kid. During our fight back at the tops, you really shocked me, you know. Your combat skills were full of talent and experience, but lacked discipline and patience. I thought with just a bit more training, you could become a force to be reckoned with. Ben replied. What are you getting at? Ren asked in annoyance. It'd be a shame to see such talent rotting away inside the null void. I'd much rather you put your skills to use here. Ren remains silent, slowly brewing with anger on the inside but managing to keep calm and collected. With some training and rehabilitation, you'd make an excellent plumber agent. So what do you say, Ren? Wanna join up? Ben said before being interrupted by the sound of Ren's chair hitting the wall. Ben looks at Ren, who was now standing up, his face filled with anger and resentment. Rehabilitation. You think I need fixing? To be trained like some dirty stray dog? Ren yelled. Easy, kid, I didn't mean it like that. I don't give a damn what you meant. Ren shouted. Ben immediately goes silent as Azimuth takes a step back out of fear. Ren begins to fill the room with his laughter, starting from a chuckle to a loud cackle. You're all the same. All you so-called heroes, all you do is spout your idealistic speeches about justice and righteousness, upholding the law. It's all bullshit. Every last syllable. All you care about is how good it makes you look, right? Taking in a lost stray and training it to do whatever you want, all for the sake of being able to say, look, I saved this one. What a joke. The reality is, you heroes don't give a shit what happens to people like me. Ren. Ben said softly. Azimuth watches Ren continue his rantings, as does Gwen and Kevin from the other side of the mirror. Let me tell you what I've learned all those years on that god-forsaken planet Ben 10,000. Heroes don't save people like me. I hate the way all of you look at me. Every last one of you. You say you want to help me, make me some kind of plumber agent, but in reality, you don't give a shit about me. All you want is the glory to add on to your already inflated ego. You heroes all look at us the same way, like we're lower than the dirt we walk on. Like we're just walking piles of trash. Isn't that right? Ren said as he looked at the one-way mirror. I know the rest of you are there. You think you have any right to judge me. You all can go to hell. I did what I had to in order to survive, and I don't regret a damn thing about it. I'd like to see any of you do any better in my shoes. On the other side of the one-way mirror, Gwen's arms begin to shake as she attempts to hold herself to stop. Kevin puts his arm around her and pulls her in close. And you, Ren said as he looked at Ben. I remember listening to the stories of Ben 10,000. All of your achievements, all of your powers, all of your abilities. For 6 long years, I held on to the false hope that you'd come to Vilgoden to help me. To save me from this city of darkness and despair. But you never came. Time and time again, I only set myself up for disappointment as I held on to that hope. Ren, on that day, I was taught that the only person that you can rely on is yourself. Heroes will only let you down in the end. If someone threatens to take your life, don't be afraid to take theirs. If someone wants to take your freedom, then take theirs. Ren yelled angrily as he kicked back the table in front of them. Ben catches the kicked table and Azimuth easily before setting them down. He stares into Ren's eyes as Ren continues to pant heavily and angrily. Then why are your hands shaking? Ben asked Ren, making him look down at his shaking hands. You know, I've faced against a lot of villains in my day. All of them have said the same thing you did. Only difference, they were actually sure of their words. But you, no, I refuse to believe that this is what you believe in. I know what I did. I know what I am. But do you know what I've had to do to survive? Do you know what I've had to do with these? Ren said as he looked at his own hands, seeing a flash of blood on them. These fucking hands of mine. The blood I've spilled, the things I had to do with these fucking hands. I do, and that's how I know you're not a monster. You're just a kid who's confused, forced to do things he didn't want to do because he wanted to survive. Ben said to Ren, you're just a scared kid who doesn't know how else to live, because nobody has ever shown him another way. Huh, you think I'm scared of you? I'm not scared of anything. Ren yelled. No, you're not scared of me. But there is something you're scared of. It's the reason why you keep insisting on us sending you to prison. Ben said to Ren, you want to die, don't you? Ren looks at Ben with a surprised look. We saw your memories. Me and Gwendolyn. We saw most of how your life has gone. Losing Carlia, Farka, Leah, being Raghuva's slave for nearly 2 years. Forced to fight for survival and forced to kill. Ben said to Ren as he got up. You said that if someone threatens to take your life, that you shouldn't be afraid to take theirs. There may be some truth in those words, but you're not a killer, Ren. Not by choice anyway. The hell are you doing? Ren yelled as he tried to stand, only to fall due to the energy cuffs on his legs. Azimuth, no matter what happens, stay out of this, Ben said to Azimuth. Ben looks down at the energy cuffs on Ren's legs and hands. He presses a button in his pocket and deactivates them both, surprising Ren. The hell are you doing? This some kind of trick? Ren asked as he stood up. Don't mess with me, old man, I'll kill you. No, you won't, because I saw the real Ren inside of your mind. You're no monster. You're no Red Maw, Ben replied, and you're no villain, Ren. Then what am I then? Ren yelled. That's for you to decide. Ben said to Ren as he held his arms out. You once dreamed of becoming a hero, right? To protect those you loved and cared about. I want to see it. Not the Red Maw that everyone fears. But Ren Zark, the boy who wanted to become a hero. Huh, Ren growled. What are you? Do whatever you need to do. All of the anger, the hatred and darkness you have inside of your heart. Take it all out on me. Ben said to Ren as he stood before him. I'll accept all of it. I won't run, I won't transform. So go ahead, do whatever you want. Ren clenches his fists tightly as he grits his teeth, glaring at Ben with anger as he growled. It's okay, Ren, let it all out, Ben said to Ren. Where were you? Ren yelled as he punched Ben in his face. Where was your justice when we were crying out for you? Ren kicks Ben in his gut and pulls down his head, striking Ben's nose with his knee. We were just kids. They didn't deserve any of that. Why didn't you come? Ren yelled as he struck Ben in his face, moving on to kicking him in his stomach. Ben 10, is the hero of heroes, right? So why weren't you there? Why didn't you save us? Azimuth watches the brutal beatdown occur before looking away. Ren grabs Ben by his collar and slams him down onto the metal table, throwing him down onto the ground and striking him with the chair nearby. Where was your justice when me and my friends were being tortured every day? Where was your justice when Farka being beaten to death? Ren yelled as he continued to beat Ben down with his attacks. Where was your justice when Leah was being injected with new drugs every day? Where were you, Ben Tennyson, when I begged for you to come and save us? Ben's blood splatters across the floor as Ren continued his ruthless onslaught of attacks, striking Ben in his ribs, face and chest. Symbol of justice, my ass. You're nothing but a symbol of lies. Ren angrily yelled. All lies. Your legacy, your achievements, your power, it's all nothing but a bunch of bullshit. Ren pulls Ben back up by his collar and proceeds to punch Ben repeatedly, occasionally kicking Ben in his face and side. Why did it have to be them? Why couldn't you save them sooner? Why am I the one who's alive and they're the ones who suffered? Ren yelled as he continued punching Ben. This wouldn't have happened if you had just come sooner. I'm the one who deserves to die. I'm the one who deserves all of the pain. So why did the universe take them and not me? It's working. Ben's getting through to him. Gwendolyn whispered. He's revealing Ren's true self. He's breaking down. The more he works through his emotions, the more the truth will come out. Kevin added. It's weird, but that's just how most men work. Ben just needs to hold out a bit longer. Why? Ren angrily yelled repeatedly as he continued to strike Ben with his fists. Why? Ren lands a final punch onto Ben's face, breaking his nose and sending Ben slamming against the wall. Ben holds his face in pain as Ren pants heavily, tears swelling up as his hands shook furiously. Why wasn't my strength enough to protect them? Ren said as his voice cracked and he drops to his hands and knees, his tears dropping onto the floor as Ben wiped the blood off of his lip. I don't understand. Why wasn't I strong enough to save any of them? Ren stares at his reflection within the droplets of his tears as they continued to form a small puddle below him. They relied on me. They depended on me. I was supposed to protect them. ! But I lost sight of everything. I forgot why I was even fighting in the first place. They died because of me. They suffered because of me. It's all my fault. Everything that happened to them, it was all my fault. Ren continued. I killed all those people. The night of 1,000 screams. That baby died in my arms. Because of me. They're all dead because of me. Their blood is on my hands. Ren looks at his hands, seeing a pool of blood beneath him as his hands were stained blood red. He looks up and sees the mountains of bodies in front of him, slaughtered and butchered. What have I done? Oh God, what have I done? Ren asked himself as stared at the mountain. I'm a monster. All those lives I took. It's all my fault. Leah, Farka, Carlia, all of their deaths were because of me. I deserve death. I deserve all of this pain. All of this. Ben stares at Ren, who knelt in defeat as he blankly stared at Ben, tears still streaming down his face. Please, Ben, if you want to save me, Ren whispered as he slowly got up. Please, let me die. Ren, Ben said as he stared at Ren. I can't do this anymore. I don't want to live like this anymore. Please, just let me die, Ren said with tears in his eyes. I'm just a monster who ruins and destroys everything he touches. A villain who takes the lives of others. I'm the devil of devils. I don't want to hurt anyone anymore. Please, just let me die. Let me see them. Let me see my friends again. And tell them how sorry I am. For everything. Please, kill me. Monsters feel no sympathy for those they hurt. Ben said as he slowly got up. Villains don't care about anyone but themselves. And devils enjoy seeing the people they hurt suffer. Ben said as he slowly got up. But I don't see any of that in you. Not one bit. But Ren said through his tears. I don't understand. I don't understand. Why am I alive, and not them? There's no rhyme or reason to this life, kid. Bad things. They just happen sometimes and you can't do anything about it. No matter how hard you try. Ben said weakly as he grunted, holding his side in pain. Ben weakly gets up and limps over to Ren, kneeling down in front of him as he places his hand on his shoulder. Your whole life, you had to wear a mask of strength because that's what you thought you had to do. To never show any kind of vulnerability, to never show any form of attachment or love. You did things you regretted, things that you're not proud of, but you did it because you wanted to live. Ben said to Ren, you're no monster, you're no red maw, you're just a kid who's seen too much darkness, experienced too much pain, and did things no child should be forced to do. You think you deserve to be punished for the life you led and that this was your opportunity to seek that punishment. The red maw deserves nothing but death for his sins. Please, let me pay for them. And he will, Ben said as he hugged Ren closely. The red maw dies today in this room. His story is over and forever closed. Leave him behind in this room. And let's move forward towards the future together. It's time to write a new story. The story of Ren's arc. The second generation wielder of the Omnitrix. Huh? Ren asked as his eyes widened in surprise. I'm sorry I wasn't there when you needed me most. I'm sorry I couldn't save you from this planet. I'm sorry that I couldn't be your hero. But I'm here now and I do want to help you, Ren. I really do, but you have to learn to trust me, to let me help you. I know it's not easy, but I'll be here with you every step of the way. Ben said to Ren. Just for a minute, take off that mask. Show me the real Ren's arc. There is a moment of silence that is accompanied by anticipation. I've done terrible things, Ben. Things I still regret over today. Even when I try not to think about it, it just comes up unexpectedly, and then. Ren said in between tears. I know, kid. I know. Let it all out, son. All of the darkness, the pain, the anger and sorrow. Let it all loose in this room here and now. Ben replied. I don't deserve this chance, this kindness, this warmth. It's wasted on someone like me. Perhaps to others, it might seem that way. But even so I choose you, Ren's arc. To me, you're the perfect candidate for this opportunity. You're lost right now, but all you need is a little guidance, a nudge in the right direction. Then soon, you will become my successor, the next wielder of the Omnitrix. Ben said as he pulled away from Ren, staring into his eyes. Ren's arc. You can be a hero. Ren could no longer hold back his emotions and drops to his knees, crying his heart out with Ben placing his hand over Ren. His screams echo throughout the room. Gwen and Kevin watch Ren break down into tears, with Gwen even begins to tear up at the sight. Azimuth watches Ren on his knees, he then looks at Ben who looks back at him. 2 hours ago. What? Azimuth yelled. You heard me right. I want Ren to be the next wielder of the Omnitrix. Ben explained. Are you crazy, Ben? Gwen shouted. I think you got hit a little too hard in the head, Tennyson. Kevin added. Look, hear me out for a bit. Ben exclaimed. No. I do not accept this decision, Ben Tennyson. I will not allow a criminal to rub his tainted hands all over my creation. Azimuth yelled. He's just a teenager. Ben argued. That teenager has claimed hundreds of lives before he has even reached adulthood. Azimuth rebutted. How can you guys not see what's happening here? If we treat him like a criminal, then he'll act like one. But if we can bring him over to our side. Ben argued as he looked over to Gwen. Gwen, come on. You saw his memories, right? Ren tried to save that baby. It's true. The night of 1,000 screams, Ren was desperately trying to bring a baby back to life, a baby he saved from a burning building. It died in his arms as he tried to save it. Gwendolyn replied. A baby he endangered from his order of the bombings. Azimuth yelled. There has to be more to the story than that. If he really was a monster, why would he risk his life and getting burned just to save one baby? Ben yelled. Azimuth, look, he's still developing and growing. Teenagers are very impressionable. Even you can't argue that if he was on our side that he would be able to do more good for the galaxy. And if you're wrong about him? Azimuth asked. If you're wrong about him, you'd be giving a criminal the ultimate device in the entire galaxy. Well, you were wrong about me, weren't you? Remember how you wanted to take the Omnitrix away from me because you didn't think I was worthy of it? That was different. You weren't a criminal when you received the Omnitrix. Plus, you had your grandfather Max to help guide and teach you. Exactly. What if we could be Ren's grandpa Max? Someone to teach him right from wrong, train and support him. Ben asked. They all look at Ren. Silence and uncertainty filled the air as Ben took another step towards the glass. Quote. There's no sense in talking to you when you're like this. Azimuth said as he leapt down to Ben's level. I'll ask you one more time. Do you truly think this criminal has the makings of a hero? Ben gets on his hands and knees and bows his head to Azimuth, surprising the three. Quote. I've never been more sure of anything else in my life before. Please, Azimuth, let me do this. If Ren ever relapses into his old ways, then, Ben said as he clenched his fist, then I'll be the one to end him myself. I swear to you, this kid has the heart of a hero beating inside of him. And I intend to prove it to you. There is a long moment of silence as Azimuth finally sighs. Quote. Why do I feel like I'm going to regret this? Azimuth asked. You won't. I swear it. I'll make him into the best damned hero I can. Ben replied. That's a hero's promise. Then I suppose we shouldn't keep him waiting any longer then. Azimuth said as he sat on Ben's shoulder. Come, let's get to know this successor of yours then. Present. Azimuth sighs once more and smiles. He looks at Ben and nods his head, to which Ben returns the gesture. Azimuth drops down and approaches Ren's eyesight. Ren lifts his head up and looks at Azimuth. Now then, if you're done letting everything out, Azimuth said as he held out his tiny hand. Let's start over, shall we? I am Azimuth, the smartest being in 3, presumably 5 galaxies. Creator of the Omnitrix and the first thinker. And you are. Ren wipes his tears away and grabs Azimuth's hand. I'm Ren. Zark. Ren Zark. I guess I'm Ben 10,000's new successor now. It's nice to meet you, sir. Ren said to Azimuth. Azimuth smiles at Ren before pulling his hand back. You have a long road ahead of you before you can call yourself a hero, Ren. I hope you're up to the challenge. Azimuth said to Ren. Don't worry, kid, you're not alone anymore. Ben said to Ren as he smiled. PFT. PFTT ha 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 ha. You look like a beat-up pufferfish. Ren yelled as he laughed at Ben. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.